chat? We are back and it is 2026, an amazing new year for Indian chess because it's an even year जहां पे बहुत सारी championships हम जीत सकते हैं. मेरे साथ है the amazing Sahaj Grover. Sahaj भाई, first event घर से at least 2026 का, and it's an amazing lineup at the Tata Steel Chess Championship 2026.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, bhai. And Sahil bhai, missed your energy, bhai. That is
अरे
the main thing.
अरे थैंक यू एनर्जी तो मिस करी और मूव्स ही मिस करी भाई. 2025 ऑनेस्टली साल वाजंट आइडियल यार. 24 में एक्सपेक्टेशंस इतनी हाई हो गई थी कि भाई 25 में आई थिंक वी काइंड ऑफ फेल्ट वी वांटेड मोर, बट फाइनल वो आखिरी दिन पे जो अर्जुन ने 2 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल दे दिए, दैट माइट हैव बीन अ साइन ऑफ थिंग्स टू कम.
Absolutely. I think एक वो redemption arc आ गया, मतलब like towards the end. एक वो थोड़ा सा एक वो I think अर्जुन ने GCL के इवेंट में भी कुछ तो एक ब्रॉन्ज जीता था, फिर उसके बाद 2 ब्रॉन्ज also in the Tata Steel Rapid and in Blitz as well. Just like वो ब्रॉन्ज पे ब्रॉन्ज चले जा रहा है उसका. But I think it's good, yeah, especially in faster formats. I think we are making our mark.
Yep, if Carlson has gold, bronze is amazing. And chat, कैसे हो तुम लोग भाई? पता है पिछले कुछ इवेंट जैसे भी थे, आई थिंक चैट इंटरेक्शन कम थी, सो नाउ वी कैन रीड योर कमेंट्स. कैसे हो भाई लोग? फेवरेट डू इज बैक. थैंक्स फॉर ऋषभ भाई. डू यू थिंक गुकेश विल बैक? खुद ही मैंने लिखा है, मैं क्यों पढ़ रहा हूं. साज भाई क्या लग रहा है यार? अपने पास 3 स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर है जो यहाँ पे, 4 स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर है. अरविंद बाय द वे इज अ ट्रम्प कार्ड, राइट? इज अ डार्क हॉर्स बेसिकली यहाँ पे. हाउ डज ही परफॉर्म इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. You can see the players right there, chat. Arvind versus Matthias, Arjun versus Pragg, and Sindarov versus Gukesh, the world champion. कितना important game है वो सहज.
आई थिंक दोनों के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये मैच बिटवीन सिंडारोव एंड गुकेश, बिकॉज एक वर्ल्ड कप विनर और एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. ऑफ कोर्स सिंडारोव अभी इज अ कैंडिडेट प्लेयर एज वेल. अभी फाइनल बॉस से पहले राउंड के अंदर ही मैच लग गया क्लासिकल में बेसिकली. तो आई थिंक इट्स गोना बी आई थिंक एन इम्पोर्टेंट मैच. आई थिंक पूरा एकदम स्टार स्टडेड लाइनअप है, एक्सेप्ट फॉर ऑफ कोर्स हु. उसको छोड़ के आई थिंक एवरीवन इज अ
Who
वेरी वेरी
Sahaj bhai? I
डेंजरस
don't know
प्लेयर.
who Sahaj bhai.
A certain Magnus Carlsen,
अच्छा अच्छा.
who's always been a problem.
Yeah, I think एक famous comments में joke आता है कि whenever Magnus is playing, people must have already made the winner graphics. This is very very common, but yeah, we do. Just kidding. Meanwhile, यहाँ पे दिख रहा है format 13 players है chat. 13 I think 13 invited players and one is the winner of the last year's challenger section. तो 14 player in total, double round robin. हर किसी राउंड रॉबिन, हर किसी आप एक बार खेलोगे एंड विन के लिए मिलेगा 1 पॉइंट, ड्रॉ के लिए हाफ एंड लॉस के लिए 0. एंड ऑफ कोर्स आज भी अगर टाई हुआ तो टाई ब्रेक तो यहाँ के हमेशा अमेजिंग होते हैं.
Absolutely. ये जो हमने देखा था last year between Pragg and Gukesh was an insane, I think, tie break there. And this is the time control, 100 minutes for 40 moves, and then you get extra 50 minutes for, since you have finished your 40 moves and 30-second का bonus. Basically, जो time control Grand Swiss में था, उसमें से बस वो last वो जो 60 minutes, जो 60 move वाला जो time control है वो हटा दो आप. And that's basically the time control. Still, we're gonna expect some very long matches, I think, in the first round itself. I checked last year also. I think matches कुछ around 6-6.5 घंटे चले थे.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. These are long games and crowd fill up हो रहा है. थोड़ा delay हो गया chat due to some reasons which we don't know yet. But regardless, we are moments away from the action starting. And Sahaj bhai, Gukesh was supposed to play Tata Steel India. I think he withdrew because of personal reasons. तो उनका ये साल का पहला event है. Well begun is half done. We saw him crush the entire year of 2024. So how important is this tournament for the world champion?
I think last year was a bit of a एक end moment पे जाके रह गया था गुकेश से, and I think there is a definitely a redemption arc there for him as well. For me, I think Gukesh and Pragg, I think दोनों एक slight favorites personally for me. Just looking at their previous standings as well, and जो format I think वो गुकेश को बहुत suit करता है. So I think it will be interesting to see. And by the way, challenger section maybe, I mean, shout out to Vedant Panesar, who's
Yeah.
who won the open section and qualified to the challenger section, and he's the only Indian playing in the challenger section. So wishing him the best. Bhai, wo bhi, it must be difficult, yeah. Suddenly you're playing such a strong, probably it might be the strongest event that he has played so far.
Yeah, and it's a golden opportunity to kind of create a perfect streak. Yeah, पहले C event खेलो जीतो, B event खेलो जीतो और अगले साल A event खेलो. So if he is prepared very well, this could be like a life-changing event. And meanwhile, we can see Gukesh, the world champion, there standing. I think he's moving from board to board. I'm not sure. I think chat में लोगों ने प्रोटेस्ट हो रही है और इंस्टेंटली लोगों ने कहा कौन सी प्रोटेस्ट इंडियन का वही होता है भाई प्रोटेस्ट तो ज्वाइन कर लो भाई. तो फिलहाल के लिए
Right,
सब
right.
लोग चिल कर रहे हैं भाई, हंस रहे हैं वहां पे, कुछ तो आर्बिट्रेटर का डिस्कशन चल रहा है. साथ भाई, क्या लग रहा है भाई, व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम डे वन टुडे? सो इतने सारे अगर हम पेयरिंग्स एक बार दोबारा लगा दे फॉर जस्ट लाइक 5 seconds, वी हैव सम अमेजिंग क्लैशेस. डू यू सी ब्लडशेड ऑन द बोर्ड? डू यू एक्सपेक्ट काम ड्रॉस?
I think first round may definitely players are a lot more motivated. So I will expect some long fights. I think Aravindh Bluebaum is going to be an interesting one. Of course, Bluebaum को मैंने मतलब उतना ज़्यादा खेलते हुए नहीं देखा after the Grandmasters. So it will be interesting to see how he has developed as a player. Of course, Vincent versus Anish is going to be a very interesting one as well. But I think the star matchup for sure is okay. There are two star matches. Like one is Sindarov versus Gukesh, and of course there is Arjun versus Pragg. I think दोनों के दोनों में will I'm expecting to see some bloodshed. What about you?
Yeah, yeah, I
Any
agree. And also,
interesting?
yeah, there is one interesting name there, Chad, and वो नाम है जो मैग्नस कार्लसन की जबान में बहुत रहता है. वो है यागिस और डॉगमस का, जो 14 साल के यंगस्टर है, एंड ही सपोज टू बी द नेक्स्ट मैग्नस कार्लसन अकॉर्डिंग टू मैग्नस पोटेंशियली. सो उनकी गेमों पे ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज इस साल ओलंपियाड भी होने वाला है, टर्की भी खेलेगी, एंड ही कुड बी अ पोटेंशियल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चैलेंजर मे बी इन द नेक्स्ट वन. सो उनका मैच है नोदिरबेक के अगेंस्ट. आई एम वेरी वेरी क्यूरियस हाउ डज ही परफॉर्म, एंड ऑफ कोर्स वो सारे इंडियन से खेलेंगे, सो विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग साज भाई.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, also in Grand Swiss itself, I think he did such a great job there. So I think will be interesting to see how he sort of fares up. But I think शुरुआत के मैचेस में ना साहिल वो मोमेंटम क्रिएट करना बहुत जरूरी होता है. I think for
हाँ
even for a dog because यहाँ पे सांस लेने का आपको मौका ही नहीं मिलेगा. I'm not even sure if he's the lowest rated seed though,
भाई,
despite being
सांस
14
लेने का
years old.
मौका नहीं मिलेगा वो तो इंडिया में भी नहीं मिलता कहीं पे, तो इट्स ओके. आई मीन आदत है हम लोगों को. बट मीनवाइल चैट क्या कह रही है भाई? चैट की मैसेज पढ़ते हैं. एनी वर्ड्स ऑन न्यू मैरिड लाइफ भाई? ऑसम है लाइफ भाई, गेट मैरिड सून भाई. मीनवाइल, नो प्राइज फॉर गेसिंग. Where is Tanya? Tanya will not be commentating on this event, but she'll be back for the next one. And meanwhile, भीड़ हो रही है सहज भाई. मतलब there's also a seed tournament, right, happening, traditional for Tata Steel, जहां से वेदांत आए हैं, जो last time वो जीते थे.
Exactly, open event basically. And वहां पर usually कोई GM ही जीतता है. And then but Vedant Pane sir I think played wonderfully last time and qualified to the B section, which I think is amazing. But yeah, अभी भीड़ तो बहुत ही ज्यादा लग रही है अभी. But I don't think we are close to like lift off yet, because बहुत सारे लोग अभी तक आए नहीं है, at least in the open
भाई
section.
गुकेश बैठ गया, लेकिन गुकेश has taken his seat and we are past the scheduled start time. There were some delays, but chat, regardless, आज का दिन बहुत क्रूशल है for गुकेश, for Pragg, for Arjun, for Arvind. Let's not forget Arvind 2750 के पास पहुंचने के बाद वापस 2700 आ चुके हैं. This could be a make or break tournament for his career. Can he again rise up the ranks? Let's not forget ओलंपिया की टीम डिसाइड होनी है बहुत जल्दी, विद इन अ फ्यू मंथ्स. सो ही नीड्स टू गेन रेटिंग इफ ही वांट्स टू क्वालिफाई.
सही है भाई. मतलब सर इंडिया में ऐसा है कि लाइक 2700 की रेटिंग के साथ में यू हैव टू बी लाइक केयरफुल, या बिकॉज इट्स पॉसिबल कि ओलंपिया टीम ना, बट इट्स गुड टू सी सो मच कंपटीशन
एंड
at the top.
जस्ट टू
But
पॉइंट
yeah, I
आउट साज
think
भाई,
important event
सॉरी
for
टू कट
Gukesh regardless. But yeah, go
सॉरी टू
ahead.
कट यू ऑफ, लेकिन अरविंद इज इंडिया नंबर 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 राइट नाउ. सो अगर दो ओलंपिया टीम होती तो उसके थर्ड बोर्ड पे बैठते हो. दैट इज इनसेन. आई एम सॉरी, दैट इज क्रेजी.
That is insane. Yes. That is a crazy, crazy stat right there. And by the way, of course, like, not sure if people know in the chat, but India just got its 92nd Grandmaster from Delhi, by the way, after since 2019, I think Delhi से कोई GM नहीं आया अभी तक. So I think COVID के बाद Delhi का first Grandmaster was just happened. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, and who was the one
Aryan
in
Varshni.
2019?
Sorry,
तो 2019 में कौन बना था जीएम?
Pritu Gupta.
अच्छा हाँ, right. Yes,
Ritu
yes.
Gupta, and
Pritu
after
was
that,
the last.
it's the first like COVID के बाद के first Grandmaster Aryan versus. A huge congratulations to him. He just became a Grandmaster like 2 days ago or so. But yeah, very
Yeah,
nice to
very
see.
strong
We're
player.
getting
Very
close to
strong.
that 100, top 100 number.
भाई 100 GM मैं ही होऊंगा भाई, मुझे लगता है कई बार सपनों में कि मैं होऊंगा 100 GM, बट या गोना बी टफ। अरविंद डिजर्व्स इंडिया नंबर 7 फायर, ये देखो भाई मजे ले रहे हैं लोग, बताओ 27 रेटिंग का भी शर्म आती है, थोड़ी सी शर्म, थोड़ी सी शर्म। मीनवाइल गुकेश के ओपोनेंट याकोविर सिंदारोव, उफ, वर्ल्ड कप विनर। भाई पिछला साल तो सिंदारोव के लिए क्या बढ़िया गया है, ये साल में वो पूरी उम्मीद लेके बैठे हुए हैं कि भाई, and of course, like if you defeat Gukesh here and if you win the candidates, you already have a psychological boost, right, for the world championship potentially.
For sure. I think majority of the players ऐसे ही सोचते हैं कि like candidates जीतना is harder than world championship जीतना. I mean,
Hmm.
okay, like when Magnus was playing, I don't think same could be said because that's a very different situation. But I think for sure, candidate jeetna is. I mean, even for Gukesh, winning candidates was a lot harder. I think if you compare
Yeah.
the two.
True, true. And do we have Pragg and Arjun's board? Like, if we can see their camera, are they already seated? I'm quite curious. Ki Pragg, let's keep in mind we are 3 months away. Not even 3 months away. Yeah, what, 2 months away? 2 months and 1 week away from the candidates now, and that must be the number one priority for Pragg, the only Indian. Saj bhai, maybe it's too early to say, but क्या odds देंगे आप Pragg को कैंडिडेट जीतने के लिए?
लाइक आई थिंक हमने पहले एक बार इसमें ऑफ स्ट्रीम बात करी थी इस बारे में. मेरे लिए लाइक टीयर्स हैं, लाइक देयर इज एस टीयर, ए टीयर, बी टीयर, एंड उसके साथ साथ आई थिंक प्रग इज इन द ए टीयर विद मी अलोंग साइड अनीश.
Hmm.
एंड आपके लिए लाइक फॉर एस टीयर में फॉर मी लाइक आई थिंक फाबी एंड हिकारू आते हैं उसमें, बट आई थिंक
Yeah.
दैट्स फॉर मी आई थिंक हिकारू हैज सॉरी फाबी हैज probably the best chances, but पता नहीं है. सिंडारो also is a very dangerous player. कोई भी जीत सकता है to be honest.
True. I also saw Hikaru's tier list for this. Yeah, he said he was reacting to somebody's video. He was like, क्या बात कर रहा है बंदा यार, कुछ भी बोल रहा है. Simple tier list है. एक A tier list है जहाँ पे मैं, फैबी, अनीश और प्रग है, और एक B tier list है बाकी, जहाँ पे बाकी चारों हैं. I was like, कितना
Crazy.
सिंपल है भाई tier list बनाना भाई हिकारू के साथ.
But yeah, I think I'm not even sure कि B tier में कौन आएगा, because I mean, to be honest, everyone is a very dangerous player
Hmm.
in this event. Like even I think SC Penko also, like you never know what can happen. Like he can be a completely एक ही match की वजह से तो he came third. नहीं तो he had a
हाँ.
completely winning position there as well.
True. True. Wild thing about Fabi saying Hikaru is that, hey, Fabi ne kab bola bhai? I have not heard this, so I'm not going to react to it as of now. Meanwhile, we don't see Pragg and Arjun. Do we see? Acha, let's go to Gukesh's board then. I think he's still seated, so let's go to his camera maybe.
So Gukesh is there, but then Arjun and Prag is not there basically.
Wait, Gukesh's jacket is there.
लो सभी चले गए. Crazy भाई.
Drinks break by before the game, I guess. Fabi called Hikaru over in recent interview with Dina. Really, I have not seen that. I have to check that first. इसके बारे में कल पूछना भाई, अगर मैं आज देख के आऊँगा. कितना डिले होगा? दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली. इसका मतलब कि स्ट्रीम आज लंबी चढ़ेगी साज भाई, है ना? लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम.
For sure, yeah. Because we're not sure कुछ reason की वजह से कुछ तो for around one delayed as you can see, but I think maybe half an hour का delay है is my guess. But already उसमें 20-25 मिनट हो गए हैं.
समर रैना को स्ट्रीम पे कब आ रहा है? एक्चुअली you might seem sooner than later, yeah. Maybe not on this stream, but you never know. कुछ भी हो सकता है chat.
Chat, just so you know, ये मेरे लिए भी it was a brand new information right there.
Not for
Brand new.
this stream.
Now I'm also hooked.
Any updates on Title Tuesday stream? What update on Title Tuesday stream, भाई? क्या अर्जुन
Yeah.
सिल्वर ला सकता है या फिर ब्रॉन्ज? यहाँ पे व्हाट, हाँ, बाय द वे गुड क्वेश्चन. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि इंडियन प्लेयर्स कहाँ पे फिनिश होंगे यहाँ की स्टैंडिंग्स में? सो वी हैव व्हाट, हाउ मेनी प्लेयर्स डू वी हैव? वी हैव लाइक अ बिग लिस्ट ऑफ 13-14 प्लेयर्स. क्या लगता है इंडियंस कहाँ फिनिश करेंगे? ऑल द 4 इंडियंस.
I think like कहाँ पे सबका तो बोलना is very difficult, but I think Gukesh and Prag will definitely lead the charge. But I think गुकेश के लिए पहला, क्योंकि I think फर्स्ट राउंड में सबसे ज्यादा अपसेट्स आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो, एंड आप ब्लैक से खेल रहे हो सिंडारोव के अगेंस्ट, हु इज वेरी मोटिवेटेड राइट नाउ. तो it could also like go in a very different direction for Gukesh. अगर first round manage हो जाता तो I think he will be like one of the favorites for me. But yeah,
Fair.
you never know. Last year का आपको याद है कि क्या मतलब अर्जुन के लिए it was such a bad event, and then in the last two rounds he defeated Nodirbek and then he defeated Gukesh as well, which was crazy,
Hmm.
yeah.
Hmm. या ट्रू. सॉरी मैं डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गया था एक्चुअली, मैं कुछ देख रहा था इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड मीनवाइल साहज भाई एंड चैट जल्दी से लाइक दबाते चलो भाई. साहज भाई मेंबरशिप्स कितने लाइक्स पे करनी है?
यार ये तो आप बताओ यार.
तो लेट्स डू इट एट 500 लाइक्स भाई. लेट्स डू 500 लाइक. जल्दी से लाइक करो चैट. लेट्स गिव आउट चेसकॉम डायमंड मेंबरशिप आपके लिए भाई. बिल्कुल ताजा ताजा गर्मा गर्म देंगे. लाइक करना भूलना नहीं और सब्सक्राइब भी जरूर करना यार. Chat करिए. Guki first, Arjun third, Pragg fifth, Arvind 10th. I think that is definitely a possibility. Meanwhile, we see the world champion Gukesh in his first event of 2026. Camera tilted है कि धरती मुझे नहीं पता साहज भाई. गुकेश की तरफ ही tilted है. That's the important part.
भाई क्योंकि दूसरा प्लेयर आया ही नहीं है अभी तक, and you can see all the fans taking their pictures of Gukesh as he meditates. Such a nice, like, I think, frame to see.
Yeah, that's always amazing. I think, chat, I don't know if you've been to an on-site event in 2025. World Cup हुआ था, Tata Steel अभी हुआ था, GCL हुआ था. If you've not been there, I think जो मैंने players के लिए, साज भाई, I mean, you can also elaborate on this. इतना प्यार देखा है fans का. Like मतलब photographs हो, like मतलब लोग, I'll give an example, chat, ठीक है? This might be a bit surprising, but एक जब याद है एक फोटो एक फैन साइनिंग हुई थी साहज भाई ऑन वन ऑफ द टाटा स्टील डेज, फाइनल डे ऑफ रैपिड. जब
Yes,
ऑटोग्राफ्स
yes,
के लिए सब प्लेयर्स को बुलाया था एंड फैंस को बुलाया था. सो
yes.
प्लेयर्स वर देयर फॉर हाफ एन आवर 1 आवर एज मच एज दे वर. एक मॉम आई थी अपनी बेटी के साथ एंड प्लेयर्स हैड लेफ्ट एंड वो मॉम कहती अरे ऐसे कैसे चले गए प्लेयर्स, हम प्री बोर्ड छोड़ के आए हैं. इट वाज लाइक, आई
Oh,
वाज लाइक, इतना स्वीट मोमेंट था. ऑफ कोर्स लाइक आई फेल्ट सैड फॉर देम कि दे कुडंट गेट द ऑटोग्राफ. आई वाज लाइक क्या कितना क्रेज हो गया चेस प्लेयर्स का एंड दैट वाज सो 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 नाइस टू सी. सो कभी मौका मिले जरूर जाना ऑन साइट. चैट डू डू मेक दैट एज एज अ होता है ना वो टू डू लिस्ट होता है बकेट लिस्ट में.
crazy, crazy. By the way, I do have an update from someone.
ओके
I just want to send you the message that I just received. आपको समझ आ जाएगा किससे है साहिल भाई, and then you take the call.
ओके.
I just sent it to you.
अच्छा रियली? ओ माय
Yes.
गॉड, क्या बात कर रहे हो? नहीं आई थिंक जो होगा
भाई,
हम.
like I can show you the message, yeah, like
नहीं
किससे
नहीं
आया
आई
है.
गॉट, आई गॉट इट.
You know मैं किसकी
बट
बात कर रहा हूँ, right?
हाँ, बट गुकेश बैठा है.
The
सो
message
सहाज.
is not delayed, yeah.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली. सो दैट्स आई एम
Like
कंफ्यूज्ड.
it could be possible the camera is delayed and the message is not.
हाँ, सो आई एम जस्ट थिंकिंग कि whether this will turn from a chess stream to a meditation stream, like suddenly वो बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक लगा देंगे ओम वाला. दिस कुड चेंज. बट रिगार्डलेस चैट, हम तो है ना भाई, हम तो कुछ कर सकते हैं. क्यों साज भाई?
हाँ, for sure. But भाई, like
लेट्स सी, लेट्स सी, लेट्स सी.
हाँ भाई,
वील
आपको
हैव
भी भेज रहा हूँ. I
लेट्स सी.
think ये सब
आई गेस
आपको
वील हैव
पता रहना चाहिए.
more information soon. But फिलहाल के लिए chat, I think just to point out chat, ये साल packed है. First of all, we have Tata Steel India we had, जहाँ पे जो कोलकाता में हुआ था. Then we have Tata Steel main, of course, a legendary event, the Wimbledon of chess, so to speak. Then we have the Freestyle World Chess Championship, जो Feb में है, जहाँ पे of course Arjun is playing, so he could be a world champion. Maybe freestyle world champion is his thing, yeah. Before the real one. Then we have Prague Masters, जहाँ पे Gukesh is playing, which is very interesting. Then March में we have the candidates itself, so that is crazy. In March, April. Then of course we have a bunch of GCT events. We have Norway Chess. We have the Olympiad. We have, it's so packed right now, Sahaj bhai, and of course World Championship, GCL, World Rapid Blitz. I mean total World Chess Champion. Sahaj bhai, सांस लेने का मौका कहाँ है?
भाई, that's a very good point because सांस इसलिए शायद आपको
नहीं नहीं,
मेडिटेशन
मैं
करना
दिल्ली में
चाहिए,
इसलिए
लाइक
पूछा था.
गुकेश.
मैं दिल्ली में इसलिए पूछा था भाई. एक्चुअली इट्स नथिंग टू डू विद द गेम्स.
बट भाई, आई थिंक देयर इज अ गुड चांस. जैसा मुझे समझ आ रहा है कि if one of the players is saying this, that there is a very good chance कि अभी आई थिंक थोड़ा और डिले हो रहा है मैच.
Very
Just putting it
interesting.
out there.
Let's see, chat. We'll monitor the situation, but regardless, जब तक गुकेश कुर्सी पे बैठा है भाई, we are not going anywhere. वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बैठा है तो we have to learn from the world champion. क्यों साज भाई?
अब 5 मिनट रुको आप.
अरे यार
5 मिनट रुको आप. एक एक मैगी. साहिल भाई चलो, लेट्स
नहीं नहीं
स्टार्ट ऑफ
नहीं
द ईयर विद इन नाइस. एक एक मैगी. गुकेश अगले
नहीं, देखो
5 मिनट
देखो
में उठेगा जहां से.
देखो, I can't copy Gukesh's level of chess. I can copy his composure and his dedication at least. तो वो तो कॉपी करूंगा. मैं इस कुर्सी से नहीं हिलूंगा जब तक गुकेश नहीं हिलेगा भाई. ये मतलब बोलते हैं ना, जब तक उसकी बॉडी बैठेगी तब तक मेरी ही बैठेगी भाई. ये नहीं होगा. लेट्स सी. भाई
लेट्स.
कैमरा थोड़ा टेढ़ा है भाई. इट्स बेंट. रियलिटी इज बेंडिंग अराउंड गुकेश बेसिकली. वो कैमरा की गलती नहीं है भाई.
मैं बस ये देख रहा हूँ कि
Actually.
गुकेश कब तक मेडिटेट करेगा यहाँ पे. कभी तो न्यूज आएगी वहां पे.
भाई, और गुकेश ना बिल्कुल रेडी टू गो है. लाइक उसके सामने अभी गेम चालू कर दो, ही इज रेडी टू गो. सो आई एम क्वाइट शॉक्ड बाय द मैसेज यू सेंट टू साहज भाई.
उसके
टाटा
बाद मेरे पास
स्टील.
और भी मैसेजेस आए, लाइक टू शो
ओ
आई
वाओ.
कैन सेंड यू इट.
टाटा स्टील ने कुछ ट्वीट किया. आई एम चेकिंग. मीनवाइल चेक कर रहे
समय भाई आपको भी भेजा मैंने.
हैं. wow, wow, wow. साज भाई सेंडिंग सम क्रेजी स्टफ, क्रेजी स्टफ जो स्ट्रीम पे दिखाई नहीं सकते. साज
तभी
भाई
तो
आप ऐसा मसाला कब से भेजने लगे?
भाई, दैट्स व्हाट्स हैपनिंग. दैट्स व्हाट्स हैपनिंग भाई. मसाला तो अभी आएगा
नहीं
आई
नहीं,
थिंक.
कोई ट्वीट है नहीं यार. एक्चुअली वो पुराना ही ट्वीट है कि थोड़ा सा डिले था. देयर इज नो अदर ट्वीट. सो नॉट एग्जैक्टली श्योर कितना डिले है. बट या, there are demonstrations near the venue and for safety of players it is delayed. Yeah, I think ऐसे कुछ है, but कितना डिले? बिकॉज गुकेश तो बैठा है. कब तक बैठा है इज द क्वेश्चन.
दैट्स द क्वेश्चन भाई. दैट्स द क्वेश्चन दैट वी आर
हाँ
ऑल वंडरिंग. भाई क्या भेज दिया भाई. इट इज, आई नो, बट वो स्ट्रीम पे दिखा नहीं सकते भाई जो भेजा है.
हाँ
बट या, कुछ तो क्रेजी हो रहा है भाई. तो ये तो मैच के चलने से पहले ड्रामा शुरू भाई.
भाई, चेस पता है, फॉर अ बोर्ड गेम इट हैज टू मच ड्रामा. आई लव इट. है ना.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई,
फॉर अ
लव इट.
सिंपल बोर्ड गेम इट हैज टू मच ड्रामा. लिटरली बोलते हैं ना, एक एक पेड़ काट के 1000 बोर्ड बन सकते होंगे. ओके, आई एम किडिंग, बट यू गेट द पॉइंट. लाइक इट हैज टू मच ड्रामा फॉर अ बोर्ड गेम. बट या,
टाइमर में अगर आप वो एक एक मैगी लगा लेते तो शायद जीत जाता है. मुकेश अभी भी बैठा हुआ एक्चुअली.
भाई अब तक बैठा है यार. एंड
या.
फैंस भी खड़े हैं. लाइक नोबडी इज लाइक मूविंग अवे और एनीथिंग.
सबने फोटोज ले लिया लग रहा है.
पता है, द बेस्ट वे टू गेट अ सेल्फी चैट आई नोटिस्ड इन मेनी इवेंट्स इज, लोग क्या करते हैं, ऑन साइड जाते हैं. मान लो गुकेश बैठा हुआ है, ऐसे करके फोन उठाया एंड गुकेश पीछे ऐसे करके सेल्फी भाई. ऐसे करके सेल्फी ले लेते हैं एंड इट्स अ ग्रेट सेल्फी एक्चुअली. सो डू विजिट एन ऑन साइट इवेंट एक्चुअली. You will get a selfie with the players.
Oh,
Even if
there
they
it
don't.
is. There it is. I said it. Let's go. यार अगर आप कर देते ना काउंटडाउन तो बड़ा मजा आता. काउंटडाउन रखते टीम पे, मजा आता उसमें भाई. आई फील लाइक
So
10
भाई,
seconds रिमेनिंग में गुकेश उठता बोर्ड से.
let's add a countdown feature actually. We can do this for multiple things. That's a good idea.
भाई ये काउंटडाउन रखना चाहिए था भाई, मजा आता.
Let's add a feature somehow, like maybe from tomorrow or even afterwards. Like अच्छा रहेगा.
कोई लिख रहा है कि क्या हुआ, प्लेयर फंस गए क्या स्नोफॉल भाई कल. लाइक या मतलब बुडापेस्ट पे भी क्रेजी स्नो चल रही है यहाँ पे पिछले मतलब कुछ टाइम से. एंड इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू नेविगेट भाई. इट्स नॉन स्टॉप स्नो. पॉसिबल है भाई,
भाई
बट आई
तो
थिंक
ऐसा,
बाइक में नहीं है.
साहज भाई, I have a question. Do you think there's a slight chance कि आज मैच ही नहीं होगा? I'm just wondering.
यस, दैट्स व्हाट आई
है
एम
ना?
टेलिंग यू. उसके
ना
बाद
मुझे
वाला
भी लग
मैसेज
रहा
नहीं भेजा मैंने आपको, रुको वो भी भेजता हूँ.
है. वो
मैं
भेजो
आपको
भाई.
पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन ही भेज देता हूँ, रुको.
हाँ, उसके उसके डीएम में मुझे ही ऐड कर दो भाई.
ये देखो.
नहीं, बट I
दिस वाज द
genuinely think.
दिस वाज
हाँ.
वो आई मीन देख रहा है वो प्रोबेबली. एंड दिस वाज द मैसेज.
Got it.
लिटरली यस. सो
Got it. गॉट इट।
इट्स पॉसिबल भाई, इट्स पॉसिबल।
बट बढ़िया है भाई चैट, 600 वाचिंग फॉर, लेट्स गो चैट, लाइक द स्ट्रीम, बिकॉज यू नो व्हाट चैट, देखो ऑनेस्टली मैं तो काफी टाइम पर स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ और 26 की पहली स्ट्रीम भी है। सो ये मौका है हमारे लिए गप्पे मारने का साज भाई, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लाइक दिस इज एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू इंटरैक्ट विद चैट, टू गेट टू नो चैट क्या सोच रही है इस साल के बारे में यार। कोई सवाल हो भाई चेस के बारे में, क्रिकेट के बारे में, आई मीन अपने बारे में, कुछ भी भाई, प्लेयर के बारे में भाई पूछ सकते हो भाई, दिस इज द गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी, लेट्स गो।
um, भाई एक और न्यू अपडेट फॉर यू।
अच्छा। ओ,
तो
अच्छा।
करना है आपके ऊपर।
आई एम नॉट श्योर एक्चुअली क्या करना चाहिए।
आई थिंक कर लेना चाहिए, नहीं तो
क्या कर लेना चाहिए।
आई मीन वी
क्या
कैन
कर
अनाउंस ना
लेना चाहिए, क्या कर लेना चाहिए।
हमें।
मैं जो बोलता हाँ कर लेना चाहिए भाई।
हमें मतलब अनाउंस कर देना चाहिए कि ये सब सीन है, और हमें
अच्छा,
वापस आना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ओके दैट वे।
या
फेयर 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 फेयर। सो दैट मीन्स मतलब वो हो गया, स्केड्यूल टाइम
हाँ
वाज 6:30 राइट, आई थिंक।
हाँ हाँ, मतलब अभी से यार, मतलब
हाँ
पूरा ही
समझ
बोल
गया।
ही देते हैं ना फिर तो। 25 मिनट या
हाँ हाँ हाँ, फेयर।
देख लो, आपके ऊपर है।
चैट क्या करना चाहिए इफ यू थिंक दिस इज स्लाइट डिले, इफ यू थिंक क्या है मतलब,
इफ यू थिंक
should
क्या
we
भाई।
stay should we stay with you, should we pause this, like should we kind of leave the stream running, come back in 15 minutes, like what would you prefer chat, let us know। जैसा आप बोलोगे, chat is king भाई, because Sahaj bhai is queen, and I am pawn।
सहज पास को कुछ भी। ये सुन के चैट वाली बंद करो इसको। क्रेजी।
कंटिन्यू कंटिन्यू भाई, एक बंदे ने नहीं बोला जाने के लिए, साज भाई देख लो।
वो तो है, चैट की यूनिटी की
आ
बात
गया
है।
कहता यू गो अवे, एंड बिकॉज अक्षय भाई कह रहे हैं।
इसके लिए चैट विल बी राइट बैक।
अक्षय मेरे बचपन के दोस्त का नाम था, बहुत वैल्यू थी उसके शब्दों की, अब बात नहीं होती। अक्षय भाई आपकी बात मैं जरूर सुनूंगा यार।
क्या लिख रहा है भाई चैट में?
कौन,
कुछ भी लिख रहा है चैट।
कौन सा वाला भाई। व्हाट भाई, गैजेट्स में पानी जाता है भाई, यू विल लर्न द रॉन्ग वे।
नहीं बताना तो, अरे आई वी सेड ना, लाइक बेसिकली एक डिले है।
हाँ,
एंड हमें इतना ही पता है कि डिले है, और एक ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन है कि मैच अभी 22 मिनट के अंदर शुरू होगा, दैट्स अलेजिडली, वी आर नॉट श्योर।
अलेजेडली, यस यस।
अलेजिडली।
साज भाई मीडिया ट्रेन हो चुके हैं एक्चुअली, अलेजेडली। सा, सागर भाई ने फोटोज भी दिखा दिए, तुम लोग गॉसिप करो फिर। किसके फोटोज भाई, सागर भाई ने मुझे तो नहीं दिखाए फोटोज। साज भाई कोई फोटोज है हमारे पास, क्रेजी क्रेजी। हाँ आई नो। हाँ बट अपन नहीं का ना, अपन थोड़ा सा।
साहिल वर्सेस सहज बुलेट नहीं भाई।
नहीं भाई,
आज अच्छे
मुझे
क्वालिटी वाले गेम्स देखने हैं आपको।
आई डोंट वांट टू स्टार्ट ऑफ स्ट्रीमिंग इन 2026 विद डिप्रेशन। नहीं नहीं, वो आई थिंक मेरा एक प्लान है चैट, यू नो अगले आई एम गोना सीक्रेटली स्टार्ट प्रिपेयरिंग, और एक ही बार, यू नो एक ही बार ऐसे लेवल बढ़ा के फिर आई एम टाइटल लेने का सीधा। सो एक 4 साल का आर्क चालू करूंगा अभी। सो
क्रेजी,
20,
4 साल और 4 ही प्लेयर्स हैं मास्टर सेक्शन में इंडिया से। कोइंसिडेंस?
एग्जैक्टली, इट्स नॉट अ
आई थिंक
कोइंसिडेंस। सो
नॉट।
20, हाँ 2030 में तुम्हारा भाई आई एम बनेगा भाई। ट्विटर हैंडल हैज ऑलरेडी बीन चेंज टू आई एम साहिल टिकू, सो यू नो वो अब थोड़ा सा मैंने हिंट दे दिया वहां
क्रेजी भाई, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू।
पे।
एक बार कैमरास दिखा दो, कोई है प्लेयर वहां पे?
सिर्फ फैंस है भाई, फैंस कहीं नहीं गए। अच्छा नहीं चले गए, अच्छा वेट, अरविंद इज देयर। भाई अरविंद सो तो नहीं गया है ना, उसको पता है ना कि वहां के प्लेयर्स नहीं है बाकी। I'm just worried.
वो भी मेडिटेट कर रहा है भाई।
And I think he doesn't want to go up. I think of course like most players think कि अभी चालू हो जाएगा, तो okay जाग गया अरविंद। I also see Ivanchuk sitting there, who's also, I think there are very few people who are more passionate than Ivanchuk about chess. So maybe let's do one thing, Sahaj bhai and Sohail bhai, if you agree, let's come back in around 15 minutes, is my take. Sohail bhai, let's keep an eye out कि जैसी players आने लगेंगे, and then we can come back, yeah?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Chat, we'll be back in exactly 15 minutes. Kahin jana nahi. And garma garam games on the other side of all the Indian players. See you soon. Hello, chat. We are back, and as you can see, Gukesh Dommaraju is writing. Acha, Gukesh, nahi, sorry. So, welcome, Sahaj bhai. I think we have some minor updates, but it looks like action hoga. So that's the good news. But it will take 10 to 15 minutes, is what we have heard. That's our understanding. Could be wrong, could be right. But game hoga, very, very likely.
Yes, so I mean games are happening. We know this official confirmation more or less. पर लेकिन कब start होगा? Like I think around 15-20 minutes is what we're being told.
हाँ,
So I think तब तक के लिए stay tuned and
yeah,
we'll be back
yeah.
closer to the time.
We'll be back exactly in 15 minutes chat. And उस टाइम पे हमारे पास moves actually होंगी. So stay tuned. कहीं नहीं जाना. तब तक के लिए हम आते रहेंगे, ड्रामा करते रहेंगे. बीच में लड़ाई भी करनी है साज भाई से आज. तो stay tuned. We'll be back in 15 minutes. Bye. See you. एंड वी आर बैक एंड विद द confirmation कि गेम्स चालू हो चुके हैं। अब रियल में तो थोड़ा सा डिले है, दैट मींस गेम्स यहाँ पे बहुत ही जल्दी चालू होंगे। वेलकम बैक साहज भाई, क्या ही लिफ्ट ऑफ टू डे वन ऑफ टाटा स्टील, लाइक ये तो कोई भी प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकता था।
बिल्कुल भाई, आई थिंक लाइक मतलब चेस खेलने से पहले ही ड्रामा हो गया है। तो it looks it is definitely a side, but yes, I think within a few minutes, couple of minutes, I think we should have lift off very very soon. But you can also see कि पूरा audience hall एकदम पूरा एकदम मतलब भर गया है, and that's a very very good sign. And I think the players are just doing the inaugural things, and उसके बाद we'll have lift off very very soon.
या वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, एंड मेरे हिसाब से तो प्लेयर्स पे बहुत इफेक्ट पड़ा होगा इससे। एवरी प्लेयर विल टेक इट इन अ डिफरेंट वे, आई थिंक नोबडी विल बी हैप्पी, बट आई थिंक जो प्लेयर साइकोलॉजिकली ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुआ होगा इससे, आई थिंक दे ऑलरेडी हैव अ डाउन साइड हियर। एंड हर किसी को 2 घंटे एक्स्ट्रा, बिकॉज जस्ट बिकॉज प्लेयर्स वहाँ खड़े हैं खेल नहीं रहे डजेंट मीन कि उनके दिमाग में 10 थॉट नहीं आ रहे, दे नॉट गेटिंग टायर्ड। तो साहस भाई, नाउ द चांसेस ऑफ समबडी ब्लंडरिंग आर हायर, वी कुड एक्सपेक्ट अ बंच ऑफ रिजल्ट्स टुडे।
Yeah, but it's still first round. I think players are still more or less fresh. First game for many of these players in the entire year. So I think, yeah, I mean, we might see some hiccups here and there, but I think it should be smooth, more or less. पहली बार देख रहे हैं बाय द वे अरविंद एंड ब्लू बॉम ऑन द कैमरा, दोनों प्लेयर्स जहाँ पे मतलब साथ साथ दिखे हमको. एंड देयर वी सी गुकेश सिटिंग डाउन. He's playing against, of course, the World Cup winner, and there we have handshakes. एंड हैंडशेक भाई, क्या ही ट्रांजिशन था ये बिटवीन अर्जुन एंड प्रग. क्रेजी ट्रांजिशन. But yeah,
Wow.
we'll have lift off very very soon.
Chat, let's go. We are hyped up. It is the first classical big event of 2026. India is. Yes, we can start Gukesh again. By the way, we can see Pragg and Arjun joke about something there. Still in good spirits. That's amazing to see. Sahaj bhai, क्या लग रहा है भाई? First move. Let's go to Gukesh's board. Full screen. It is the World Cup winner versus the world champion. क्या लग रहा है Sahaj bhai? Result and the first move. Your expectations.
um First move, I think e4 या d4. That's, I think, very simple. But लेकिन रिजल्ट आई डोंट नो भाई. रिजल्ट आएगा लग रहा है मुझे, बट आई एम नॉट श्योर क्या होगा रिजल्ट.
Oof, this is gone. This is so important.
But of
Chat. Start.
course,
Huh.
I think a harder sort of call is between Arjun and Prag also. Like that's a very very interesting matchup for me.
Absolutely agree. And यहाँ पे Sindarov, who's an upcoming youngster from Uzbekistan, वो strong Olympiad winning team में थे. And of course, let's not forget the World Cup winner जो इंडिया में हुआ था literally 2 महीने पहले, उसमें दुनिया भर के प्लेयर्स को हरा के नंबर 1 आए थे वो. एंड ही ऑल्सो प्लेड वेरी वेल इन मल्टीपल इवेंट्स, तो कहीं ना कहीं पे उनका कॉन्फिडेंस हाई. गुकेश नॉट कमिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम अ बेस्ट 2025, कैन ही गेन दैट फॉर्म बैक? साज भाई 2024 पे तो लिटरली गुकेश यार ही नाम कर देना चाहिए था उसको.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think ये आपकी बात एकदम सही है कि it's an even year. So hopefully Gukesh can make a comeback in this year. By the way, Prag को पहली बार देख रहे हैं हम, right? Prag wasn't seen on camera before, like when this
I think
entire waiting
Prag,
was happening.
yeah, maybe Prag had,
Prag got the memo, yeah. But others,
yeah.
अर्जुन और गुकेश का नहीं पता चला उतना.
हाँ, गुकेश तो बैठा हुआ था भाई, and अरविंद को तो आई डोंट नो अभी भी पता लगा कि नहीं ऑनेस्टली. So we okay, I mean I think everybody has their own way of tackling this regardless. So because delays India में common है chat, मेरे को याद है मैं कोई tournament खेला था, लाइट चली गई थी वहां पे, we literally had to stop a classical game for half an hour. So it's very common for Indian players to handle stuff like this. The only question is कि
नेशनल्स में था ये,
I don't remember, नहीं, not nationals, maybe I don't remember actually क्या
पर
था.
वहां पे भी ऐसा सीन हुआ था एक बार बहुत पहले.
हाँ, इट्स नॉट इवन सो रेयर. सो आई थिंक इंडिया में हमें आदत है, तो नोइंग दैट मे बी बाहर के प्लेयर्स को ज्यादा इफेक्ट होगा साइकोलॉजिकली. साज भाई अपने तो नॉर्मल ही है ये.
ट्रू, कुड बी ट्रू. टाइम कंट्रोल पूछ रहा. टाइम कंट्रोल इज सिंपल. इट्स 100 minutes फॉर फर्स्ट 50 moves, and then you get another 50 minutes extra after those 50 moves are, sorry, after those 40 moves are played. So that's it, 100 minutes and then 50 minutes.
यू
40
नो,
40 के बाद.
जैसे क्रिकेट में अगर बारिश पड़ जाए तो टाइम कम हो जाता है, चेस में भी टाइम कम करना चाहिए क्लॉक के ऊपर. सडनली इट्स 60 मिनट प्लस
बुलेट खिलाओ भाई.
आई एम इन,
खत्म.
आई एम इन.
बट ऑफ कोर्स दैट द इवेंट इज नोन एज द विंबलडन ऑफ चेस, सो क्लासिकल वाला वो कभी आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते इसको.
ट्रू. And we are seconds away from liftoff. Talia baj rahi hai. Handshakes. The games are beginning. It is Arjun versus Pragg on the left. Sindarov versus Gukesh on the right. Let's go. And D4 by Sindarov, Sahaj bhai.
Ooh, queen's pawn opening. I think logical, good choice. And he goes knight f6, keeping his options open. But g6 possible हो सकता है, e6 possible हो सकता है by Gukesh. But right now we
Yeah.
need to understand what has Sindarov prepared for this specific match. By the way, Arjun versus Pragg will be same. One d4 has been played and Pragg is
Nice.
thinking there.
By the way, c4 by Sindarov. E6, I think Gukesh ne... He's not played yet. Or has he? Yes, he has played e6. So now critical moment. Does he go for knight f3 on the board? And Gukesh instantly responds with b6, I think, right? Oh, d5, d5, d5. Sorry,
Not
d5.
really
d5.
sure, but I'm not able to see it as quickly as you perhaps. मेरे लिए थोड़ा सा slight delay है.
No,
थोड़ा सा.
because I don't see. अच्छा, okay. The moves and the cameras are not in perfect sync, but वो fix हो जाएगा अपने आप ही, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But pretty common position now, Saj. Pretty normal d4 position.
Yeah, QJD, knight bd7 is basically sidestepping from your mainstream lines. Main idea इसका ये होता है अगर आप bishop f4 पे रखते हो तो black dc4 मार सकता है and then you try to defend this pawn. That's the entire idea. So for example, bishop
Yeah.
f4 dc4 and you can try to go for some b5 or some knight d5 type of ideas. तो already Sindarov का सोचना यहाँ पे बनता है, I feel.
Yep. Yeah, was the first thing after the wedding. Bilkul, absolutely. Gukesh, by the way, giving a subtle stare to Sindarov there. Sindarov ka pehla pause. Maybe knight d7 is a move order he didn't expect, but nothing really changes, right? आप bishop पहले develop करो या knight Saj. In all contexts, next bishop ही खेलना पड़ेगा आपको.
I mean, there's bishop g5, I think, which the move you're talking about, and another thing is you can play g3 and completely go into Catalan territory. आपने knight c3 खेला हुआ है still. It could backfire. There's another plan which is taking the pawn on d5 and playing bishop g5. But we know that Sindarov, he's taking his first thing here. Matlab he did not expect this from Gukesh. So Gukesh officially looks like he has at least managed to surprise Sindarov here.
Yep, and chat almost 1K watching. Let's like the stream, subscribe करो because 500 like पे पहली diamond membership आपको मिलने वाली है. And by the way, we do have, I think, a move bishop b4 played.
Yeah, queen c2 and bishop b4 basically ये Ragozin की territory पे जाते हुए दिख रहा है मुझे कि bishop b4 usually you play earlier in this position. Idea simple है black को c6 नहीं खेलना, उसको c5 खेलना है essentially. But depends on how how Sindarov also plays here. But yeah, I think he's creating some problems early on, Gukesh.
Yeah, and he's playing faster, so it looks like he's prepared. Sindarov seat adjust करके वापस he's gone into a think. Do you want to check out Pragg versus Arjun as well, Saj? By meanwhile, की opening में क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे?
Absolutely. Let's take a look. Arjun versus Pragg. But d4, d5 हुआ, and then he plays c4, and Pragg here took. So Queen's Gambit accepted on the board. e4, e5. Still very much in mainstream territory. Knight f3 takes the pawn, and he goes knight c6. And Arjun taking his time here. I'm guessing pawn takes pawn was a surprise for Arjun. Would that be fair to say?
100%. I agree. And I think कहीं ना कहीं पे objectively, if you look at this, material-wise, Saj bhai, isn't black just a pawn up?
Yes, you are, but I think you will win the d4 pawn at some point. Like कभी knight d2, knight b3 ऐसे bishop b5 करके you will take this pawn. Yeah, आप अपनी territory में है. You haven't played something like c5, so don't really have to worry much about it.
I'm quite curious. Let's say कि white का यहाँ पे castles, for example, normal chal I want a castle, I think is the Indian's first preference. Why is black's only move or couple of only moves in the position like bishop e6 जैसी चालें? Is it that bad for black?
I think like if you don't play bishop e6, then आप pieces कैसे develop कर रहे हो king side के, right? Because if you go knight f6, I will always have e5 ideas. By the way, he did play a move. He goes queen b3 instantly. So Arjun kind of going into that, creating that imbalance early on. Bishop e6 is still possible, but my take is that queen b3 is not as well known. So if I go back one move, yeah, castle is 827 games and queen b3 has just 23 games. Matra, that's it.
Wow. And
so Arjun already creating that imbalance early on.
Yeah, and Pragg candidates की तैयारी कर रहे हैं, so he should be absolutely in great preparation right now. He's known for a while now. So if Pragg is surprised, They're also a sign for the other candidates ki bhai, Pragg ki opening preparation has some holes as of now. So if the longer Pragg thinks, the more I'm worried, Saj.
I don't know. I think आपकी candidates वाली prep आप यहाँ पर वैसे भी नहीं दिखाओगे. तो like I
Hmm.
think one thing is for sure, whatever Pragg plays here, yeah, going into this year before the candidates, वो जो कुछ भी खेलेगा, I don't think any of it he will play in the candidates. So this is like tier B prep you are seeing from Pragg so far.
Very interesting. And Queen B3 ke baad, again, limited options. Bishop B4 check. Best move played by Pragg. So he knew what's happening in the position. And now, Sahaj, how do you block? Knight say, I do not want to exchange pieces here.
And played already by Arjun. And now I see this pawn on f7 is still kind of under attack. So you have to defend it either via knight h6, which looks very weird to me. Because knight is completely out of place. And kabhi bhi bishop h6 white maar sakta hai, which would be strange. And second is queen f6, which is what Pragg has already gone for, defending the pawn on f7.
Yeah, knight h6 was the engine's first preference. It's ridiculous. Yeah, who plays knight h6? That's insane. Queen f6, normal chal. And now how does white attack? Maybe a3, attacking the bishop. Ki bhai tum bishop pair mujhe de do. Then I can bring the bishop out to g5 as well. Attack your queen, and suddenly the queen is stuck. Yeah, you have to defend f7 and okay, he just castles.
Castles, I think still your plan of a3, I think still works. Just abhi karne ka zarurat nahi hai. But right now, Pragg already in some only move territory. Yeah? Knight g7 is the okay a logical move regardless because आपको castle करना है. But if you don't play a knight g7, he might be in trouble already.
And okay, let's say knight d7 खेल भी दिया. Pragg finds the best move. What is Arjun's best try going forward to challenge black? Because अब क्या queen b3 खेल दिया है ना, d4 pawn इतना इतना आसान नहीं है साथ में वापस. Because now knight can't come to b3. The queen is not attacking the d4 pawn, so we need something in return kind of here.
Yeah, correct. So I'm seeing this very crazy line here. Look at this. You can play a3. Black can go bishop d6. Just humor me here. And now e5. Now knight takes e5 is supposedly almost a blunder. You have to go bishop e5 and then knight e4. Basically 2 points down you are. And still white is fine. Queen
Wait,
g6, knight g5 and some knight f7 business.
wait.
जहाँ पे
First of
आपको
all, why is
sacrifice
knight
करना
e5 a
पड़ेगा.
blunder? Doesn't make any sense. e5,
Uh,
knight e5.
Knight e5 is a blunder because I think there's just knight takes e5 here.
Bishop takes.
And simply knight f3 or even f4 works, but knight f3 is very simple. कुछ bishop g5 का plan. That looks tough, yeah?
Oh, this is completely lost, yeah? Wow.
Close to it, yeah. So I think some only move territories is where Pragg is. Knight g7 is what he has to play here. But look at
Bhai,
that. By the way, Arjun board pe hi nahi hai, and look at that pose by Pragg. He's gonna take a long time to think here.
yeah. I think this is a time to switch to Gukesh's board, but so far things looking great for Arjun Erigaisi, the India number one, who has a potentially dangerous attack set up if Pragg goes wrong. So going back to the Gukesh game, Sahaj Bhai, I mean, let's check out what the world champion is doing. No moves
या
by
उसके
Sindarov.
बाद से वो सबसे सिंडारो सोच ही रहा है. तो nothing much, not much has happened. He's been thinking for about, I would say, 8 minutes or so. His first long think of the game. I think probably trying to understand कि कैसे transpose करना है Ragozin के अंदर, because after bishop b4 I think Gukesh ने he made his intentions clear more or less, and he's trying to think कि भाई how do I transpose, do I play g3 go into Catalan, do I take this and play bishop g5, and then it somewhat resembles Ragozin.
Hmm.
That I think that's what he's thinking through.
Tough choice. And of course, Sindarov also has to hide his prep from the candidates. How difficult it is. Yeah, आपको पता है कि आप देख चुके हो, आपको खेलना नहीं है. Like that's very hard, right? Because you know you're playing a suboptimal move. Like it's also psychologically difficult, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I think players are just go. I think candidates completely changes you, how you see chess and all of that. And speaking
Hmm.
of, by the way, speaking of candidates, let's go to Matthias Bluebaum versus Arvin.
Hmm.
We have another candidates player, जहाँ पे काफी सारे updates हुए हैं. It was a Catalan with g3 and bishop e7 mainline Catalan में हम लोग आए. Castle takes the pawn on c4. So far this is mainline in Catalan. Queen c2 a6 a4 still mainline. Bishop d7 ये भी mainline. मतलब पूरा एकदम proper. Bishop g5 एकदम proper traditional conservative
Hmm.
chess so far. Knight bd7, knight c3, h6 and bishop f4. And this is the first time that Blue Bomb is thinking.
Oof, Matthias Bluebaum, by the way, like is such an interesting character because हर किसी ने उनको discount कर दिया है from any chances of winning the candidates. Like they're like, okay, a Basub of 2026. And that's also kind of, I don't know if it's fair or not, but that's the likely situation, right? That he ends up in the bottom two rankings of the candidates. But unke dimag mein, Saj bhai, imagine, yeah, if we were in his shoes, like this would be like, इससे ज्यादा मोटिवेटेड जिंदगी में हम कभी नहीं रहे होंगे बेसिकली दिस
Man,
वुड
I
बी
think it's a
लाइक द
great
पीक
place to be at, no? Because
या
like
एग्जैक्टली
because I think whatever you do is going to be great. Like I think
एग्जैक्टली
it's perspective.
you wanna prove the world wrong in this moment. So for him, this game is crucial. He wants to start off with a good, a solid draw or a good win, prove a point, gain momentum, gain confidence, and then continue that into the candidates. And he might not have as much support as the others, right? Team of seconds, maybe utne seconds na ho. Pragg, Arjun, Gukesh, these guys can afford a lot of seconds, even other players. So it's much tougher, but he's like maybe even the most motivated. Who knows?
Could be, could be. I mean, you might not have team of second, but hopefully, Vincent could help him. That could be, I think, interesting.
True.
To see. But yeah, so far I think position looks very balanced, very equalish. ये काफी लंबा गेम चलेगा. I feel this one, unless it
Hmm.
fizzles out into a very quick draw, वो जो मुझे जिसके chances मुझे बहुत कम लग रहे हैं यहाँ पे. भाई Sindarov still thinking.
By I'm telling, oh, he now plays. He just played C takes D5. So keeping it solid, I think E takes D5 will be, yeah, on the board. And now Bishop G5. Yeah. Very, very logical.
Yeah, Bishop G5 looks very logical. Even Bishop F4 is kind of interesting as well.
Hmm.
Basically, these two moves we are discussing.
Yeah, Chad, you want to put the bishop out before you play E3 because bishop pawn chain के पीछे अटक जाएगा. It will be a stupid bishop. So Sindarov के पास दो ही choices है really, bishop F4 and bishop G5. And we're going to see that move in just a second. उनका हाथ ready है उठने के लिए. And yeah, G5 it is.
Bishop G5. I think a pretty solid choice so far. Have we completely transposed into Ragozin? Yeah, C5 के बाद I think it
Hmm.
transposes more or less. Let's see
Hmm.
if oh he goes H6, ठीक है. I think इस पिन से थोड़ा हटाने की कोशिश. If you go Bishop H4, then G5 can be very good here.
भाई G5 as somebody who's trying to understand chess Sahaj भाई G5 खेलना कितना मुश्किल रहता है beginners के लिए. Let's kind of have it on the board. Bishop H4, G5, Bishop G3. It feels like मैंने अपने king का पूरा weak कर लिया है. Why is it a good idea for black here?
Because your plan is like in principle to go knight e4 and you want to take this bishop. So let's say
Hmm.
white kuch bhi khelta hai, let's say knight d2 takes, and then you still have this sort of hole on g7. So isko up, basically you can go bishop f8 and bishop g7. This is I think a more or less a well-known idea.
Hmm.
And then okay, the position looks normal or it starts to look normal for black. Double bishop
Hmm.
advantage, not necessarily a very bad king. And yeah, basically it's an imbalance.
Hmm. अगर bishop नहीं होता then this would not be that great because then you can't control those squares. Yeah, G7 वाले.
Exactly. So like here
Hmm.
taking on c3 probably is not a very good move because
Hmm.
then you have some problems on the king side, especially the g7 square.
Hmm.
But right
That
now
makes
h6
yeah.
probably Sindarov did not expect is my take here.
Okay, that's a good sign for Gukesh कि 12 मिनट की edge already है. He's not even started thinking so far. He's just playing on the increment. So which game shall we go to now, Sarva? Shall we jump back to Arjun? Because वहाँ पे 97 did happen and Arjun just took 28 seconds to play E5 instead of A3, which is the engine's first preference. And now black obviously has only two moves, Queen G6 and Queen F5. And in both cases, white's best move is different, which is also a bit interesting to me.
I think the real question is here between Queen F6 and between Queen G6 and Queen F5, which one is the better choice? And I think Queen G6 is what everyone will go for because
Hmm.
it's a good square for the Queen. Bishop आपका खुला रहेगा ऐसे Bishop H3 के plans. But I feel like the follow up is definitely not easy because after you go Queen G6, look at this Knight H4,
Hmm.
Queen H5 only move, Knight D F3, and suddenly this Queen starts to look a bit suffocated. कुछ H3 G4 करके Queen trap हो सकती है.
बाप रे, this is I mean इंसान बोर्ड पे ये आइडिया सोच ही नहीं सकता. To be honest, if Pragg has not seen this, I think he's in big trouble.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Or he can go queen f5 as well. And by the way, in the chat, if anyone is wondering why not just take the pawn, because your b4 bishop is hanging. He goes queen g6, logical
Great.
move. And now is the difficult choice for Arjun. Does he go knight h4? There's also bishop d3, which is quite interesting, but knight h4 looks very, very tempting to
Hmm.
me.
Also, Chad, by the way, if bishop d3, for example, attacking the queen, then black apparently has to find like there is one move queen e6, just offering the repetition, and one is bishop e6, apparently attacking your queen. So, oh, knight is for played on the board.
Wow, we might actually see this
Wow,
on the board. Like Arjun prep loading, still
भाई
loading.
मजा आ रहा है. Loading masala, bhai. Arjun gets up again. Bhai, psychological pressure. Let's go.
देखा है भाई, सब सब घर पे देखा हुआ है अर्जुन ने. जल्दी जल्दी खेलो. But okay, queen h5 is very simple though, because if you put the queen anywhere else, then the f7 pawn can fall with a check. So queen h5 is very, very logical from
Hmm.
Pragg here. I don't think he will take a lot of time here.
चैट बाय द वे क्या लग रहा है भाई अर्जुन और प्रग हु इज योर फेवरेट फॉर दिस गेम ड्रॉ भी हो सकता है साज भाई व्हाट इज योर प्रेडिक्शन विदाउट मैगीज फॉर नाउ अगर गेस करना हो कि कौन सा बंदा ये गेम जीतेगा लुकिंग एट द करंट सिचुएशन
No, I think it looks like Arjun, yeah, because he's got the prep, he's got more time on the clock, looks more confident. But yeah, I mean, it's a bit early to say. घूम ऐसे रहा
आई
है अभी
थिंक
अर्जुन, crazy.
दैट्स सम स्पाइसी कन्वर्सेशन सब लोग अर्जुन लिख रहे हैं चैट डिपेंड्स ऑन हाउ मच टाइम प्रग टेक्स अगर यहाँ पे प्रग ने आई मीन क्वीन h5 इज द ओनली मूव बाय द वे राइट आई डोंट सी एनीथिंग एल्स बिकॉज़ f7
Yes,
हैंगिंग है
yes.
It's when your queen has one square on the board, that's not comfortable, Sahaj. That is not comfortable in a classical, top level event.
I don't know, प्रग अभी उतना comfortable लग नहीं रहा है देख के.
You know?
And I think, yeah, just body language से दोनों के, I think Pragg looks a bit more stressed to me right now.
Can we go full screen for a moment? I really want to see how much time Pragg takes and if he looks a bit worried. I think Queen h5, as we have discussed, is the only move because f7 defend karna hai queen ko. And after that, the queen is kind of stuck on h5. Yeah, it doesn't have many squares. As we discussed, knight df3 aega, second knight will join in, and the queen is kind of offside. So Pragg calculating all the variations, tough position right now. But the good news is, objectively, he's absolutely fine. If Arjun goes wrong, he could be even better in some cases.
You know, the thing is that after knight df3, the best move for black here is definitely not easy. Like if I was thinking optically, I will say something like short castle is
Hmm.
logical here. King ko save karo and all of that. But the best move apparently is a5, which is crazy.
Wow.
If you play a3, then black goes a4 again an only move. Queen c2 pair and now bishop a5. Still, I don't see how with this h3 and g4 you're going to save yourself, but somehow it connects to the entire idea. So I think Arjun he looks very promising right now. And I think finding a5 is going to be a very difficult task for Pragg.
And Sahaj, you are absolutely on point. If you castle as black after that variation instead of a5, h3 and g4 is the winning plan for white. It gives a +1 advantage, and black ko piece stack karna padega. And because white has two knights near the king, also the bishop kind of supporting, the queen connecting on third rank, it's not enough of an attack for black. So kahin na kahin pe Pragg has to solve this problem now. He can't reach that position and then decide कि हाँ भाई देखते solution क्या है. तो it's going to be a tough time for Pragg and he will need to calculate deeply.
Oh, yes. And I think he is calculating right now. You can see Vincent Keymer in the back also checking the position out. It's a very, very interesting, I think, opening that Arjun has gone for. हमेशा शुरुआत के अंदर कुछ क्रेजी करो एंड फोर्स योर अपोनेंट इनटू लाइक दिस ओनली मूव टेरिटरी एंड यू आउट कैलकुलेट देम.
So that makes me wonder कि Arjun in the candidates would be an absolute beast to face. हर game में नई prep. This is not even his candidates prep, Sahaj. I mean, how is he not in the candidates? कुछ कुछ fault होगा system में भाई समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
आई थिंक या आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप में थोड़ा सैड हो गया ना, एक बहुत
हाँ.
अनफॉर्चुनेट पेयरिंग लग गया इसलिए.
Oh,
दैट्स
by the
हाउ आई
way,
सी इट.
Vedant Panesar there in a very nice suit, I think. I don't know, was it?
अरे
I'm not
अमेजिंग.
a. He's also by the playing the challenger section, won the third C section last year, so we'll also look out for his games. Oh, we have his scans. That's
Let's
amazing.
actually
Can we?
take a look at the game as well,
हाँ.
because look at this, क्या हो रहा है साहिल भाई? ये G4 G5 कैसे आ गया इधर?
Wow.
I'll go through the opening. So it's she played D4, knight f6, C4, E6, bishop f4. Some new prep here. Usually you go knight f3 or knight c3, and Vedant goes check, knight d2 and knight h5. Interesting option there. By the way, he's playing fairly quite quickly throughout the game. Bishop e3, he goes with the bishop back to e7, trying to go f5 and maybe knight f6 वापस. G4 खेला उसने, knight
Wow.
f6, h3, and then she goes g5. So absolute एकदम mayhem on the board.
Yeah, and I think वो 2 घंटे के pause के बाद players decided I have had enough of this shit. तो आज तो कुछ crazy करते हैं. And knight now, I mean, I don't know, will come to e4, I guess, but you can just chop it off, maybe play h4, defend the pawn. Oh, knight h5. Very
Knight
interesting, very
h5 is, I think, very scary, bhai. Because if you play
Hmm.
h4, then c5, and suddenly white's position could collapse here very quickly. So I think good chances for Vedant here. Although like g5 देख के आपको black के लिए डर लग रहा है यहाँ पे.
Hmm.
So again, he's also in kind of only move territory. Like knight h5 is something he has to play.
Hmm. I think he'll find it. I think he'll find it. Knight e4 थोड़ा सा लग भी रहा है कि the knight on d2 is awkward, the bishop on e3 is awkward. थोड़ा white की position solve हो रही है उससे. So knight h5 should be findable. So Vedant looks fine with the black pieces, not so bad at all. And meanwhile, Sahaj भाई, सिंदारोव जी मतलब लगता है कल ही खेलना चाहते थे, बिकॉज अभी भी कोई चाल नहीं है, एंड 20 minutes behind गुकेश नाउ.
Yeah, I think ये वो Artemiev वाली like strategy लग रही है. खुद का time कम कर दो और opponent ज्यादा फिर वो panic में आ जाएगा, and then you play your best chess. But yeah,
भाई
not a
गुकेश
great sign.
गुकेश बेचारा पहले भी 2 घंटा वहां बैठा हुआ था, अब यहाँ फिर से बैठा हुआ है, कह रहे चेस तो खेलने दो भाई लोग मुझे. Sindarov still not playing. What is he thinking? I mean, you have to go bishop h4 now if you went to g5, right? I mean, it would be kind of weird to come back to f4.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about bishop f6. That's another
Hmm.
possibility. Like bishop f6, अच्छा knight f6 तो possible ही नहीं है ना, because queen f4 check है मेरे पास. So you have to go queen takes f6, or you have to go bishop c3 first and then queen f6. Let's say queen f6 looks simpler. e3 c6. I think maybe he's trying to evaluate की ये position. मतलब if it has any sort of meat.
Hmm.
But
By the way,
yeah, difficult. Sorry, you were
जो
saying?
गेम जो गेम पे हम जा रहे हैं, केमर वहीं आ रहा है, सो ही इज काइंड ऑफ फॉलोइंग अस राइट नाउ. दैट्स नाइस. बट या आई थिंक सिंदारोव को जो भी खेलना है जल्दी खेलें, बिकॉज एज वी नो, Tata Steel decided to kind of follow the format of the candidates. If I'm not mistaken, I think last time there were two like extra time controls, Sahaj. I might be wrong on this. This time they kind of decide to stick to one. Like वो 15 मिनट और ऐड होते थे, वो इस बार ऐड नहीं हो रहे शायद, if I'm not mistaken. So they've kind of stuck to the candidates format. Maybe some players made that request, Sahaj, right, for training purposes.
Hmm.
So very interesting. ये बहुत important play tournament है. Let's not forget 10 कितने कितने प्लेयर है यहाँ पे? 14 प्लेयर, right?
12 players and 13 rounds, yes.
And we have 4 candidates and 1 world champion in this event. So
Hmm.
everybody has big dreams and everybody wants to kind of win here. And if you kind of have a bad Tata Steel, then you're low confidence for the candidate. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. अपना pawn मस्त घुमा रहे हैं. By the way, pieces घुमाने का skill मैंने सिंदारो से बेटर किसी में नहीं देखा साज भाई.
Oh yeah, especially जब उसके बाद time pressure रहता है. That is
है ना?
then
He
yeah, he
is
becomes a completely
world
different
number
beast.
one at this, I think.
But it's also nice to see Fedoseev back in action. Yeah, he was taking a very long break. I think
Hmm.
in many of the events, I think he passed up, and nice to see him back.
Yeah, absolutely. Also has a great record against Indian players specifically. तो देखने में मजा आएगा जब इंडियन से मैच पड़ेगा.
मैं भी हारा
Um,
actually. It's too good, too good.
he is, he is. And maybe, Saj, we can have one brief look at the game of Erdogmus versus Nodirbek, because 14 साल का youngster क्या कर रहा है? Like, does he have chances? Does Nodirbek have chances? Would love to see how their tournament is starting. And to be honest, जितना मैं देख पा रहा हूँ, looks like kind of an equal position. Maybe a quick draw here.
मतलब ये तो एकदम, I mean, I would be shocked यहाँ पे कुछ अगर crazy हो सकता है तो. But I think
Hmm.
after knight d5, rook d5, you're just looking at a, yeah, like a सीधा draw. So tough to say. I think ये बहुत जल्दी खत्म हो सकता है मैच.
एंड नुदबेक कार, कुछ कार में है ना उसके, ये तो बटर लग रहा है यार. सॉरी, लुक्स लाइक अ मटर, नो, मटर का दाना कुछ ऐसे, बट आई डोंट नो, मे बी इट्स लाइक ईयर प्लग्स, आई एम गेसिंग,
Yeah,
टू ब्लॉक आउट द
earplugs
नॉइज.
probably.
As somebody who shared a room with Rakesh bhai once, more than once, I can attest to the power of earplugs. It's very, very important sometimes. Some people, yeah, can't sleep well uske bina, to understandable bhai. But yeah, looks like a mutton ka piece, so I have to argue.
So would you say that mutter is very good for as to be used as earplugs? Did it
I
work
think
well
we
for
have to
you?
test it, yeah. Maybe somebody can interview Nodirbek
आपने तो
after
किया
this
होगा
ki
ना टेस्ट भी मटर, आपने इतना इजीली
मटर से नहीं
आइडेंटिफाई
किया.
कर दिया.
Maybe
तो
that's
मटर
what I
से नहीं.
missed. मटर डालना चाहिए था कान में, शायद वो मिस कर दिया मैंने. Earplugs, yes, not earbuds. Sorry, earplugs. Earbuds बोला क्या आपने? Earplugs, yes.
Crazy. So I think that's the overall look, how it's going. Sindarov still thinking. We do have some update on the Pragg versus Arjun board. I'm just gonna
Hmm.
pull it up right now. He did go for Queen H5 here. हमने Knight H4 पे छोड़ा था, and Arjun has played Knight DF3 basically. So Pragg still thinking. 15-minute difference between these two players. And now this is the most critical moment, I would say, or what could be one of the most critical moments for Pragg, because the move here is very, very difficult to play, I think, for Pragg. He has to find A5. And if he doesn't, then he
It's,
could be in trouble.
yeah, it's not gonna happen, Sahaj. The top two moves are A5 and D3. Both of them make no sense. I mean, A5 maybe. I mean, you can justify both moves, but in the circumstances you are in, जहाँ queen hanging हो सकती है, you wanna get her out, you wanna castle. And if you don't find A5 or D3, then you're already almost +1 down, -1 down. And out
Hmm.
of the opening, especially जहाँ अर्जुन prepared है, उसमें -1, not something where he outplayed you in and game थोड़ी complicated है. I think things are not looking great for Prague in round number 1 of Tata Steel.
Yeah, I think that's fair. At least the opening has not gone his way. Complete surprise for Pragg there. But and yeah, the sort of worrying thing is कि आप posture से ना player का sort of thinking आप थोड़ा बता सकते हो कि like which side is he thinking, and you don't see him looking on the right side of the screen at all.
Hmm.
Like he's only looking at the center, which could indicate that he's looking at D3. But he's not considering the move A5 for now.
Sada, you made a great point. Arjun won bronze at World Ranked because Arjun में भूख बहुत थी. Like he was hungry
Right.
for that win. So इस tournament में क्या लग रहा है सबसे ज्यादा भूख किस इंडियन प्लेयर में है? Who
I
really,
think
really,
Gukesh.
really wants to win this tournament?
Gukesh, I think.
Why do you think so?
Because last year I think Gukesh came very close, and okay, जो Gukesh का just quote unquote, let's call it a bad year जो भी था वो यहाँ से start हुआ था. And because he had won the classical section alongside Pragg, and in the tie breaks he won his first match in the tie break as well, and then lost 2 games in a row to lose the tie break to Pragg. So it feels like एकदम सब कुछ हाथ में था, everything. I mean, you could have won the tournament, and it could have been a much better year overall. Like आप momentum में आ जाते. And I think that was taken from him. तो एक वो भूख है, I think, Gukesh की. Plus, I think because the World Championship cycle has sort of started again, candidates and World Championship happening this year at the same time, I think it will change, I think, the way I think Gukesh is playing these days.
True, I think I agree with you there. And मुकेश के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट साल है बिकॉज चैट वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप साइकिल 2 साल की होती है सो इफ यू आर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन यू आर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन फॉर 2 years एंड लेट्स इमेजिन द चेंज इट ब्रिंग्स इन योर लाइफ फॉर अ सेकेंड Sahaj bhai, how many ads have you seen Gukesh do in the last couple of years? It's been a lot. There's
Must
been
be
a
a
lot of,
lot, yeah.
we saw that famous Myntra ad, which is, sir. I saw some Asian Paints ad, if I'm not mistaken, and multiple others.
Some
To
like
the point,
mattress also. Like
yeah, yeah,
I've
yeah.
had it on my reels.
Exactly. So you've seen so many opportunities that Gukesh has gotten that nobody else has. And it basically is life changing money. Like if you become world champion, you're set for life, and you're set for life in terms of the resources you need for further progress, right? So it's a life changing thing. And Gukesh ke liye, another 2 years could be a huge thing. So this year is super, super important, but it's also very important for the other ones. So I think वो साल में आपका book का point बढ़िया है सो देखते हैं क्या किसी और में ज्यादा भूख है. फिलहाल के लिए प्रग को तो भाई स्ट्रेस ज्यादा है भूख से. एंड ही नीड्स टू फाइंड व्हाट वाज द मूव आज भाई, दैट क्रेजी मूव.
भाई that move is a5 and you can by the way अब थोड़ा body language से प्रग की लग रहा है कि he's looking at the queen side. If you can go full screen just for a second, would love to see if he's looking on the right side of the board or not.
भाई वो नोदिरबेक था जो क्वीन साइड देख रहा
हाँ नोदिरबेक को दिख गया शायद.
था.
No, I think posture से लग रहा है कि he is considering it, the move a5. But yeah, the second move d3 is also like, I mean, this is such a ridiculous move to find d3. I mean, why would you play d3? Like कोई plan नहीं है d3 का. It just feels ridiculous to play this move. So I think a5 is the critical moment, and I think Arjun को पता है ये. That's the sort of the interesting part to me. I think Arjun, because Arjun has prepared this at home, he doesn't want to give anything away to Pragg, and maybe that's why he's walking. Sahil bhai.
Yeah, true. And Arjun, I think, is a walker. Yeah, he know how much he walks during tournaments. And of course, जब उनकी चाल आएगी, जब उनको सोचने का मौका मिलेगा, he will be sitting more focused than anybody else in the world. Prag calculate कर रहे हैं सहज भाई. I also had a look. I don't want to switch games, but सिंधारोव ने अभी भी नहीं चला है. 30 minutes of time difference between Gukesh and Sindarov. What's happening here? It's not even like a. I mean, if Pragg took 30 minutes in that position, I would understand. इस position में क्या 30 minutes?
Why again? I think he's just putting the game so that the audience can follow as well. It's bishop h4, bishop f6, or bishop f4. Three options he has. But yeah, it is strange that he's thinking so much here, because this is ideally the type of problems you want to solve early on. But clearly, I think Gukesh ne, I mean, he has got him in prep basically. But this doesn't mean कि मतलब Gukesh की position better है or anything like that. Just means that I think he has equalized more or less.
Yeah, and इसके बाद करने का अगर बिशप f4 खेल दिया ना, that will be sad. अब बिशप h4 तो खेलना पड़ेगा भाई. Let's enter the
हाँ.
complications. That will be fun to watch. Saj bhai, can we have all the boards once? Would love to see कि कितने results की हम तरफ आज जा रहे हैं. We can make our predictions कि कितने result आएंगे. Day 1 है, but 2 घंटे का delay था chat. So that might have changed the emotions of some players. Saj bhai, 7 board, 14 player. How many results are you predicting? Chat अपना number भी डाल दो भाई.
So top left corner I think is gonna be a draw. Top जो Aravindh versus Bluebaum है looks draw as well. मतलब not looks draw but okay, I think ये draw की तरफ बढ़ेगा. Hans versus Fedoseev में I think Hans has good chances. Maybe यहाँ पे result तो एक result. Then we have Keymer versus Giri जहाँ पे I think we might see a very nice game by Vincent. तो यहाँ पे मैं Vincent का win बोलूँगा. गुकेश सिंडारो मुझे ड्रॉ की तरफ बढ़ते हुए दिखता है. एंड अर्जुन और प्रग में मुझे अर्जुन के चांसेस बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं. एंड थाई डाई फैन वर्सेस फन फॉरेस्ट equal for now. But yeah, very, very balanced, yeah, throughout.
So how many results are there?
I think 2 or 3, perhaps. So maybe like Hans के board पे and I think Arjun के board पे are the two like clear indicators I see so far. और I think Pragg का game सबसे ज़्यादा important है यहाँ पे, because Pragg ने अगर next move नहीं निकाली तो it can be a huge problem for him.
Agreed. I'm going to go for 4 results. I'm hoping कि Erwin somehow converts it like Rook G1. I don't know if it'll be realistic, but I'm hoping for it. I also think कि Hans and Fedoseev, knowing both players, like result is potentially possible. Like दोनों ही player थोड़ा crazy खेलते हैं. Then of course Arjun Pragg is the third one, which I think is possible. And finally, I think Van Foreest Nguyen में भी I think we might see a result. So I am guessing 4. Chat भी कह रही है 4, 3, 2, 1. बहुत सारे. By the way, he took on f6. He just took on f6. Okay, that feels like a complete turnaround. यार इतना सोचने के बाद सबसे less challenging move खेल दी.
I mean, I think it's still quite challenging. He evaluated his options, probably didn't want to allow this whole G5 business. And Abhi Black ko, let's not forget, knight f6 is a huge blunder here because we have queen f4 check and then you lose the bishop on b4. तो knight से नहीं मार सकते आप. This is poisoned. You have to either take on c3 and then take with the knight, or you have to capture back with your queen. But अभी के लिए Gukesh not on the board. थोड़ा suspense build up. But I think the moment he sits down on the board, Gukesh will make a move very quickly.
Oh wait, what? Hans Niemann is completely winning. Wait, what? भाई मैंने मजाक में बोला था. Oh, look at Fedoseev. He can't believe it. He's put his head down.
No way.
I'm
So this
sorry,
was the
what?
position.
Oh, it's hands.
He
Sorry,
pl-
hands inside is down. Oh, what?
he played g3. Knight takes c5 was a blunder. Takes bishop d3, and now apparently queen b6. What? Look at this, Sahil bhai. Queen b7, knight a6, and just one move, which I think he has missed, is knight e5.
Oh, that's so tough to see, Sahaj bhai. That's so tough. 95. Wow.
Wow, already winning at this, मतलब crazy from Hans.
So
भाई एक घंटा भी
chat.
नहीं हुआ है तो इससे ज्यादा तो मतलब मैच डिले हो गया था.
इसका मतलब Hans Niemann will, I mean, this is completely winning, will definitely be leading Tata Steel after day one, bhai, and he's played some fantastic chess. Bhai, Ferozeev तो मस्त smile कर रहा है वहाँ पे, भाई. He was like laughing, half smiling, you know.
Ah, actually I caught that as well. I'm not sure if he's
भाई,
seen this or if he realizes how bad this
I
position
think
is.
आई थिंक वो जानबूझ के करते हैं ना कई बार, लाइक व्हेन यू नो यू स्क्रूड, तो दिखाते कुछ भी गड़बड़ नहीं है, मे बी योर ओपोनेंट डजंट टेक इट सीरियसली. आई डोंट नो.
But bhai, if you don't take the pawn on b7, like what do you do then? Otherwise, you're just a pawn down. I mean, you're forced to play the best move.
नो, he'll play queen b7, but I think maybe he doesn't find 95. That's what he's
अच्छा,
hoping for,
कुछ
yeah.
ऐसा है क्या साहिल भाई? क्वीन b7 बिशप g3 आ रहा है क्या कुछ? आज काम तो नहीं कर रहा है, but I'm just trying to make sure. Nah,
No,
nothing,
queen
nothing like
b7,
this.
knight
Queen
d7.
d7 is also just working. Bishop,
Yeah.
not sure. Bishop a5 perhaps. What has he seen? Queen 8 is winning. The knight is. I mean, the queen is not really trapped. Knight a6 पे कुछ है मेरे पास. Knight e5 I have.
Bhai, this is just over, I think.
And taken on
Uh,
b7 by the way. Played.
wow.
I think
Bhai,
this is
any.
probably like Fedoseev still trying to like get back into elite chess because first round, like first time we're seeing him after such a long time, no?
Hmm. But कई बार ऐसे हारते हो ना, this just sends you on a tilt. Like he might just end up losing 2-3 games in a row. I mean, Hans Niemann के लिए इससे better कुछ हो नहीं सकता था to get that early win. And now, chat question for you: do you think Hans wins, or is there a turnaround? What is your take, Saj? By any chance of a comeback here? Based on what you've seen so far.
Unlikely, very unlikely. Like I would be shocked if there is a comeback here. I think for sure after knight a6 he has missed knight e5. And knight e5 is such an easy move to miss also. Like very easy to overlook this. And आपका c6 का pawn मर गया, queen is also under attack. Bishop on d3 is attacked as well. You're
Hmm.
forced to give up material basically.
True. And Nodirbek ने आके भी position देखी hands की. Will be very interesting. I want to see Fedoseev show up and play. It's gonna be an exciting moment. Will we see him realize in real time what he's done, Sahaj, or do you think he already knows?
He's not on the board right now, but I think probably the reality hasn't kicked in, yeah, because he looked visibly quite okay. There he is. We'll
Okay,
know
let's
in
see
just a
it.
few
Let's see it.
minutes. Queen b7 for sure he saw.
Chad, does he know he's lost? Yes or no? Does he know he's lost? What do you think?
I think queen b7 for sure he expected, but I think abhi wo reality thoda kick hoga. Your rook on 8 is under attack right now, so you have to defend via knight a6 and knight e5. That's the move. It's finito. Like, it looks really bad the more you think about it.
भाई दिस इज कंप्लीट फिनितो. सारे पीस ले ली तो भाई. नो यस, नो यस, नो यस. चैट इज स्टिल थिंकिंग.
Crazy, actually. That we saw a stare just now to Fedoseev. Okay, I did not expect कि एक घंटे के अंदर like someone would be winning in Tata Steel. That is huge, no?
Also by a one move blunder, right? I mean, it's extremely rare. Oh, do you see that? Did you see that? Oh, that is so cool. भाई मिल गया moment short form. What a moment. Did you see
Yeah,
that, Sahaj bhai?
yeah, I think he realized.
Wow.
I think he
देखा भाई.
realized he's lost. Crazy, actually. Wow, one mistake, you're just dead lost. Crazy.
हाँ, बच्चे को किया उसने. Like there was some noise coming in.
Meanwhile, by the way, in Arjun versus Pragg, Pragg is still thinking. So another match जहाँ पे आधे घंटे का difference है between the two players. And very very critical moment for Pragg as well. वहाँ पे भी एक move से things can change around very quickly. You want to take a look at Pragg and see what his body language is like, Sahil bhai?
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's go back. Would love to check hands come in, Fedoseev realized, but as of now, no moves by Pragg, I'm guessing.
Yeah, nothing. And the sad thing, I just wanted to see which side is he looking at, and he's looking at the king side, is what it
Hmm.
looks like to me. That
Yep,
means
yep.
a5 is not happening. Matlab, we could see a potentially not a winning position, but a very good position for Arjun just in the next move itself.
Yeah, and Saj, okay, asking you logically, you are playing this as black. You have no access to the engine, neither the bar. You have, preparation. Your preparation ends here, for example. What are the top three moves you're considering?
I think short castle is one.
Hmm.
Maybe bishop e6 is another. Like
Hmm.
something direct
Hmm.
moves. And
Hmm.
like maybe bishop g4, but bishop g4 I will quickly discard because you have h3 g4 idea. So I'll just
Yeah.
like I think यहाँ पे it's also very important to train your calculation, like train your mind this way because I feel this is a type of position where you will look at castle multiple times. आप
Hmm.
पहले पहले 5 मिनट के अंदर देखोगे कासल, फिर कुछ और समझ नहीं आएगा, फिर आपको 10 मिनट के बाद वापस आप कासल पे आओगे
Yeah.
because this feels the most logical and it is a huge inaccuracy for Prague. I think Prague is also looking at short castling here. You can see only king side पे नजर है उसकी.
Agreed. I think castle looks so logical. King ko save karo, baki sab baad mein. It's taught to us at an early age when you start playing chess. King ko save karo, put your king in the corner, taki attack na hai. Also, the rook will land up on f8 defending f7. So queen ko bhi azadi mil rahi hai. But the problem is that queen already has close to no squares. Literally no squares, to be honest. And h3
Oh
g4 is
yes,
deadly.
completely suffocated. Yeah, h3 g4 is the plan, and maybe this is why Prague is looking on this side. But yeah, I think Arjun got him. क्या
Yep.
पोकर बढ़िया पोकर फेस बना के बैठा है अर्जुन अभी देखो. Giving nothing away.
By the way, can we go back for a second to Fedoseev? Want to see if he plays? Maybe we stay there for a minute only, and
Yeah,
then we
sure,
can
sure,
come
sure.
back to Gukesh. Um, because as of now, he's still completely lost. I think he knows by now.
भाई अब ये तो मतलब थोड़ा थोड़ा लेट हो गया. थोड़ा नहीं बहुत ज्यादा लेट हो गया. I'm actually still curious what he has missed here. Like it has to be 95, no? But the problem is Sahil bhai, कि 95 is not even the best. Like it's the best move, but knight d4 also wins or gives him a very good advantage in that sense for
But
white. So I'm not
that's a
even
good
sure
point,
what he
right?
missed here.
You would not miss knight d4. There's no way you miss knight d4 because c6 attack die, you would play it in a second, right? Even in a bullet game, you will find
Yeah,
knight
but
d4.
then knight c5, queen c6, something like this. And okay, white still has a like a very dreamlike position. This black's d5 pawn is isolated. You've got these wonderful knights, some
Yeah,
queenside majority ideas. It looks amazing to be playing
exactly.
with the white pieces. So not the best sign here. And that's the
True.
second best choice for white.
Wow. So Hans Niemann on path to win round number one in quick fashion,
I think he's
unless
thinking right
Fedos,
now. Gonna take
yeah,
his time.
unless Fedoseev has a time machine. I think this is 1-0. So Saj bhai, किसी और गेम पे चलना है क्या?
Sindaro versus Gukesh. Chat is also asking.
Let's go.
This is the position. Bishop f6, bishop c3. He played. Queen takes c3 के बाद he goes knight f6. And now Sindarov has gone e3. Basically, like I think tablash very soon.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Blackwood, legit like dream of such a position with the black pieces. Yeah, I mean, sab kuch comfortable development, bishop f5, c6, castles, no big issues at all. Of course, white will try a4, b4, minority attack and so on, but looks very, very comfortable. Knight e4 bhi aa raha hai, gaining another tempo on the queen. So
Oh
Gukesh should be
yes.
very comfortable.
Now the question is, does Gukesh want to play? Because he can technically continue the game. He's already equalized the position,
Hmm.
but or he's okay with a draw. I think okay, like position looks very kind of simple to try anything
Hmm.
funky here.
Agreed. साज भाई आई थिंक हमने सारे गेम्स देख ही लिए अब तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग डे वन टाटा स्टील का आई थिंक द मोस्ट एक्साइटिंग गेम फॉर मी स्टिल इज अर्जुन वर्सेस Pragg, even though I know Hans is completely winning. Maybe we can switch to that one now.
I think that for sure is one of the like very important games. Another game I think we should keep an eye out is Arvind versus Bluebaum, because he
Oh,
has
true.
some advantage there. Like Prag सोच भी रहा है यहाँ पे. Arvind
Hmm.
kind of thinking after this last move knight b6, and look at this. Look at the asymmetry he has created. He has captured back on the f4 bishop and then opened the g file with it. And rook g1 आके यहाँ पे g file के through काफी सारा attack आ सकता है. So
Hmm.
Arvind also looking pretty good so
साथ
far.
भाई एक सवाल है. So let's say Arjun plays rook g1 and black says, you know what, तुम मेरे king को attack कर रहे हो. I'm just gonna play something like knight g4. I just want to, block that file. And then white says, भाई तू कर क्या रहा है यार? I'm just gonna play pawn to e3, defend my pawn. So chat, what should black play now? Black to play,
Good question. Very good question. I think
है ना?
Queen H4, which I think
Yeah,
is
queen.
working by the way.
Sahaj, why queen h4? I mean, I think you need to go deeper here, Saj. I am thinking king h8 because then you can play
Hmm.
rook g8 and defend the g7 pawn. I think that's maybe the
Beautiful.
best option.
Beautiful. I
Yeah.
think even like E3 के बाद Queen takes D4 is a beautiful move. I think it actually is completely winning for black. Like chat, actually I'm not lying. Actually, Queen H4 is the second best move in this position. It's mate and 8, but
Actually,
yeah, knight f2 is the
queen
move.
d4 is a blunder, Saj. Bhai. Queen d4 पे there is queen f1 apparently.
अरे 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 उसमें भी better ही है black. Crazy. But
Yeah.
yes, this is the position right now. तो I think इसी reason की वजह से अरविंद को rook g1 उतना जल्दी शायद नहीं खेलना चाहिए. Maybe he should go e3 and plan it a bit better. But
Hmm.
still, this pressure along the g file looks very, very promising for Arvind.
True, true. And Bruno Matthias, of course, another candidate here. A very important game for Arvind. He wants to start off well. हमें याद है क्या हुआ था उज्बेकिस्तान चेस में सहज. Arvind, I don't think has played a classical round robin top level event since Uzbek chess. Has he?
World Cup, no?
A World Cup he got like it wasn't a round robin event, right? Like it wasn't like
No,
a
no, no.
round robin event.
But high level one, वो भी elite level
Yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah. So World Cup was the only one, right? So we are really seeing him in this format जहाँ because World Cup में if you lose a game, you get knocked out, right? हुआ क्या
Right.
उज्बेकिस्तान चेस में? He lost a game or two and he just couldn't stop the bleeding. That's what I want to see. Like, how does he tackle loss in this tournament? Because at some point that might happen. And
I think
this
उसके लिए
event
हमको
is
wait करना पड़ेगा because आज तो जीतने वाला है I think Arvind.
That's true. I hope ऐसा wait करना ही ना पड़े भाई. That would be even amazing. But it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he handles this tournament because last time did not go as well. So he must have worked hard on this. He's been one of the youngsters to look out for a long time now and kind of got left behind a little bit, but now he's catching up. Let's hope so he can reach the top. By the way, Nihal Sarin also gaining some rating points. Sahaj bhai, Arvind gaining some points. Hari Krishna, all these guys. Bhai, India chess क्या बढ़ रहा है भाई मजा आ रहा है.
2700 पे भी you're like number 6 in the world, like in the country, which is
Seven.
absolutely crazy.
Seven by seven.
Seventh, yeah, sorry, man. Insane, insane. But then switching to Arjun's board because Prag's still thinking with an hour and 17 minutes on the clock, and अभी भी Prag की नजर क्वीन साइड पे नहीं है भाई. I don't think he's thinking of A5 here whatsoever. Chat, आपको क्या लग रहा है? Like body language देख के क्वीन साइड पे नजर उसकी बिल्कुल वो लेफ्ट साइड पे देख रहा है मतलब पूरा Prag.
ज्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेट तो अर्जुन लग रहा है कि बंदा चल ही नहीं रहा है यार. ज्यादा रोज अर्जुन लग रहा है भाई तू चल तू सही मूव मैं बताता हूँ यार.
यार
चल
कुछ
दे बस.
ज्यादा सोच रहा हो यार, कुछ ज्यादा ही स्ट्रॉन्ग खेल दी प्रेप.
Arjun is sleepy. And I don't think he's sleepy. I think he's just. Of course, you get bored. Saj, has it ever happened कि आपकी prep इतनी deep है? You are like यार मैं करूँ क्या board के ऊपर?
I wish I could say yes. बट ऐसा एक बार हुआ था कि लाइक माय अपोनेंट वाज थिंकिंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम एंड उसमें बोर्डम नहीं होता, जस्ट एक आई थिंक एक क्यूरियोसिटी होती है अपोनेंट क्या खेलेगा. यू कीप वेटिंग
हाँ.
फॉर दैट मोमेंट वेयर वेदर दे मेक अ मिस्टेक और वेदर दे फाइंड द बेस्ट मूव. एक वो क्यूरियोसिटी होती है. You're not thinking about winning or losing. You're just thinking about whether your opponent will find that difficult sequence of moves and be able to get out of it. And from the body language, it doesn't look like it to me.
Yeah. Uh, Arjun, don't take time to think. I don't know. Chat, what do you think? How much time more will Prag take? Because I think he's been thinking for a long time. Already 40 minute का डिफरेंस हो चुका है. कितना टाइम और लेंगे प्रग? ईयरबड्स नहीं है वो यार, डोंट वरी. वहां पे एमिनेम के गाने नहीं चल रहे पीछे. आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट ईयर प्लग्स फॉर सम प्लेयर्स हु माइट नीड इट.
Yeah, ऐसे event पे also like they are going through proper security, yeah, every single time. At least that's
Yep.
मैं एक बार खेला था इसी hall में, and every time you enter the place you have to go through like that whole screening and whatnot. तो यहाँ पे बहुत strict रहता है सब.
Staj bhai, tell us more, no? Like when you played, how was the event and so on? Like कौन-कौन players थे Masters में उस time पे, and like who did you play so on? जब
I
time पे.
was playing in the C group, so I was पहले अभी सिर्फ A और B होता है, पहले C भी होता था, where basically it was from among the Indian players, it was me, Tanya, and Adiban who were
Oh,
playing.
nice.
And in the A section, there was everyone, yeah, that you can think of, like Magnus,
Hmm.
Fabi, Aronian,
Hmm.
Topalov, and so on and so on. So it was like a completely star-studded lineup there. And you are just playing next to them basically. Sabke sections ekdam divided रहते हैं ऐसे, but you can walk from one place to another. So it happened many times कि Magnus is looking at your game, Levon is looking at your game, which
Hmm.
is I think a great thing. तो एक अलग सा motivation आता है I think when you play these
Hmm.
events, and playing this I think event is a huge highlight for me, like something you never forget I think.
True. True. And Anish walking around. Arjun walking around. Arjun को तो भाई सोचने का मौका ही नहीं मिला. I can't imagine Saj, like this would be such a nice tournament. And Netherlands is also a nice country actually, a nice place. तो
Yeah, yeah, very nice place,
है
very
ना?
nice. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. I loved जब मैं गया था तो बहुत सही था.
हाँ हाँ,
But
अभी
yeah.
भी आज भी बढ़िया है कैसे, वेरी नाइस.
Yeah. आज भी बढ़िया लग रहा है, बढ़िया लग रहा है.
I
गला
want
थोड़ी
you guys
खराश.
to react. How does it feel for a top player to think for 30 minutes and make a bad move? I think normal. It happens to a lot of people, especially when you think for that long in chess at any point. You're most of the times you're rethinking what you've already thought about. So you can make a lot of mistakes in that process. I think इसलिए काफी सारे एक्सपर्ट्स बोलते हैं कि लाइक 20 मिनट से ज्यादा किसी भी गेम किसी मूव के बारे में मत सोचो, बट दिस इज आई थिंक अ वेरी स्पेसिफिक टाइप ऑफ एन एक्सेप्शन फॉर प्रग बिकॉज द मूव डज नॉट सीम अपेरेंट व्हाटसोएवर. अभी ना प्रग ये भी सोच रहा होगा कि मैंने गलती कहाँ करी है, आइदर आई एम ऑलरेडी
हाँ.
वर्स और द पोजीशन इज इक्वल एंड आई हैव टू फाइंड हाउ इट्स इक्वल. वो बार बार अपनी स्कोर शीट पे भी देखेगा कि लाइक ही ट्राई टू रिप्ले द गेम इन हिज हेड कि कहाँ पे गलती हो सकती है, कौन सी मूव गलती लग रही है. And I think if he goes through all of that, he's gonna realize that गलती अभी तक करी नहीं है मैंने. That means the position is still equal. And if the
Hmm.
position is equal, then he has to find that sequence of moves, which is not easy.
Yeah, I think he might know like he's played the correct moves so far because I think Queen GC Queen H5 काफी जल्दी खेला उन्होंने. But yeah, he has to now find the best resource, which is not easy at all. So as he thinks, Sahaj bhai, can we shift to the Gukesh game? Because after E3, knight E4 खेला Gukesh ने, and here the best move was the logical Queen C2, just keeping on the C file. But Queen A3 पे जाते हैं. Sindarov after another 5-minute think. What do you make of this move? Feels very logical. मैं castle नहीं करने दे रहा. But I can anyway play knight d6, queen d6 and castle. And again, Gukesh just feels very, very comfortable.
I think probably it's a soft like draw for as well. That's what it looks like to me. अगर गुकेश को यहाँ पे draw करना है, for example, he can play queen d6. And that's a clear sign, yeah, कि आपका opponent queen straight कर रहा है and you're going into equality. And अगर गुकेश को जीतने के लिए खेलना है तो of course he will play c6 and try to go knight d6 like you mentioned, try to castle and keep queens on the board. He's definitely more comfortable, and I think he's going to look for a way to win.
Yeah. Oh, you think he'll go for the win, kya? Really?
Gukesh, of course, by Hamesha, always.
Oh, will be interesting. Yeah, अगर
भाई
black
गुकेश
decision
कब ड्रॉ
Gukesh.
के लिए खेलता है?
I mean, maybe on a day जहाँ पे 2 घंटा डिले हो गया हो, बेचारा बैठा हो 1.5 घंटे से.
अरे 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 शेर है भाई. He'll play until the last breath. You can see position एकदम इक्वल है, ड्रॉइश सी लग रही है, वो देखो क्या एकदम सर पकड़ के प्रॉपर he's completely locked in.
Chalo, we want to see that battle, of course. Gukesh, bhai, let's go for it. By the way,
Oh, by the
no,
way,
huh?
move by Prague, and it's a mistake. He went bishop a5.
Oh, it's a big mistake actually.
Big mistake. I was telling you वो साइड देख ही नहीं रहा है वो.
भाई, he found कि बिशप को वहां हटाना जरूरी है. Like in principle, he found the concept, but he didn't find the idea. And now h3 only move, Sahaj, it's plus 1.6. That's borderline winning.
Yep. So if he finds h3 g4, which I think Arjun will play it. And now the question is कि Pragg ने कितना टाइम सोचा है खेलने से पहले? Like he thought for a long time, right? Around 40
30
minutes or
minutes.
so.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think I mean Arjun को idea होगा कि ये bishop a5 is a mistake. Because otherwise उसके computer में bishop a5 आ गई होती, and then he would know the move. So he will know that it's a mistake, and now I think maybe Arjun thinks for a bit, but I have no doubt in my mind he will play h3 and g4.
So think a bit, yeah. But Sajay, I
Think a
have a
bit.
question. I have a question. So let's say कि मैं यहाँ पे black से कहूँ कि कुछ अरे क्या stress है life में, castle करेंगे. मैं सिर्फ castle कर देता हूँ. Let's say h3 and then castles. g4 is the idea, right? So that's the only plan. Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes. क्या यहाँ black के पास कुछ भी नहीं है कि मतलब I can create some chances. कुछ भी
क्या
नहीं है यहाँ.
सवाल है भाई? क्या यहाँ ब्लैक के पास कुछ भी
Sorry.
नहीं.
नहीं मतलब like maybe some knight f5, I don't know, some drama trying to play to attacking h2, knight f5, I don't know.
आई थिंक आपके पास सिर्फ अभी एक क्वीन है जो किंग के पास है, एंड एक अटैक के लिए आपको एटलीस्ट थ्री पीसेस चाहिए होते हैं एक सक्सेसफुल अटैक के लिए. अभी सेकंड पीस भी आना मुश्किल है इस
हाँ.
पोजीशन में. बिशप ये एकदम कोने में पड़ा हुआ है. नाइट्स आर नॉट एबल टू जंप इन. इफ यू प्ले नाइट f5 आई कैन ऑलवेज कैप्चर इट. इवन किंग h2 शुड बी लाइक कंफर्टेबल इनफ.
And rook g1.
हाँ, एंड रुक
Wow.
g1. भाई गई है पोजीशन. It's possible that I'm okay. I'm not sure what Pragg has looked at, but it's possible that Pragg is already like having a losing advantage here.
Wow. And you know what? I just had a look at the variations. Like I was, oh, look at Oro, by the way. He can't believe it. Yeah, that's so cute actually.
और यार भाई कुछ तो गड़बड़ लग रहा है इस पोजीशन में. कुछ तो ये देख के ठीक नहीं लग रहा है मुझे.
And and by the way, Saj bhai, I just had a look at the variations. I think after h3, the only move for Pragg apparently is h6. So basically, you have to
इससे क्या हो
say
रहा है?
कि मैं king side जाऊंगा ही नहीं. So now you play g4, I take on g4, pawn takes, queen takes check, and now king h2 is equal because of queen h5, and now I'm threatening g5 ideas or knight f5 ideas to win the knight back. So आपको यहाँ knight g2 खेलना पड़ेगा, and now black castles queen side. That is the, even giving f7 up, but that is the only way for Pragg to continue the game without just being dead lost.
But this is, you're still a piece down. Why are you not dead lost here also? I mean,
That's
I
a
get that you have some attack on the king side, but सिर्फ queen ही बैठी है यहाँ पे.
that's a good question. Oh, bishop e6 aa raha hai. So,
Yeah, and bishop e6, queen e6, all of this is possible as well. So,
but this is the best way. If you don't do this, it's just dead lost.
by the way, Arjun on the board, moment of truth. Does he play h3 instantly? ये देख के मजा तो आया होगा अर्जुन को.
Ha.
वो पता है
He
ये
knows this
गलती
is
तो
wrong.
है. देखो क्या एकदम
Ha.
एकदम बढ़िया से. Poker face still on, but you know he's feeling super happy right now.
Oof. Okay, he looks pumped up. Suddenly you see the बैठ गया ना. Now he's calculated. Okay, chat. How much time does he take? Saj bhai, your guess.
I think he takes some time to think, like 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
हाँ, बिकॉज वो इसको ये पता है कि ये गलती है, बट क्यों गलती है ये थोड़ा फिगर आउट करने के लिए टाइम चाहिए. 149 है या 139 पे खेलेगा आई थिंक अर्जुन, अनलेस अर्जुन हैज प्रिपेयर्ड h3, व्हिच आई विल बी शॉक्ड.
I think
भाई
he plays
भाई
in
भाई
like.
भाई हाथ आ रहा है
I.
आगे.
Exactly. I think he's gonna take like 4 to 5 minutes. Is my guess. Maybe 3 to 5 minutes.
ना.
Because h3 तो I think against black's 99% moves, h3 was the move. Like
Yeah,
there's nothing else.
that was actually very funny. Like Hans just came onto the board and he was like, well, हम दोनों की winning है, right? Look at us. Look at us.
Acha, I just saw it. Yeah, yeah. Okay, but okay, h3 I think is my guess. He'll play it in 4 5 minutes is my guess. Chat करिए 6 7 मिनट 15 मिनट 7 मिनट 6 7 nice 3 minutes 2 minutes. चैट को बहुत फेथ है भाई अर्जुन के ऊपर.
By the way, some updates on the Sindaro versus Gukesh board. So after queen a3, which is where we left it, black went knight d6 to start
Ooh.
his dreams of castling. So no equality there. Bishop d3, castle he goes, and now castle, and now Gukesh is thinking. Completely equalized the game. Now it's a matter of how ambitious is he feeling right now.
I think knight d6 is a sign कि maybe I'm not ambitious or pushing just yet, but I'm ready to do so if you make a mistake. And C6 played best move again. Gukesh so far looking great.
Yeah, I think this is a awesome sign. But of course, the position is like more or less equal. But yeah, I think itna comfortably equalize karna Blacks, I think is very impressive right now.
Agreed. And now Sindarov also under some time pressure, तो थोड़ा सा तेज भी खेलना पड़ेगा उनको relatively.
Yes, yes. उसके पास सिर्फ 1 घंटा 20 मिनट पड़े हैं. Like how will he manage?
और सिर्फ 30 मिनट और आने हैं बाद में यार,
भाई
40 मूव के बाद.
50 मिनट भाई 50 मिनट.
हाँ 50, सॉरी 50 आने क्या?
50 मिनट है हाँ भाई.
Oh wow,
So like it's
that's
100 minutes for 40 moves and then 50 minutes after 40 moves.
wow, that's no time at all, Sahaj bhai.
इतने में तो मतलब कुछ भी नहीं होगा. इससे लंबा तो पोस्टपोन ही हो गया था.
इतने में तो मैं फ्लाइट लेके पहुंच जाऊं भाई वाईकेंड से, खुद इनॉग्रेट कर दूं मूव. बट ओके, मुकेश भाई प्लीज अल्फा वॉक टुडे कह रहे हैं 12908. अल्फा वॉक क्या होती है साज भाई, कभी आपको पता है क्या? मेरे को पता नहीं है
अभी
व्हाट इज
करेगा
अल्फा वॉक.
देखना भी. देखना भी अब भी करेगा कुछ अभी आते हुए. यू सी इट.
विद म्यूजिक यार, वो म्यूजिक भी डालना पड़ेगा साथ में लेकिन. इंक्रीमेंट है, यस देयर इज इंक्रीमेंट चैट, सो नो स्ट्रेस.
Arjun, by the way, still thinking in that position. So is Arvind. Arvind ने E3 खेल दिया. Some updates there. If you can switch to that game. This is the position E3 के बाद. And now Bluebaum is again thinking here. ये सब कितने लोगों को मिले हैं earplugs भाई?
कौन है ब्लू में? तो पहने और किसने
ब्लू
पहने हैं?
वो नॉदरबर्ग ने पहने थे ना.
अच्छा ओ,
ये तो
मे बी
दो
इट्स
प्लेयर
लाइक
हो गए. उन्होंने दिए होंगे टूर्नामेंट वालों ने दिए होंगे.
अच्छा आई थिंक केमर आल्सो आई थिंक.
हाँ, I can see it.
Ah, maybe so. Yeah, I mean earplugs ही हैं, so it's cool. Because I remember like SEC की championships होती थी like पहले तो, not SEC, I think CCT, and they would have like ऐसे proper headphones, you could listen to music. Like Magnus तो अपना वो comedy show सुन रहा था यार literally खेलते खेलते. But that was like, all, they were playing on a computer, right? In front of each other. That was different. So
Yes.
इसमें तो ये सब नहीं चलेगा.
Yeah, of course. By the way, some update there on the challenges section between Elin Roberts and Vedant Panesar. He's already having a very good advantage with the black pieces. Remember, we left the position here, जहाँ पे white ने g5 फेंका था. He went for knight of d7, slight inaccuracy there, and knight f3 के बाद takes the pawn. White captures back, and now b5. White king side पे attack कर रहा है. Black queen side पे. She brings the knight back. This was the inaccuracy. Knight a5 पे रखना था apparently, which is quite
Ooh,
difficult.
interesting.
Look at this. Bishop b7, rook g1, knight a6, some freestyle moves here. And then finally c5. And now black is very, very good, yeah. So Vedant Panesar looking to start off with a win with the black pieces.
Absolutely. And where's the white king on a castle? I think that's the main question, right? You just can't castle. Rook has moved to g1. Queen side is not really an option. That means center में रखना है. And black can simply at the right moment choose to go king side, and आपका king center में फंसा हुआ है. So I think practically Vedant has a great chance to win and start off with a victory here.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली ग्रेट पॉइंट है. आप कासल ही किधर करोगे? सेंटर में रखोगे. सेंटर भी तो खोल ही रहा है वैसे भी. So looks
So
very, very promising for Vedant, I think.
yeah, Elin Roberts struggling a bit there. Let's see how the game progresses. Black's win would be huge for Vedant in round number 1. It's going to be tough competition. So victory say would give him a lot of confidence. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai in the Masters, no moves by Fedoseev as well.
भाई
It
फेडोसीव तो
is
तब से सोचा ही जा रहा है भाई.
भाई वो सोच रहा है डिनर में क्या खाऊं, बिकॉज चेस में तो कुछ बचा नहीं सोचने के लिए. आई थिंक ही रियलाइज नाउ कि भाई गेम खत्म है, इट्स जस्ट ओवर.
Yeah, huge miss, I think, from Fedoseev here. Could see like a resignation also very soon, yeah.
It is possible, totally possible. But okay, I mean, he will play one move, I think, at least. But what is the move you go for now, Saj? Do you play knight a6? Do you play something else? What's the best bet for black?
I think knight difficult यार. Knight a6 is the only move that I see here. वहाँ पे knight e5 आ रहा है. How
चलो
is it
भाई.
100 minutes? It started at 2 hours mark, right? It's 120 minutes. ग्राफिक गलत है क्या साहिल भाई?
कौन सा वाला?
100 मिनट्स हुआ कि 120 हुआ?
I think it's 100 if I'm not mistaken.
2 घंटे पे तो स्टार्ट हुआ ना?
नहीं, 2 घंटे बाद चालू हुआ ना.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं क्लॉक की बात कर रहा हूँ.
अच्छा,
Like
क्लॉक.
both players had 2 hours on the clock.
राइट 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 राइट
That's
राइट राइट.
an
मे
hour
बी
and 40.
120 होगा फिर, या मे बी वी आर मिस्टेकन.
120 होगा. I think ग्राफिक गलत है. Yeah, you're right, chat.
चैट इज ऑलवेज राइट. चैट, तुम कभी गलत होते हो क्या?
You're crazy.
अपनी लाइफ की बिगेस्ट मिस्टेक चैट में लिख दो भाई. लेट्स सी क्या है तुम्हारी
नहीं
बिगेस्ट.
मत
चलो,
लिखो भाई,
व्हाट्स
मत लिखो.
व्हाट्स द बिगेस्ट मिस्टेक ऑफ योर लाइफ?
बहुत स्पाइसी क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया भाई पहले राउंड में.
जो रिवील कर सकते हो.
हाँ अब तो लेट हो गया भाई, पहले बोलना था ये. Wait, what? Fedoseev
What?
just resigned.
Wow. That is.
Wow. 16 move game between Hans and Fedoseev. Fedoseev just resigns.
And this is, I think he just messed up the motor somehow. I think he thought he was just following his prep, but he missed something somewhere and he was just dead lost and he didn't even give. Do you think there's a chance Hans had not seen 95? He's like, bhai, he's resign kyun kiya?
No chance.
That
Of
would be
course, no chance.
hilarious.
Of course, no chance. I mean, probably he saw this night. I mean, I think Fedoseev खेल सकता था, but wow, did not actually did not expect him to just resign. मतलब खेल सकता है. I mean, okay, it's difficult to
But
come back, but yeah.
but Saj, if they played 100 games, at least एक game में तो Hans ने अब तक नहीं देखा होगा ना 95.
हाँ, but वो ये गेम नहीं होगा भाई. Classical game.
हाँ.
No chance that he misses something like this. But yeah, Hans is
Wow.
the first one to end in a result, and the first one who's on full score.
Wow, Hans Niemann with getting off the scoreboard, leading Tata Steel with a crushing. It is a crushing victory at the end, 97.7 accuracy. And बाकी लोग सोच रहे होंगे ये लोग उठ क्यों गए, ड्रॉ भी किया क्या उन्होंने? भाई आधे
मतलब
लोग ना
जितना
ड्रॉ हुआ
लंबा
है.
डिले था उससे कम में मैच ही खत्म हो गया.
Wow. And now, do you think this would have happened if there was no delay, Sahaj?
Yes, I think so.
Still, yeah.
I mean, you can never know. By the way, H3 played by Arjun. So
Ooh.
another sort of एक गेम जो रिजल्ट की तरफ बढ़ते हुए दिख रहा है मुझे. H3 very good move by Arjun there.
And you were right, 12 minutes Arjun took to play H3. So he wanted to make sure of every single resource. And now, chat, just to point out the evaluations on how bad this is for Pragg. It doesn't look that bad, but the queen is trapped. And H6, the best move in the position, is plus 1.8 for white. Anything else is minimum plus 2.5. That is dead lost. So Pragg needs to find H6. Saj, how likely is H6?
भाई ये तो दो गेम मतलब दोनों में ऐसा एकदम प्रॉपर. मे बी योर थ्योरी इज राइट साहिल भाई अबाउट कि मैच थोड़ा डिले हुआ तो प्लेयर्स का वो टेम्परामेंट थोड़ा चेंज हो गया.
But Indians का तो थोड़ा surprising है यार. I think in this game maybe it's just the crazy prep that Arjun had. Yeah, like it was just crazy to find all of this, have it in his prep, his files, and I think not practically the best choice. Because Queen B3 याद है जो अर्जुन ने खेला था. Like it wasn't really the popular choice, right? He found that move which was new, not as often played, and maybe that's why it worked.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see a huge time advantage, huge advantage in the position as well. And Pragg, I think, is in deep trouble.
Yep. Trouble is an understatement. So, as Pragg thinks, maybe one brief look at the Gukesh game, then we jump back to that exciting game. We have a few moves actually, a lot of exchanges. Saj, can you take us through it?
So C6 is where we left it. 95 he plays, and then Gukesh offers the trade of bishops. He takes, brings the queen to C3. Gukesh plays A5, and now Sindarov just goes A4. And I think just one imbalance in the position, which is these two pawns. White has sort of king side majority, black has queen side majority. And black को ये knight हमेशा d6 पे रखना होता है, so you can keep an eye on all of this queen side advances and also keep an eye on the c4 pawn. And I think it's very difficult for white to continue because white के लिए you don't really have a clear plan. For black, you have a clear plan. You can put the knight on d6. You can try for some h5, h4 ideas, bring the queen out, play g6. So slowly king side पे थोड़ा advance कर सकते हो. But for white, it's very difficult to make those hand moves. So I think Gukesh, like to summarize, I think Gukesh is having a great, very comfortable advantage out of the opening.
This is the kind of game you need जहाँ पे दो results के लिए खेलना है. Like reminds me of Gukesh Ding in the final round of the World Championship, right? Like comfortable edge, no risk. He can push for a while and see if it's worth pushing depending on how Sindarov tackles this. So very comfortable. Time पे भी अच्छा खासा 20 minute का lead. So Gukesh looking decent. Maybe we jump back to that game of Arjun versus Pragg, where Pragg is still quite. I mean, he's like what 30 something minutes behind and still like the position is dead lost. Sahaj, I think this is just gone and Arjun should win this one.
I think still उतना easy तो नहीं करेगा ये. I think he'll still find a way to fight back. My guess is that after h3, for sure, let's address the obvious. Pragg looked at h3, but it's possible that in between the lines he calculated something which he doesn't like anymore. So he's recalculating his sort of options here from the black side.
Bhai Sahab, chess is so intense. And this is move number 12. So Pragg's mistake came on move number 11. Chat, on average, how many moves do you think your prep runs? जब भी आप कोई गेम खेलते हो, on average, like अपने हिसाब से, अपने guess के हिसाब से, कब तक आपकी prep end होती है? What is that move number? Sahaj bhai, what is that number for you?
It depends, yeah, like 8 to 10 probably.
8 to 10.
I think that's fair.
वही
इतना
like
हो
it's
जाए बहुत है, like I'll be very happy.
Yeah, because Toplo once said, yeah, आजकल तो like everybody's prepared. So it's very hard to create that opening edge, for example. तो ये ऐसे move number 11 में निकालना in an obscure line is very, very tough. And
आजकल तो
एक बंदा
16 सालों के अंदर मैच ही खत्म हो जा रहे हैं.
Literally. भाई
वो भी
एक move
रिजल्ट
लिख
में
रहा है
भाई.
एक बंदा.
This might be like Fedoseev. This might be one. I don't know if it's the quickest game ever to end in Tata Steel. Could be, yeah.
नहीं, I don't think so. कोई तो हुआ होगा.
Quickest
80
win.
साल से चल रहा है.
Quickest
हाँ,
win.
but 80 साल से
भाई,
चल रहा
I'm
है ना.
telling you, good chat. एक बार चेक करो ना आप भी. रुको, I'll take a quick look, but I'm very sure it could be the quickest win of Tata Steel.
I think नहीं होगा because I think it's been running for 80 years. But yeah, I mean, it will be very, very close though. 10 moves से कम तो I can't imagine. I think Magnus' shortest game ever was 9 moves or 10 moves against Caruana. So that's how low it really goes ever, like in his entire life. उससे कम की नहीं है. Sajay, what's your shortest game ever? Including classical, by the way. Vidit वाली अलग है.
Shortest classical. लाइक होगा एक मुझे याद है, वो मैंने एक 2300 के प्लेयर को लाइक चेकमेट किया था ऑन मूव 14 और समथिंग. It was a checkmate, like which I
Nice.
remember always. So I guess I'll just say that.
Nice. Vasyl
एक बार ऐसा
Ivanchuk
हुआ था
who's
कि एक प्लेयर ने कुछ तो 3 सालों के अंदर रिजाइन कर दिया था बोर्ड पे मेरे साथ.
क्यों?
3 साल खेल के. I still don't know why. Look it
What?
up. Durban Open 2014 round 3. My opponent
What?
played some d3 f4 something like this with the white pieces, and then after making 3 moves he just resigned.
In an over the board game?
Over the board game, yeah.
What?
Look it up. It's true. 3 सालों के अंदर. Which always surprised me.
नाम क्या था उसका भाई? जरा मैं भी खेल के आया था. क्या नाम था?
नाम नहीं याद. It wasn't a rated player.
Okay. फिर क्या फायदा? Oh, got it.
Okay,
But
first
okay.
round in Durban Open.
हाँ, got it. डर गया होगा भाई. डर गया होगा साज भाई. But okay, anyways, by the way, d3 played by Pragg. So we have a move. He's giving that pawn back. And maybe now g4 doesn't have the same effect because the queen doesn't defend the knight on f3. So he's trying to pull Arjun out of his prep, Sahaj. I think that's the goal. But what if I just take the pawn on d3 with my queen? Nothing changes.
Yeah, take on d3 with the queen, take on d3 with the bishop. Can't play g4, yeah, for some reason.
It's better for Pragg then.
Yeah, so
Queen
g4 is not.
g5.
Let's actually take a look why g4 is bad, because this
Hmm.
takes, queen takes, king h2. Acha, important point is now knight g2 is not possible because queen f3 is hanging, because this queen is no longer defending f3. That's why d3 was played.
Hmm.
So king h2 and just long castle, and okay, some good chances for Prague here. So g4 would be a huge inaccuracy by Arjun.
Oof, but any chance he plays that move now? Do you think so?
No,
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 no.
no, absolutely not. I think he goes queen takes d3, and yeah, I think he will again take some time to think, but I think he's यहाँ पर तो गलती नहीं दिख रही मुझे.
Wow. So Prag trying to throw a spanner in the works, but Arjun still in the driver's seat, should win this. Arjun भाई chill करते हुए सोच रहे हैं, थोड़ा टाइम लेंगे यहाँ पे, I think, though he might think for a while. Hmm. By the
Yeah.
way, I think we are moments away from another result, Sahaj, and that is a Dogmas versus Nodirbek, because
अच्छा, मुझे लगा
unless
कुछ
the
चेक किया आपने.
नहीं
सूत्रस.
नहीं नहीं, unless यहाँ पे चेस के रूल्स के सडनली बिशप अपने कलर बदल दे, रंग बदल दे या कुछ हो जाए, आई थिंक दिस इज गोना एंटर ड्रॉ वेरी वेरी सून.
या एज यू कैन सी नोदिरबेक बोर्ड पे नहीं है. 1 घंटा 44 मिनट्स. यहाँ पे वो 30 मूव का रूल है. 36 मूव तो हो गई है, तो यू कैन जस्ट ऑफर अ ड्रॉ. या
Yeah, I think that should, or you can repeat, yeah, bishop b3, bishop g7, bishop c2, bishop e5, कुछ भी करो या क्या फर्क पड़ता है. चार चार पॉन ऑपोजिट का बिशप्स, डेड ड्रॉ.
तबलाश इनकमिंग.
a4 plays on. Do you think he's still playing और क्या सीन है?
नहीं भाई, ऑफ कोर्स नॉट. क्या ही खेलोगे इधर.
Okay, so
आपकी
what?
पसंद का आपको एक पॉन देता हूँ, उसके बाद भी ड्रॉ है. अच्छा, ए पॉन में भी है. ए पॉन के साथ ड्रॉ है, लूजिंग हो जाएगी. ब्लैक की
um,
तरफ से चलो, इट कैन वर्क. या
भाई
ब्लैक की
the
तरफ से
problem is
आपकी पसंद का एक पॉन देता हूँ आपको, लो.
जी पॉन भी ले लूंगा वाइट का, तो तब भी कुछ ना कुछ चांसेस तो बन सकते
क्या
हैं.
h3 ठीक है, h3 तक रख लोगे पॉन, फिर क्या बिशप h2.
Also true, 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 true. Okay, I mean should be comfortable. I mean, what is tablash? असली सवाल तो अहमद जी पूछ रहे हैं साज भाई.
तबलाश इज स्पेनिश फॉर ड्रॉ. जब आपको ड्रॉ पूछना होता है स्पेन में, को तबलाश लाइक दिस.
हम्म. हर्षित भाई ने काफी पॉपुलर कर दिया है. हर्षित भाई ने स्टार्ट किया था क्या, किसने किया था? वन
I
वाज
think I
फिनीतो
think I
एंड,
think people were saying tablash before Harshit.
अच्छा, ओह
like
रियली.
like actually में बोलते हैं लोग टूर्नामेंट में भाई, तबलाश.
आई थिंक what people do say is like jadoob, yeah, like that's something I've
Jadub.
seen.
Yeah,
Jadoob.
that's for adjusting your piece, but that's not Spanish. That's French, I think.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Bibisara game, please, bhai. Bilkul, bilkul. You go to her game as well. But meanwhile, has Arjun played? No moves by Arjun. No moves by Gukesh. Oh, Gukesh has played one move. Queen e7 played after a 8-minute think.
Okay.
So just connecting his rooks. Very logical. But still not really chances to win this, I think. But yeah.
I think slight chance तो है, वो g6 h5 करके थोड़ा लंबा गेम खींचेगा यहाँ पे गुकेश. Slight chance तो है. But yeah,
Hmm.
for Sindarov it must be a bit annoying because of white से आपको ऐसे थोड़ा डिफेंसिवली खेलना पड़ेगा.
Oh, Remis is also a word used for draw, right? That's Russian or
I don't know this.
I think Remis मेरे को सुना हुआ है. Remis meaning नहीं, Remis is careless. Sorry, नहीं भाई, ये तो मेरी बात हो गई. I think Remis is also, I've heard this word like draw के लिए.
चैट आपको ना ट्रोल कर सकती थी यहाँ पे बहुत इजीली.
Actually, now that I think of it, damn.
बच गए आप.
I should be more careful. अंशुल भाई सुधरे हुए आदमी है भाई. भगवान भला करे आपका. Polish, हाँ, Polish. Okay, fair, fair, fair. चैट को कैसे पता, लेकिन रेमिस इज पोलिश? इतने पोलैंड से लोग देख रहे हैं. हेलो गाइस, व्हाट्सअप.
Nice. By the way, Arjun still thinking. Half an hour का difference between these two players. Arjun thinking भाई queen takes g3 मारना है कि नहीं मारना है. This is the position. प्रज्ञा एकदम full focus mode में.
It's literally life or death for this game. Yeah, he has to
Actually,
find a.
you can do like a whole thing here कि किसकी चाल है. I don't think you'll be able to tell without looking at the clock, because it doesn't look like it's actually Arjun's move here.
I mean
नहीं?
वो board colored है तो unfortunately I do see कि pawn चला है पिछली चाल में. But yeah, true, true.
I mean, I'm looking at just the cameras.
हाँ अच्छा कैमरा वाइज ओके गॉट इट या ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू.
So yeah, here we were looking at queen takes d3, which is, I think, having a very good advantage for Arjun. Almost a winning one, if not winning already, because g4 के बाद में जाके you will always capture black's piece. Even bishop takes d3 is very good here. Like, you're just spoiled for choice. By bishop d3 के बाद क्या हो रहा है? Like why is this? This is also good, yeah. This is
Yeah,
so
but I
good
think
actually for black, for white.
yeah वही ना like the point is कि what he's hoping for is g4. I mean that's the blunder. उसके अलावा बाकी सब कुछ बढ़िया ही है. um, I might still take with the queen purely because I want to keep the knight on f3 defended. That's my only logic. But bishop takes d3 also very very logical. So कहीं ना कहीं पे Pragg is just hoping more than really giving any chances for himself, unfortunately.
Queen d3 के बाद, like, I like your move, but I'm just not sure about knight e5, knight e5, queen e5. अब क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? Like, you have to go knight f3 only move, by the way.
But why is knight f3 the only move?
Otherwise, black gets that extra move and is going to be able to castle.
Got it. So knight
That's
f3,
my
okay, queen f6 I can't play.
queen f6. No, I
Uh,
think I have bishop g5 probably.
yes. So queen maybe d6 or
f5.
f5 I'm thinking. F5.
f5 पे you have to find queen e2. So this is not a simple like continuation.
And bishop b4 is defending the knight.
So with queen e2 you were pinning the knight and castle allowed Nita. That's why bishop b4. And now multiple moves that are winning for white basically. There's g4, which is the cleanest.
Wow.
Then there is knight g5, which is also pretty clean. So g4, I think, let's take a quick look here. क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? Oh, this just looks like the advantage is increasing more and more. Queen a5, I'm guessing. Then a3 also. पूरा सांस ही मत लेने दो queen को मतलब.
Hey, this is just busted actually. You resign. I think Fedoseev resigned for less, honestly.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
मुझे
yeah.
लग रहा है कि Pragg maybe has gotten from his seat, but if Arjun finds like the next 3 to 4 moves, we might see resignation, unfortunately.
Yeah, two miniatures back to back. By the way, Erdogmus versus Nodirbek has ended in a draw
Hmm.
officially. You can see, by the way, it's very funny, but Nodirbek का time देखो भाई. I don't know screen पे दिख रहा है कि नहीं.
दिखा
But
दिखा 2 घंटा 14 मिनट.
he has 2 hours and 14 minutes on the clock. Basically 2 घंटे से start हुआ था.
वो टेनेट मूवी की तरह उसका टेनेट चल रहा है, उसका टाइम पीछे आगे चल रहा है. आई डोंट नो क्या सीन है.
Crazy.
बट या
Basically ये
सो
हुआ इसलिए because 50 moves हो गई होंगी. I'm guessing. No, sorry, 40 moves हो गई होंगी. So it's move 41 that they
हाँ
finished. And वो 50 minutes
पॉसिबल
extra add हो गए उसकी clock पे.
पॉसिबल. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the Arvind game also, Sajid, because I think that's the game jahan pe we have another chance to potentially win because we have a few moves and it's gone Arvind's way and अब rook double होने वाले हैं g file के ऊपर.
He goes e3, queen e7, e3 predict किया था हमने. Rook g1 takes. Now there is a one imbalance of bishop versus knight. The bishop is slightly stronger here because all the pawns are sort of situated on the dark squares. Your bishop is light square, has a lot of room, a lot of flexibility here. And I like your plan, this rook g2, rook g1, and just sack something on the g file.
Bhai, I love Arvind's position. I don't know why is it like plus zero point 0.5 only. Like let's say I play rook g3. I want to play rook g1 and rook takes g7. What do you do?
तो अभी तो ब्लैक की मूव है तो डिफिकल्ट टू कम अप विद अ मूव. आई थिंक
Yeah, c6
मे
he's
बी
played.
लाइक
He's played
समथिंग लाइक
c6.
c6.
हाँ, he played already c6 on the board.
It's on the board. Perfect. So
हाँ
c6 के बाद अब now let's go maybe rook g3 and rook g1. That's what you're saying.
हाँ.
Maybe like king h8.
King
Rook
h8, rook
g1 पे I'll
g1,
go rook g8.
rook g8. And now I need to bring the queen in somehow. So maybe
Like
queen
this.
f1, queen g2 or queen h3.
Yeah, queen को h3 पे, bishop को ऐसे d3 पे रखो, something you will sack on the g7 point.
Looks scary at least. मतलब black को सोचना पड़ेगा. Like this doesn't look that
Yeah,
easy.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Just joined in. Can someone tell me what happened to Gukesh's game? भाई Gukesh की game चल रही है. जाते हैं सीधा Gukesh की game के ऊपर. Dead equal है to be honest. As of now, I think it's only going to be a draw likely. But if anybody can win, I think it's Gukesh because black से comfortably equalize कर दिया है. Wasn't even a challenge. at least today. So Gukesh now with more time, better position, should be comfortable.
I think you're 100% correct. कोई चांस ही नहीं, बट या किसी के लिए भी यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए खेलना मुश्किल है. यू कैन टेक्निकली ओवर प्रेस एज गुकेश एज वेल. लाइक लेट्स बी ऑनेस्ट, इट इज पॉसिबल.
True.
गुकेश के लिए मतलब ये पॉसिबल है फॉर श्योर.
But okay, I mean, position ऐसी है कि I mean, he's not going to lose this. Like I would genuinely,
लाइक
I
आई
will.
वुडंट बी सरप्राइज गुकेश कुछ रुकी एट करके रुकी फाइव मार दे यहाँ पे जस्ट टू हैव अ लाइक अ गेम कंटिन्यू.
No. I
यू
mean, there are
नेवर
not
नो
enough
भाई.
pieces. There are not enough pieces for him to create an attack, unfortunately. So he won't go for it. By the way, अपना Maggie record क्या था? 36 हो गया था ना? You lost 10.
हाँ राइट.
36 था ना? I think.
नहीं नहीं 36. चैट कितना था याद है आपको?
36 था,
मेरे
I
को
think. I think it was 36.
नहीं
Like
था
you
भाई
lost
36.
like it touched 30 that I remember. इतना मुझे याद है because मुझे याद है 20 or 30
तो
something like
न्यू
that when
ईयर
you
न्यू
had
मी हो
challenged.
गया ना. ये तो खत्म
भाई
करो
न्यू
पिछले
ईयर
साल
न्यू
की
मी क्या
बात है.
भाई? मुझे तो
तो
नई
या तो
सिक्स
अब
पैक की
भेजो
बॉडी
अपने
मिली
पनवेल
नहीं.
का एड्रेस अभी चैट में डाल दो और मैं आपको भेज देता
ओके
हूँ.
लेट्स अज्यूम 30 मान लेते चलो. आई थिंक 30 तुम ज्यादा लच किया था. 30
ओ
मैगीज लाइक
अंशुल जी
आई वुड.
देखो बड़े आए हैं. 112 था. वाह.
अंशुल भाई
वाह.
सही कह रहा है. आई ट्रस्ट हिज मेमोरी एक्चुअली. काफी शरीफ आदमी ऐसे उन्होंने कहा पीछे उन्होंने रेमिस लिखा था.
बड़ा
ही इज अ
शरीफ समझता
वेरी.
था आपको मैं अंशुल भाई.
कैन यू ऐड बार्स ऑफ ऑल द गेम्स? कैन वी ऐड दैट? हाँ. Cool. We are trying it, Greesh bhai. We'll try to add it as soon as possible. Wanna calculate definitely. And can you show Arjun's game? Bilkul. Let's go to Arjun's game, Sahaj bhai. Meanwhile, 115. Yeah, even I am confused. 112 था कि 15. Sahaj bhai क्या था यार? Maybe 114 मान लेते हैं average.
या श्योर ऑफ कोर्स.
Okay, calculate. Okay. What? Chat
112
GPT.
डिवाइडेड बाय 112 था शायद.
Okay, Chat GPT. मैंने premium subscription इसलिए तो दिया है. What is the cost of 114 Maggies?
ये सारी चैट आपके मतलब ये मिल क्यों गई है कुछ? ये कोई मीटिंग करी थी आपने चैट के साथ लग रहा है.
So, Saj bhai, at 15 per pack, it is 1710. Uh, what about in Budapest?
तो बुडापेस्ट आके लेनी है आपको सारी की सारी.
Oh, wow. In Budapest, it is 55.86 euros, Saj bhai. That is like 5K.
क्रेजी ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
Huge if true. Even huger if you go regular retail price, which is like 114 euros. So that will
वाह
be a
वाह
lot.
वाह. इतनी मैथ्स
अब
तो कभी देखी ही नहीं आपसे मैंने भाई.
वो चैट जीपीटी है प्रीमियम सब्सक्रिप्शन आज भाई. लाइक ऐसे पैसे की
ओह
कमी नहीं है भाई. 20 यूरो मेरे पास भी है एक्स्ट्रा साल की.
क्रेजी ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. बाय द वे लेट्स स्विच टू अर्जुन. उसी का कैमरा लगा हुआ है तब से. अर्जुन तब से सोच रहा है. यू कैन सी द बार टेकिंग a huge jump there because Arjun is borderline winning and has a 22-minute advantage on the clock as well. And let's remind everyone कि last year Arjun का काफी खराब गया था when it comes to Tata Steel. In fact, he was
True.
until going into the second last round. I mean, he was at the last place, and like we saw a lot of comments there, of course, कि Arjun lower rated players के साथ जीतता है and all of that. But now I think he is proving again and again that he belongs here.
Absolutely, he belongs. And फिलहाल के लिए, as usual, he's looking in the distance, not even at the board. सोच रहे हैं दिमाग में कैलकुलेशन. साथ में how deep can you calculate in your mind? Because to be honest, sometimes it's a bonus because currently जो board पे pieces हैं वो बीच में नहीं आते. But you lose track, right? Even Magnus loses track sometimes. कि भाई दोबारा करना पड़ता है. So the fact that he will always do this is crazy to me. कि he has more faith in his calculations when he's not looking at the board. Is it normal among top players or is it rare?
I would say so, yes. I mean, I can't speak for the top players, but I think for sure, I think it clouds your judgment a bit. अगर आप position clearly नहीं देख सकते तो. And sometimes I think calculating with your eyes can also be good, but if you're used to calculating in your mind all the time, then you can picture the final position much clearer in your head. So I think that's maybe what he's going for. And I think and Arjun को करते हुए हमने बहुत बार देखा हुआ है. We have seen him sort of look into the abyss and just trying to calculate everything. चाहे किसी की भी move हो, कितना भी time हो clock में, this is how he calculates. And
Yeah,
yes, by
true.
the way, chat में काफी लोग लिख रहे हैं Hans has already won his game against Fedoseev, a 16 move miniature, which was not, expected, but from Fedoseev, but I guess mistakes happen. एक कुछ mess up हुआ I guess Fedoseev से, and then उसके बाद he wasn't able to come back. That resignation still was a bit premature though.
आई अग्री एंड यू नो व्हाट, जिस तरह प्रग ने पानी की बोतल खोली ना, उसमें दम नहीं था. इट फेल्ट लाइक यार पानी पीना है. लाइक इट डिडंट हैव हिज यूजुअल एनर्जी, सो ही इज नॉट फीलिंग नाइस अबाउट हिज पोजीशन फॉर श्योर. अनीश भी वहां पे चक्कर काट रहे हैं प्रग के बोर्ड के, सो ही इज आल्सो मूविंग अराउंड. ऑल्सो बाय द वे, अरविंद की गेम में वी हैव एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वी डिस्कस. रुक G3 प्लेड किंग H8 एंड रुक G1, and it's already plus point 0.8 pressure on Bluebaum Matthias, the candidate. It feels like Erwin might start off with a win potentially here.
Oh yes, and some pressure on the G7 pawn, and black rook G8 खेलेगा, like mentioned by Sahil by here. And now, like many moves, Queen F1, Queen G2 is good, but another maybe not such an easy move is to play E4 here. I don't know about you, Sahil bhai, but I don't think I will play E4 here without being like 100% sure that it is the right move.
Yeah,
It
that's a tough
breaks the
one.
integrity of the structure.
Yeah, because जैसे आप E4 खेलते हो, आपका D4 और F4 दोनों साथ में वीक हो रहे हैं. You're giving black too many targets, right? And I think the goal is to actually play E5, which also gives the D5 square. So it's a committal decision. If there's another path to advantage, I might as well take that one. Saj bhai, what do you think?
Yeah, but but E4 is the best sort of way to continue here. But I think breaking this down is not going to be easy, because after something like E4, like if you look at the lines, black has to go rook D8 apparently in this position. And now something like B3, Queen B4,
Oof.
Knight E2, and something like C5 is something I was thinking a lot. But C5 is never a good move because there's E5 kicking the knight away, and something like F5. I mean, this looks crazy actually, and not at
Yeah,
all
so
comfortable for white.
yeah, the queen should remain on E7 then, I think. Maybe that's why the queen shouldn't move, maybe. So
So
rook
after rook
D8.
G8, by the way, played on the
Huh.
board. अब E4 निकालना है
Nice.
यहाँ पे Arvind को, which yeah, I agree with you. It doesn't look simple. So let's say rook D8 B3, and I'll just wait.
Oh, he
I'll
plays
play
B3.
like he plays B3. See, I told you he's not gonna play
Ooh.
E4.
So maybe he's smart, yeah? He's like, अब मैं E4, I still keep it as an option. And I'm kind of rerouting, say, वो ना मोड change कर दिया है basically. If black doesn't see what's happening, then maybe he gets a better position now.
Yeah, agreed. I think a very comfortable advantage though. कोई ना कोई sack आएगा, I think king side पे कभी ना कभी.
By the way, Arjun की गेम पे जाएं. No moves still by India number one. We had that. We played that game against Arjun. Awadh did. वो जो हम कर रहे हैं ना 500 ELO versus XYZ. क्रेजी गेम, क्रेजी वीडियो आएगी उसके ऊपर, चैट जरूर देखना. बट वी आस्क्ड हिम उसके बाद कि लाइक हाउ डज इट फील कि भाई 150 करोड़ लोगों में तुम नंबर वन हो यार. मतलब दैट्स इनसेन, राइट? आई मीन इफ यू थिंक ऑफ द प्योर शेयर नंबर्स, 150 करोड़ ऑलमोस्ट लोगों में नंबर वन. एंड ही वाज लाइक ओके, एट स्टार्ट इट फेल्ट like overwhelming, but now it's pretty normal. So yeah, I mean,
भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 5 भी तो है, वो भी तो क्रेजी हुआ.
भाई जीतेगा तो फोर हो जाएगा भाई. सो
Oh wow.
इट्स लिटरली इन हिज रैंकिंग इज लिक्विड राइट नाउ, कुड मूव अप वेरी वेरी क्विकली. एंड चैट में देखो लिख रहा था कि 2800 हो सकता है, अर्जुन पहले हो चुका है. इट इज पॉसिबल. इफ ही विंस टाटा स्टील, ही कुड बी 2800, वेरी वेरी क्लोज टू दैट नंबर.
2800 तो नहीं होगा खैर, बट 2800 के काफी क्लोज होगा फॉर श्योर. बट एंड ऑल्सो लाइक not just an achievement in classical and rapid, also he's number 4th, and in blitz he's right now ranked number 7th. So and there was a
Oh
moment
wow.
जहाँ पे Arjun was top 5 in all categories during the Tata Steel Blitz event. It was, I think, a pure treat to watch. वहाँ पे भी
So
सिर्फ 10 पॉइंट का ही फर्क है.
wow. So would you agree that Arjun is, like, if there was a, let's say there was a total world championship, like Arjun is the best player from India by far.
Yeah, I think
है ना?
hands down yes. Hands down yes. For me, I don't know about you, but chat में भी किसी ने पूछा who do you think is the best player from India currently? I think it's pretty. I think after you reach a certain level, it becomes subjective. But for me, it's always been Arjun. And Sahil bhai, I think for you it's Pragg, yeah?
नहीं नहीं, आई एग्री, आई थिंक इट हैज टू बी अर्जुन यार। आई मीन वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स में दो, वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स रैपिड में मेडल ले लिया, टाटा स्टील में ही वाज लीडिंग। आई मीन द वे ही इज प्लेइंग क्लासिकल चेस फॉर द पास्ट 2 years has been amazing anyways. I think he's just been that all-round player. Like, and of course, if Total World Championship or like online हो, over the board हो, classical, rapid, blitz, कोई भी format सामने रख दो, like he doesn't have a weakness. He doesn't have a weakness in time format. He has potential to win any event now. So that's very interesting, and that's a great sign for things to come. And फिलहाल के लिए, I mean, a win in round one is not too bad.
Also, like I think he's found that right balance against top players as well. I mean, this is what Arjun was doing maybe against lower rated players, lower than 2700 players, and जिनको वो in messy positions में out calculate करता था. But I think for
Hmm.
quite some time he was struggling to find that rhythm जहाँ पे opponent confused भी हो and उसकी prep भी high board पे. And I think now maybe he has solved that problem more or less, because you can see Pragg is already in. I mean, to say he's in trouble is an understatement.
True, true.
And
By
he
the way,
takes
Queen
on
takes
D3, bhai.
D3. Oh,
Ooh.
let's go. Why? Best move by Arjun. And now it's plus 2.3, Sahaj. Wow.
Wow, I think Arjun just completely demolishing right now. Objectively winning.
Wow. I think Pragg knows this. I think Pragg knows Queen D3 was the best move.
Yeah. He knows he's in trouble. And also next move, G4 is super scary because you're forced to give up your bishop. And maybe you have some play on the king side. You capture a bunch of pawns, but I think it's not enough to create enough counterplay.
Sahaj bhai, look at this. This is crazy. So let's say Queen D3 के बाद Black says, भाई मेरे को तो कोई threat ही नहीं दिख रहा है, मैं तो कैसल करूंगा, ठीक है? And now you can play G4. That's the second best move, and you can win the piece. So
So
castles and
what's
G4.
Black's move?
Castles and then G4. You can win the piece. Very normal.
Mhm.
But chat, question for you. What do you think is the best move for white here? Come on, chat.
Yeah, this is not that difficult. I think I would play it anyways.
What is the best
Yeah, I
move, chat?
think.
Come on. Some guesses. Let's go. But it's crazy. Like, matlab, these improvements, oh, so tough, yaar.
Yeah, but I think if you look at the follow-up idea chart, I think it can be quite instructive as well. Because G4 mein you have bishop takes G4 and queen takes G4 check. Okay, some compensation for black. Usko आप avoid
Yeah.
कैसे करोगे? Like to not give your opponent any compensation. Yeah, Jihan, you have found it. I think you are correct. Not knight G5. Knight G5 का कोई threat नहीं है by the way. Queen H4 मर रहा है उसमें. But Queen E4,
Yes.
I'm guessing is the move. Yeah.
Yes, Queen E4 and ideas कि हमने G4 defend कर लिया अब. And now G4 के बाद you don't even get that pawn, yeah? Like it's
Hmm.
just over. Wow.
So some big problems incoming for Pragg. This match could be over in like within an hour, actually.
By hour, I'm thinking like 15 minutes. Like this could be over.
15 minutes a bit too early because still अभी वो थोड़ा लॉन्ग कासल करके अटैक करेगा किंग साइड पे आई थिंक. तो थोड़ा बहुत काउंटर प्ले तो है प्रग के पास बट नॉट एनीथिंग मेजर.
Got it. So chat, बाकी सारी games तो dead equally है. I don't see even like a slight advantage for anyone. We've had two results so far. Erdogmus and Nodirbek drew and Hans defeated Fedoseev. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games going on. Aravindh, I think, has spoiled his advantage slightly. If he can switch b3, knight d5, and now knight e4, and feels like maybe it's there's no e4 possible. For example, piece exchange हो रहे हैं. Maybe Bluebaum kind of came out, from that situation a bit better.
Now it looks super solid for Bluebaum, yeah. But still you have to be a bit careful from the black side. Like this knight g5 ideas look a bit annoying. मेरा कुछ प्लान नहीं है नाइट g5 का. लाइक अगर आप ऐसे पास बोल दोगे तो मैं कुछ कर नहीं सकता उधर. बट स्टिल नाइट g5 लुक्स इट डजंट फील प्लेजेंट.
I mean, कर सकते हो e4 e5 maybe, but e4 खेलती f4 ही मर रहा है, so
Whenever I watch your stream, Pragg is losing. भाई ऐसे ऐसे तो ये तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई. थियोरेटिकली पॉसिबल नहीं है तो.
oh, by the way, Prakash played. he found the best move knight takes e5, but even that's plus 2.82. So
Why are you
now,
sure this was the best move?
yeah, this was the best move. This was the best move actually.
Really?
Yeah.
This doesn't look very promising. He goes queen e5. Now knight f3. By the way, from the blue arrow, you can see only move for Arjun to take the winning advantage. I'm not sure if this was the best move.
Yeah,
Sahil
this
bhai.
was the best option,
Played,
best option.
भाई, played.
Wow.
हम सब देख के बैठे हैं.
Can we go full screen? By knight to f3, attacking the queen. And as far as we have seen some variations, this is just lost. This is just dead lost. Resignable position, I think.
अर्जुन
Because
तो
now,
फेडोसिव तो अभी रिजाइन कर देता है यहाँ पे.
no, actually, and it would not be too far-fetched, Saj. It's +3. That's essentially a piece, right?
Yeah. And you're a pawn down technically. So I mean, computer really believes you're busted here. Basically.
Wow.
मतलब कंप्यूटर को ऐसा लगता है कि इस मैच से हटने के लिए आपको एक पीस देना पड़ेगा, basically.
True, true.
Which is
And now,
insane actually.
so basically you have to give the knight on e7 and castle, yeah? At some point.
Yeah.
That's the way you survive.
ये
Wow.
तो रुखीवानी पॉसिबल नहीं है भाई, ये तो रुखीवानी नहीं है. और यहाँ पे पता है कितना ये अनोइंग है प्लग के लिए, बिकॉज यू हैव सो मेनी मूव्स. यू हैव लाइक queen f6, you have queen f5, you have queen d6 and you have queen c5, right? And you know कि all the moves are sort of giving a bad position to black, but then you have to choose कौन सी ज्यादा खराब है और कौन सी कम खराब है, which is the worst situation to be in.
True, true, true. It's like कोई पूछे भाई तुम्हें गोली से मरना है चाकू से, मुक्का खाना है कि लात, like there's no good option there. You just kind of stuck there thinking कि भाई मैं फंस कैसे गया यहाँ पे.
Exactly my point, साहिल भाई. मन की बात छीन ली आपने एकदम.
भाई मन की बात तो इंडिया को सुनने की आदत है भाई. एंड मीनवाइल
Crazy.
नाइट f3 के बाद क्वीन ने अपना घर नहीं चुना. किसको चुनेगी क्वीन? देखिए
These
स्पिट्स
four
विल
squares.
हाँ
Now, if I had to
हाँ.
just, like put the queen somewhere, I would put it on d6. क्योंकि एटलीस्ट क्वीन ट्रेड ऑफर कर रहा हूँ मैं, मेरे नाइट को मैं थोड़ा बचा के बैठा हूँ. बट देन आफ्टर क्वीन e2 इट्स बेसिकली लाइक जीजीज, या मतलब खत्म करो बस अब.
इस क्वीन h5 एन ऑप्शन में भी भाई, जहां से आए थे वहीं जाना है, भगवान ने कहा है
क्वीन
तो माइट एज
कहाँ
वेल डू
पे?
h5. क्वीन h5.
क्वीन h5. क्वीन h5 इज ऑल्सो पॉसिबल बट इट इज डेड लॉस. बिशप g5. सब कुछ ही डेड लॉस है वैसे तो. यहाँ इतनी पोजीशन इतनी खराब है कि ब्लैक को यहाँ पे बिशप h3 मारना पड़ेगा.
वाह वाह भाई, ये तो खत्म है यार. फिर फिनिश. 98 एक्यूरेसी वर्सेस 89 एक्यूरेसी. बिल्कुल सही समझे अंशुल भाई. लाइक दिस इज जस्ट.
और मैं भी 29 जीएम और अभी भी 92nd ग्रैंड मास्टर भी हुआ. कोइंसिडेंस?
वाओ Sahaj bhai, I always, like, I never believed in conspiracy theories, but you have pulled me to the other side.
आई नो भाई, दोनों दिल्ली से भी देखो, 29th भी दिल्ली से, 92nd भी दिल्ली से. कुछ तो गड़बड़ है.
Wow, wow, wow. भाई मेरा सर भी फट रहा है 98% साहज भाई. Can you believe it?
I mean, I think Prague is kind of in the in a very
Same
similar
sir
zone.
यार. I think Prague is 100%
Prague
down
अभी
though,
सोच रहा
because
होगा भाई यार, मतलब पोस्टपोन ही हो जाता मैच यार. पूछ
सही
रहे थे
सही
मेरे से,
में.
ऑर्गेनाइजर पूछ रहा था मेरे से खेलना है आज के नहीं.
Wow. चलो, आई एम एटलीस्ट ग्लैड कि पोस्टपोन नहीं हुआ, बिकॉज आई थिंक देन रेस्ट डे निकल जाता. वुड हैव बीन वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल फॉर द प्लेयर्स, बिकॉज देन इट डजंट फील लाइक अ फेयर टूर्नामेंट. आई थिंक हो गया गेम. बट आई वंडर कि अगर डिले नहीं हुआ होता, क्या फेदोसीव ब्लंडर करते, क्या प्रग ब्लंडर करते. आई मीन इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू नो, राइट? इन एन
I think
ऑल्टरनेट यूनिवर्स.
Fedoseev, I'm not sure, but Prague probably, yeah, because that was a complete fruit of opening preparation.
ट्रू ट्रू. हाय गाइस, आई सॉ विदित इन बैंगलोर यस्टरडे. भाई विदित की स्टोरी मैंने दिल्ली की देखी है आज. वीडियो भाई क्या मतलब इंडिया टूर कर रहे हैं कुछ? क्या सीन है?
दिल्ली में तो कोई टूर करने तो नहीं आता भाई आजकल.
भाई टूर नहीं पर ट्वीट करने तो आते हैं ना भाई. मिस यू वीडी भाई. एवरीडे साउथ इंडियन बॉयज में जो पहले जाए, ये क्या 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 लिखते रहते हो भाई यार. तुम मैसेज भी नहीं पढ़ने चाहिए क्या मुझे?
ये कुछ भी like I had no idea how this comment, how this sentence is going to end.
लिटरली मैं ना इनोसेंट मैसेज है कोई.
फेडोसीव
I
होता तो
s-
रिजाइन कर देता। राइट भाई, ये तो लग रहा है मुझे कर देता। ये तो खराब लग रहा था खेल के ही, मतलब उस दिन देख के इतना खराब लग रहा है। आई थिंक फॉर प्राग, आई थिंक अर्जुन, या फॉर श्योर विनिंग दिस।
ठीक है, क्या हाल है? हाल बेहाल है भाई। 300 AQI.
By the way, Vedant Panesar completely, almost completely winning, not like completely winning, but very close to being winning against Ellen Roberts with the black pieces. So overall, a
नाइस.
decent day. प्रग भी
या
पुश कर रहा है, अरविंद भी पुश कर रहा है।
भाई प्रग नहीं पुश कर रहा भाई, प्रग तो
Sorry, I mean Gukesh, and Gukesh pushing, Arvind pushing.
यू नो कल की पेयरिंग्स में इट इज नोदिरबेक अगेंस्ट प्रग and a dogmas against Arvind. Oof, I am so excited about that match actually.
So who do you think is gonna win?
I I I think I think it's gonna be a result. And जो भी
No, 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 no.
जीतेगा
I
ना
think
इस
who's gonna win the tournament?
tournament. I
Result यहाँ पे तो result simple है भाई. I think Arjun
I
wins
think
this.
Arjun. I think Arjun wins the tournament.
Arjun wins the tournament.
Yeah, that's my guess. What do you think?
सही है भाई. Keeping it diplomatic.
Yeah, not diplomatic. Why? Like factual, based on statistics. जो मैं पिछले जब 2 घंटे का डिले हुआ, मैं statistics कर रहा था साज भाई with
Oh,
ChatGPT.
अच्छा अच्छा
So
अच्छा.
we are convinced Arjun is the best bet. What do you think?
Um, I think Gukesh probably. Gukesh has a very good chance, I think, this time. वो
Hmm.
full motivated होगा यहाँ पे. और last
Who
दो,
can?
actually, not even the last time, like last two times से he has been playing in the tie breaks and he lost in the tie breaks. पहले वो यही से आ रहा था, I think, and now next
Yeah,
time to Prague.
true. I saw Sahajan Island. कौन सा island? साहब आइलैंड पे थे.
हाँ भाई, हाँ भाई.
भाई हाँ मत बोलो भाई.
Isolated रहना.
हाँ मत बोलो भाई, एक ही आइलैंड फेमस है आजकल. साजिद साल भाई, if you guys were not along with chess, what do you think you'll be doing like professional basically? क्या कर रहे थे साथ में अगर अगर चेस आपकी जिंदगी में ना आया होता?
चेस मेरी जिंदगी में ना आया होता
हम्म.
तो I don't know, something I don't know. ये कभी सोचा नहीं मैंने.
तो मतलब गुड क्वेश्चन.
Yeah, it's a good question for sure.
I think hard
Oh,
to
अच्छा.
say because chess like is a big part of both of our lives in different ways. But अगर चेस नहीं आया होता तो मोस्ट लाइकली कुछ तो लाइक मैनेजमेंट जॉब टिपिकल वही होता भाई, और क्या ही होता भाई.
I think I mean I really like programming, so I would have probably been something in programming.
मैं तो आई एम अहमदाबाद से करता भाई एमबी, उससे कम पे तो करना ही नहीं है साज भाई. व्हाट डू यू थिंक? हो जाता मेरा एडमिशन साज भाई आई एम अहमदाबाद में?
So moving on,
भाई
just
नहीं.
like they would have.
भाई, भाई चैट बताएगी, चैट हो जाता ना वैसे से बता रहा है. भाई देखो कैलिबर तो है भाई में भाई, चेस का कैलिबर ना हो मगर बाकी चीज़ों का कैलिबर तो है.
So as Sahil bhai is wishing for some compliments, let's move to the games.
भाई वैलेंटाइंस डे पास है यार, इट्स द राइट
Hmm?
टाइम.
Perfect भाई. सहज भाई रिलीज भाई, कुछ भी लिख रहे हो यार तुम चैट में.
अहमदाबाद. लोल्स. एमआईटी, हाँ दैट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन, बट नहीं यार, इंडिया छोड़ के नहीं जाना था यार. हो जाता इन द कैफेटेरिया. नाइस. भाई ये डॉगमस था ना?
Yes, yes,
व्हाई
it
इज
was
ही
a dog.
स्टिल हियर? ही ड्रू नो?
मजा आ रहा है उसको भाई.
ये मे
एक
बी वो हाँ बोलो बोलो.
एक प्लेयर नहीं दिख रहा, वो है फेडोसिव. वो क्यों नहीं दिख रहा साहिल भाई?
फेदोसी भाई भी कैट की तैयारी करने लगता है.
Crazy. By the way, let's as Prag thinks, maybe let's switch to Sundaro versus
अच्छा वो
Gukesh. A lot
सुलेमानली
of
था यार.
updates.
ओ इट वाज नॉट ओके, माय बैड.
Some updates there. कुछ रुक भी हुआ नाइट डेज इसके, और उसने B4 खेल दिया यहाँ पे to try and simplify the position more. Takes, rook A7 and knight D3. And this is the current position. थिंक गुकेश हैविंग अ स्लाइट एडवांटेज वंस अगेन। पॉन ए4 का थोड़ा आइसोलेटेड बैठा हुआ है, रुके 8 करके थोड़ा कुछ अटैक आ सकता है यहाँ पे। साहिल भाई क्या लग रहा है, गुकेश का मैच 1 बजे खत्म होगा या फिर 1:30 बजे खत्म होगा? इफ यू हैड टू चूज अ नंबर।
आई थिंक विद इन द नेक्स्ट आवर द गेम विल बी ओवर एंड इट
गुकेश
विल
का
बी
गेम?
या आई थिंक 1 घंटे में खत्म हो
ठीक है,
जाएगा।
तो एक काम करते हैं, मैगी ऑन, ठीक है? तो समय भाई ऑलरेडी प्रिडिक्टेड दिस, ठीक है? आपको ऑड्स देता हूं मैं, आप
हाँ,
जितनी मैगीज लगाओगे उसका डबल देता हूँ वापस
सो
आपको मैं।
आपके लिए टाइम क्या है, लाइक
अभी
व्हाट
ए
इज।
5:37 PM हो रहे हैं बुडापेस्ट में, 6:37 PM तक गुकेश का
बट
मैच खत्म
यू
हो जाना
सेड
चाहिए।
1 बजे नो, लाइक तो यू
आपने
आल्सो
बोला ना
शुड।
1 घंटा में खत्म होगा।
नहीं 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 यार, मैं इतना इतना श्योर नहीं हूँ।
अरे
आई एम
कम
गोना
ऑन भाई,
गेस।
कम ऑन। देखो
ठीक है,
समय
टू
भाई ने
आवर्स
तो
मुझे दो।
कैमरास भी लगा दिए भाई, पूरा
गिव
सबूत
मी
होना
टू
चाहिए
आवर्स
सबके
एंड यू
पास।
कीप द रेस्ट, गिव मी 2 आवर्स, यू कीप द रेस्ट। तो 12 बजे में 2 घंटे हैं, तो इट्स 10:08 राइट नाउ, सो 12:08 के
और
बाद।
उसमें डबल तो नहीं भरूंगा, वो तो फिर अनफेयर हो जाएगा, दो तो नॉर्मल है।
ठीक
दो
है,
यू
चलो
नो,
1 vs 1 फेयर,
टू आवर्स इज
डबल नहीं
सच अ
चाहिए।
फेयर बेट हियर, लाइक कम ऑन।
हाँ फेयर है, आई डोंट नीड 2x odds, सिंपल 1:1 odds। मैं कहता हूँ 12:10 तक खत्म हो जाएगा, आप कह रहे हो 12:10 तक बाद में खत्म होगा।
1 घंटे वाले में थोड़ा ज्यादा स्पाइसी रहता, थोड़ा फटाफट चैट को भी मजा आएगा ना भाई। थोड़ा
अच्छा
स्पाइसी रखते हैं, चलो एक घंटा डबल। टेक इट भाई, कम ऑन, यू ऑलरेडी
चलो ठीक
वन
है,
लाइक अ
एक
मिनट।
मैगी लगाऊंगा मैं, एक मैगी भाई,
बस
चलो।
एक?
एक
ये
एक
क्या है भाई, चलो ठीक
भाई,
है डन।
गरीब आदमी एक
वन
साथ लगा नहीं
वर्सेस टू,
सकता भाई।
न्यू ईयर न्यू मी शुरू हो गया, ठीक है? तो पिछले वाला 30 में आपको अलग से भेजता हूँ, बट ठीक
अरे
है।
नहीं, मुझे
फाइव
नेगेटिव में नहीं
थर्टी
जाना
एट
भाई।
पी एम हो रहे हैं चैट,
मुझे
ठीक है?
नेगेटिव में नहीं जाना भाई।
फाइव
फर्स्ट आप
थर्टी
पुराना
एट पी एम हो
कर्जा
रहे हैं, नहीं नहीं
क्लियर
नहीं नहीं,
करो।
ऑलरेडी डिसाइड
नहीं
हो
नहीं नहीं,
चुका है।
बैंक ऐसे काम नहीं करते भाई कि न्यू ईयर तो मैं नया ईएमआई ले सकता
भाई
हूँ, ऐसे
न्यू
नहीं
ईयर
होता भाई।
न्यू मी शुरू हो गया है, फाइव थर्टी
नहीं नहीं
एट पी
भाई,
एम है चैट, ठीक है?
आई सी आई भाई, मैं देख, आई कैन सी एवरीथिंग। नहीं नहीं भाई, मेरे को नेगेटिव में जाना ही नहीं है, मैं पॉजिटिव में खुश हूँ।
कोई नहीं भाई, पॉजिटिव में रहे आप पॉजिटिव दिल से रहो, दैट्स व्हाट्स इंपॉर्टेंट।
चलो डन भाई, 2:1 odds, लेट्स सी। मीनवाइल सो 11:10 तक चैट पता लगेगा, ठीक है। मीनवाइल
5:38 PM मेरे लिए था, तो इट विल बी सिक्स थर्टी
नहीं
एट
भाई,
पीएम
5 6 40 मान लो ना, 2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा
नहीं
दे
नहीं
दो
नहीं
कोई
भाई,
नहीं।
5:38, 1 घंटे से 1 सेकंड आपको ज्यादा नहीं दूंगा मैं।
बाय द
But
वे,
by the way, personally, I think this game is going for another 2-3 hours minimum.
चलो ठीक है, लेट्स सी। आज बाय द वे, कैन वी लुक एट द गेम ऑफ Jordan van Foreest एंड Thai Dai Van, लाइक व्हाट्स हैपनिंग देयर, ये क्या चल रहा है भाई?
White ने G4 कुछ तो फेंका था, which was not the best move. And now he got Bishop E4.
और
Slight
ब्लैक ने
inaccuracy
H5।
there. And then he plays H5. And now
वाओ।
G5 खेलना थोड़ा weird है इस position में, but apparently it's necessary. But it looks weird to
या
play G5 here.
Yeah, but I don't want to open the H file also because Bishop C5 है, Queen B6 है, so
ये
there is
H5 तो कभी नहीं
some।
मारूंगा
हाँ, so I think G5 फिर ऑप्शन क्या है, G5 खेलने पड़ेगा ना फिर, लेकिन
मैं। कुछ King G2 करके G4 अलाउ कर दो, या Bishop E3, I don't know. That looks
feels
normal.
tricky. But takes Bishop C5 maybe with Queen
नहीं
H4
नहीं,
incoming.
Bishop E3, H G4, Bishop takes E4, D takes E4,
Ah,
and then Queen G4. So this looks more normal.
hmm. True. Also, you have a queen trade option if you want, so that also makes it safer. But yeah, Queen G4 very safe. So yeah, maybe very interesting position. गुकेश की गेम तो अभी आधे घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगी, आई एम श्योर। How long do you think the Arjun game will take? Arjun versus Pragg.
I think Arjun का game finishes before Gukesh.
नहीं वो तो of course भाई, I mean that's for sure.
तो
But
यू थिंक कि गुकेश का गेम, अर्जुन का गेम 1 घंटे से पहले खत्म हो जाएगा?
हाँ, I can
क्या
bet on
बात
that
कर
also.
रहे हो भाई, क्या बात
I
कर रहे
can
हो, नो
bet one Maggie
चांस।
on that also.
चलो ठीक है, डन।
ठीक है, इसमें भी
ठीक है,
odds दे रहे हो क्या?
हाँ कोई ऑर्ड नहीं दे रहा है, जैसे को ऑर्ड चाहिए आपको, मुझे भी ऑर्ड्स दो ना भाई।
इसमें क्या odds भाई? Come on, like it's a fair bet. 1:1. 1 घंटा
अर्जुन
is
इज
too less.
कंप्लीटली विनिंग।
नहीं, but I mean Pragg can simply think for an hour, yeah, if he wants to. So it's a huge risk
हाँ
I'm taking.
एग्जैक्टली, मैं उसी पे ही बैंक कर रहा हूँ भाई, वो सोच ही रहा है पिछले 15 मिनट से। तो दैट्स
ठीक है।
5:41, दूसरा वाज
हाँ
5:38, तो आपके पास
ठीक है
57 मिनट्स पड़े हैं फॉर द
ठीक है।
कुकेश
सो
गेम, एंड 1 hour लेफ्ट फॉर द अर्जुन गेम।
30 मैगीज था, या तो 33 हो जाएगा, 27 हो जाएगा।
भाई
सो विल
टाइमर
वेट।
लगा दो ना भाई इसमें, अगर पॉसिबल है तो। डिंग 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 करके बचेगा।
हाँ ठीक है, डन डन डन। सो
लगा रहे
चैट
हो?
नहीं नहीं भाई, मैं नहीं लगा रहा भाई, वो सब भाई लगाएंगे। साहिल भाई gonna lose all challenges today. भाई शादी के बाद मैंने हारना छोड़ दिया है भाई. ऐसा मुझे कहा गया बोलने के लिए.
Sahil bhai gonna lose all challenges. Yes, bhai. But yeah, and let's not. It's not about sleeping early, bhai. I think also, ये game, I think he has a closer chance. Gukesh definitely plays. I think वो पूरा एकदम एंड तक खेलेगा ये, बिकॉज ही नोस ओपनिंग के बाद उसको, मतलब ब्लैक, यूजुअली ब्लैक इज द वन हुज डिफेंडिंग, बट ओपनिंग से उसको उसने एकदम बड़ा क्लीनली इक्वलाइज कर लिया. ही नोस सिंडरो इज ओके विद अ ड्रॉ, एंड दैट्स द परफेक्ट सिचुएशन टू लाइक कैरी द मैच ऑन.
साल में अगर पूरा कभी रिजाइन कर दे, ओ माय गॉड क्या शॉक लगेगा ना आपको. एक
भाई
मैगी.
मैं अगर अभी रिजाइन हुआ तो 1 के 10 अभी कर दूंगा मैं मैगी आपके. और बताओ.
ओ कम ऑन प्रग भाई, 10 मैगी.
नो
नहीं यार
चांस
दे.
भाई, नो. Pragg will fight this until the very end.
बट द एंड इज नाउ.
Do you do you think that Pragg can hold this? Unlikely, bhai. I think there's a lot of damage to the position already. His king is super weak. Black's pieces are not developed, and all just for one pawn. So my guess is, my take is that Pragg overestimated, his position a bit, and I think he didn't realize how bad the position actually is. But it's the type of position where the more you analyze, the more you realize how bad it is. And I'm guessing that's all kicking in, but it's a little too late.
Yeah. Sahil bhai, who is the most famous person you have ever met? Yeah, how do you measure famous? Like, is it Instagram followers? Is it, I don't know how
सीधा
you
समय
measure
बोलो ना, खत्म करो.
नहीं भाई. I don't think he's the most famous who I've met.
समय ही होगा ना.
I've I've met Priyanka Chopra before. I don't know how many followers she
Oh,
has.
flex भाई.
नहीं flex नहीं है भाई. What? 200 million she has?
Of
क्या
course
बात कर
भाई,
रहे हो?
she's really famous भाई.
इतना फेमस तो नहीं होगी यार.
Of course भाई, she is.
I mean, I met her as a kid, so it's not
You're
really
saying
something.
Magnus? I don't think Magnus is more famous than Samay, for example.
हाँ, Magnus
Samay is more
is,
famous, I think.
yeah, 100%.
Don't you
Who's the
think
most
there has
famous
been
you
a
have met?
big...
Saj bhai.
Was me?
हाँ.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, I think.
अच्छा हाँ, I remember. Yeah.
It's on
That
my
guy of
story. It's on my Instagram. Like, वो मैं
Instagram.
हमेशा flex करूँगा. I think
कैसे मिले भाई आर्नोल्ड से?
I played his tournament. He has this bodybuilding competition. उसके साथ साथ काफी other extra curricular activities रहती हैं. Chess is one of them,
Oh.
and he visits them. By the way, he goes queen d6.
Oh,
Moment of
let's go. Let's go, Queenie 2. Only move.
moment of truth. Come on, Arjun. Blue Arrow ने तो हमको दिखा दिया. क्या आप भी हमें थोड़ा enlighten us
Prag,
with
by
these
the way,
great
कैमरा
moves?
में इस तरह देखा ना, I think he could be considering, okay, this is lost. Like genuinely, I think he thinks this is lost. Like उसे कैमरा में इस तरह देखा ना, साज भाई, it looked like one Maggie.
True, but I don't think. I mean, he will still play the best move, but I don't think he will resign still. Prag. Sahaj bhai, what about woodpecker method book? Is it good? I think it's voted as or rated as one of the best beginner books out there. You should try it if you haven't. Personally, I have not read it myself because जब तक वो book आई तब तक I was already not at that level. तो मैंने personally वो किताब नहीं पढ़ी, but I've heard many good things about it. So
Hmm.
you should definitely. Plus, I think if you're just thinking about reading a chess book, I don't think you can really go wrong with it. आप कुछ भी पढ़ो, कुछ ना कुछ नया तो सिखाएगी ना आपको, which is a good thing always.
By the way, Vincent Keymer has a chance to become better against Anish Giri with the +1 advantage. Knight to a5. I mean, rook b8 cannot be the best way to play. Huh? It's a passive move.
That was a huge inaccuracy by Anish. ब्लू arrows ने पूरा हमको सब दिखा रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Knight a5 is the move, and then you capture the pawn on b7, and this is good. And by the way, look at the time difference as well.
Wow.
10-minute difference. That's a lot.
Bhai, this is Anish. I mean, endgame run kar denge, so that will hurt a lot. Yeah, he was so close to a draw, but certainly gives us. I think the move instead of rook b8 was bishop c6. And the problem is bishop a6 aa raha hai wahan pe. You feel like if I take, you can take on c6, but there was bishop b6. Just kind of trapping the rook, I think, right?
Then there's rook b7, bishop b7, bishop b7, bishop d4, and okay, black is fine here, but it looks scary, yeah? A4, a5, a6.
Yeah, true. But this is even worse now.
Hmm. Rook b8, and quite a surprising decision by Anish.
Good statement by Sanskriti. Ki candidates are struggling. Matthias Bluebaum, okay, not struggling, but he was worse. Anish is worse. Pragg is losing. Yeah, fair statement
Sindarov
actually.
also in some trouble against Gukesh. Gukesh is the one who's pressing.
Yeah, fair statement.
But yeah, I think सबसे लंबा गेम इंडियंस में मुझे अभी भी मतलब गुकेश का ही लग रहा है.
भाई मेरी मैगी के पीछे की पड़े हो यार.
50 मिनट पड़े हैं भाई आपके पास. ठीक है, ठीक, आराम से सोचो भाई. Hi
Hi
Sahaj
Sahaj,
is,
is
yeah,
Benko
go ahead.
Gambit a practical choice for 25 plus 10 in the 1 by
I
2s?
think in any sort of time control, it's a good choice, Benko. Like I think it's very underrated in my opinion. Like people don't understand how good it is. For practical play. Rapid mein to I think it's the best. The classical maybe it's also very good. Blitz will be also very good, but rapid I think is the best time control for it. So you should definitely try it out. But the downside of playing Benko Gambit is कि white what if white doesn't play c4? Yeah, after d4 knight f6 में कुछ knight f3 खेल दूं. Then you have to learn a whole new opening, which is not Benko Gambit. So you have to have a backup plan for that. That's sort of the downside of it.
Hmm. Phew. साहिल भाई आपने कोरोना में थाली बजाई थी क्या?
Oh,
I
wow.
love the question difference. मैंने पहले भी कहा ये. साहिल भाई, should we
Wait,
play the
what?
bank? What? I'm sorry, what? What? Can we go full screen, please? What? Keymer cannot believe it. But
Wait,
he's shocked. He's like, what?
oh my God, as हमें कुछ बोलने की जरूरत ही नहीं है because you can see from the blue arrow, rook c4 just drops a whole piece, and I think Anish just realized it.
Hey, what was that? He literally took out the earbuds. He knows it's over. Like he's lost. उसने earbuds ही निकाल दिए अनीश ने. He knows it's over. Oh my God. I think the delay that happened has really thrown off a bunch of players. You would never see this from Anish.
Sahil, why you called it? You called this so correctly. I can't believe it. You were so right.
And no
Fedoseev,
poker
Anish,
face.
and Pragg, three players are on the brink of basically losing their match 2 hours into the broadcast.
And he's not even holding a poker face. The blunder is so elementary that Anish knows there is no parallel universe that even Einstein can create jahan pe he doesn't find rook c4. He's
Yeah, you
not
can
even
see. I
holding a
mean,
poker face.
it's begging to be played. His hand is there. He's going for the rook. For sure, he sees it, and there it is.
Wow. I cannot believe what just happened. Like, this is. I mean, the Hans Niemann, Fedoseev blunder was still understandable, right? 95 was a tricky move. This is just a. I mean, if I made this blunder, Sahaj by in a bullet game, I would be mad at myself. Like, this is just a blind spot. Yeah, there's no reason you can explain this to yourself. Ki, bhai, kyun hua? What do you learn from this? Nothing.
That's a huge blind spot by Anish. I think he's on the verge of it. Yeah, you can see him shaking his head. He cannot believe that he just blundered a whole bishop. Crazy.
Wow. And that too, one of the most solid players in the world, a candidate. Chat, just imagine if this was the candidates. This would be psychologically so difficult that you would say कि कोई chance ही नहीं बचेगा, right? Like, you look at the child behind, yeah, he's holding, I don't know if because of the move, but everybody is shocked. Look at the
People are
people
just
behind. They can't
realizing
believe
it.
it.
Of course, we cannot realize it either. Huge if true, bilkul. And this looks, I mean, very, very sad for Anish, of course, jokes aside. Um, Did not expect this whatsoever. And I like, क्या prediction करी आपने यार कि मैच अगर अलग टाइम पे हो तो it can throw off a lot of players and we can
साथ
see
भाई, I
that.
think we can make a prediction on this game also कि 1 घंटे में खत्म होने के लिए. I'll give you great odds.
भाई 10 मिनट में
Two
खत्म होगा ये. I'll give
two
you
to
great
one
odds
odds
sir.
भाई. I'll give
हाँ
you, चल 10 मिनट का, I'll give you 2-1, 10 मिनट से पहले खत्म होगी.
10 मिनट से पहले.
हाँ, 1-1 odds. 10 मिनट is not 2-1. 1-1 odds.
नहीं
10 मिनट
10
से पहले
मिनट से
खत्म
हो
होगी.
जाएगी खत्म पहले भाई. वो अभी कर देगा वो एवरीथिंग. चलो मैं 5 मिनट बोलता हूँ. 5 मिनट. 2-1.
ठीक है, डन डन. 5 मिनट, जल्दी बताओ.
5 मिनट में खत्म होगा. आई एम सेइंग
हाँ,
होगा, आप
वन
कह रहे हो
मैगी.
नहीं होगा.
हाँ,
ठीक है डन. ठीक है.
33-19. 33-19, it has to be 28-19. अगर उससे पहले
ठीक है.
रिजाइन किया, आई गेन अ
5:52
मैगी.
PM on my end.
नहीं, 28,
5:57 पे होना चाहिए.
उसकी क्लॉक सहज भाई. 28-19 was the 33-19 was the time when we agree. 33-19. So
Got it.
28-19 से पहले रिजाइन किया उसने तो आई विन, उसके बाद किया तो यू विन. अगर डॉट हुआ 5 मिनट, then chat wins a membership. चलो भाई.
Crazy, crazy. By the way, chat, I'm looking at the Arjun game as well. We're just catching the last minutes of Anish's match. Arjun has not made a blunder. He has made
Yeah.
the second best move in the position, and he still retains a very healthy advantage. So nothing to worry about there.
Saj bhai, how confident are you feeling about your Maggie?
थोड़ा nervousness हो रहा है भाई.
Yeah, let's go! Anish, my boy. Anish is
Bhai,
my
I
boy. I
resigned.
told you, Saj bhai.
भाई I won. What are you saying?
I won. 5 मिनट में हो
मैंने
गया
तो
ना.
बोला 5 मिनट के अंदर होगा.
मैंने बोला 5 मिनट, कुछ भी. भाई, I said 5 minutes.
Chat, थोड़ा confusion यहाँ पे लग रहा है, but let's stay on the
Hey,
game and maybe we'll sort
come
this out
on,
later
come on.
on. But
Hey,
I
come on,
genuinely
come
meant
on.
कि 5 मिनट, मैं 5 मिनट बोलता हूँ.
अच्छा, नहीं. I'm chat. Go back and tell us. Did we both
Like,
agree to
I
it?
know this.
I said.
Like, I know what I said.
नहीं, chat बताएगी. Chat बताएगी. Okay, I said 5 minutes. Okay, maybe we both agree to that.
Like,
But I
look,
think
look
मैं
at
तो
this.
5 मिनट
Chat
बोला.
is saying Sahaj won. What is this?
But I said 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes में खेलेंगे. So I don't know ये कैसे हो गया भाई. That's what I meant कि 5 मिनट में खत्म होगा game.
Yeah, but regardless, that was heartbreaking for.
But wait, that's what I also said कि 5 मिनट जीतूंगा भाई.
Everyone is saying Sahaj by
Wait,
one. Bhai.
that makes no sense. That's what I said कि 5 मिनट खत्म होगी
Literally,
game.
not a single person is saying Sahil won. Not a single
But
person.
when I went said 28-13, उससे पहले खत्म हुआ तो I win. That's what I said. No.
No,
Go back
bhai.
and.
I
हाँ,
said कि
okay.
आपने बोला.
I'll send you the clip. I'll
I'll
send you the clip.
explain.
पक्का.
I'll
हाँ.
explain. ठीक है, आपने
हाँ.
बोला 10 मिनट के अंदर गेम होगा. मैंने कहा नहीं 5 मिनट के अंदर गेम खत्म होगा. And then you agreed. तो
नहीं,
under
नहीं,
5
नहीं.
minutes was mine.
But I thought you're saying 5 मिनट की bet लगाते हैं. That's what I thought. Okay, I'll send you the clip. ठीक है, I'll send you the clip. ठीक है, done. Because I
Wow,
said कि
क्योंकि
जब.
मान नहीं रहे, सारी दुनिया बोल रही है.
That's what I said. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. But anyways, I think miscommunication हो गया. But okay, we were both correct at the end, I think.
No, we
But
were
yeah,
not both
but
correct.
नहीं, we were. I can bet on it. Okay. Yeah. I'll
भी
bet
भाई.
on the fact कि I said that. One Maggie.
By
क्या
the
बोलते
way,
हो साज में?
another inaccuracy by Pragg.
Oh.
And he's on the verge of losing. Another loss incoming, bhai. Big blunder by Pragg as well.
एक और Maggie incoming. That's crazy.
भाई ये तो भाई अब तो मैं पूरा लड़ूंगा आपसे. देखो सारी हर जगह चैट में चाहे एक पोल कर दो ना, कौन सही है सहज और साहिल.
अरे भाई फैक्ट्स
एक
है
काम
ना.
करो ना, पोल कर दो. समय भाई आपके पास
Either
है
I
ना.
said it or didn't see it.
You have
पोल
the
में
you
क्या
have the
भाई?
powers to put a
भाई
poll.
यही तो डेमोक्रेसी की प्रॉब्लम है कि हम चीज पोल से डिसाइड करते हैं भाई.
हमें भाई पोल डाल दो ना प्लीज. सहज भाई सही है कि साहिल भाई सही है. बस एक पोल डाल दो छोटा सा.
पोल बोल
साहिल
नहीं
भाई
भाई.
तो नहीं डालेंगे.
पोल बोल तो नहीं. बट ओके, एनीवेज मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि भाई नाउ बिशप E6 and FE6 and Rook D1 is the only way for Arjun, right, to win this.
Yes. Only way. Just like ये ऐसा way है जो आप मतलब after walking the way you cannot change your mind.
भाई क्या भाई बताओ यार, इंटेग्रिटी पे डाउट कर दिया भाई. भाई नहीं.
भाई ये
I
तो
will
मानना
send
है.
evidence, my lord.
तो चैट डाल दो ना पोल. आप चैट को जो लगेगा मैं मान
इसमें
लूंगा.
अक्षय कुमार मूवी बनाएगा भाई 4 साल बाद, तुम देखना भाई.
चैट में डालो. मैं सीधा लिखता हूँ.
नहीं अक्षय कुमार भाई, I'll give you that script, don't worry भाई. हमेशा नाइंसाफी हो रही है.
कैसे से हो भाई. एक बंदे ने नहीं लिखा अभी तक. वाह.
नहीं लिखा कुछ बंदों ने लिखा साहिल वन, बट बहुत कम था भाई वो.
साहिल भाई कितना मैनिपुलेटिव है. आई नो भाई, आई नो. सोच
ये क्या था भाई? Oh my god. Okay, anyways, मेरी बीवी चैट पे थी, पता नहीं था. But anyways, meanwhile, Bishop E6 के बाद क्या चल रहा है भाई? Let's see.
लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे आई थिंक मतलब व्हाइट के पास एक तो बिशप टेक्स E6 इज वन ऑप्शन, देन क्वीन टेक्स B7 इज अनदर ऑप्शन, एंड क्वीन B5 चेक इज द थर्ड ऑप्शन. तो आई फील लाइक अगर एक पोल कर दिया जाए चैट में कि किसी का
अरे
बेस्ट मूव क्या है, Bishop e6 being my move, so we'll call it Sahaj, and Queen takes b7 being Sahil's move, we'll call it Sahil, and Queen b5 check is 50-50 draw. क्योंकि उसमें
nice,
इक्वल हो रही है
nice.
पोजीशन, यू नो.
So,
सो इफ वी
so,
कैन हैव
so
अ पोल.
in the Sahaj option, like bishop pieces is plus 4.5, right?
हाँ, Bishop
That's
e6 is plus
complete.
4
That's
point.
like a rook up. So
हाँ,
rook up
basically.
में usually top players resign कर देते हैं, right? Like rook up
Right,
में,
right,
like
right.
it's so maybe like the game could end very quickly, Sahaj,
मतलब
right? Like
टॉप
it's
प्लेयर्स
possible.
रिजाइन करते हैं और टॉप कमेंटेटर्स अपना दिमाग नहीं बदलते हैं आफ्टरवर्ड्स. दैट्स
नहीं
अनदर.
नहीं वो एविडेंस के साथ दिखाएंगे भाई, दिमाग नहीं भाई, सिर्फ दिल बदला है.
साहिल बीइंग एज फेयर एज दिव्या इन हिज वेडिंग मैच कमेंट्री. वाह भाई वाह.
ये क्या था? ओके मीनवाइल
लव यू
चलो
भाई.
एटलीस्ट वो तो एक्नॉलेज किया किसी ने कि दैट वाज नॉट कूल, बट ओके फिलहाल करिए एफ टेक्स e6, लेट्स गो.
तो +1 मैगी फॉर मी चैट, जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर.
नहीं है भाई
ऑल
वो
दोस.
फन.
एक तो जीत गया हूँ मैं भाई, अब तो कुछ भी कर लो आप. सारी
भाई ये
सब
क्या है
लोग
भाई, भाई
चेस, सब लोग
भाई
सहज से
देश
बोले
के
तो
लिए अच्छा
पोल
क्या
कर
वो
लो, सिंपल.
जरूरी है भाई, जनता की वोट से तो.
एग्जैक्टली, करो भाई, डालो सहज और साहिल. हु इज राइट?
मैग्नस प्लीज पुट अप कैंडिडेट्स क्या होता है भाई? हाँ अबीर भाई, थैंक यू भाई. साहिल वन बिकॉज ही सरेंडर 500. एक बंदा मेरे साथ है भाई, अबीर भाई लेट्स. थैंक यू ब्रदर.
आप ही का ही ऑल्ट अकाउंट रहेगा ये.
नहीं भाई,
और तो कोई सपोर्ट कर नहीं रहा आपको.
भाई ऑल्ट
एक
अकाउंट में
पता
अपना
नहीं, बड़े
नाम
अजीब
अबीर
से एक
वाइबिंग
एक
वर्ल्ड क्यों
कमेंट आया
रखूंगा?
आपके सपोर्ट में है.
Why would I keep Abir vibing world as my alt?
आई डोंट नो भाई.
I am not vibing currently.
देखो लोग भी यही कह रहे हैं, साहिल भाई का अकाउंट है भाई, बैन कर दो मॉडल को, इस प्लेयर को. हटाओ, नहीं चाहिए.
Oh, by the way, F6 now, Rook E1 and Knight G5 are two moves that win for Arjun. Only two.
Oh yes, Rook D1, by the way, looks much more tempting because you're developing your rook and you're attacking the queen at the same time.
देखो वासिफ भाई इज करेक्ट, दोनों ही सेम बोले थे, बस कम्युनिकेशन प्रॉब्लम हुआ है. देखा वासिफ भाई, देखो और लोग बोल रहे हैं अब.
हाँ हाँ हाँ.
भाई
Oh, by the way, I
साहिल
think
ब्रो
that's
वन
my
के
mom.
कमेंट डिलीट किए जा रहे हैं. ओ माय गॉड, मॉड्स आर डिलीटिंग कमेंट्स. साहिल वन.
हाँ भाई, डिलीट
व्हाट?
करो, बिल्कुल बढ़िया मॉड भाई.
भाई
Thank you भाई. Also, my mom is also letting us know that she also thinks that I'm right, and that's it. +1 Maggie for me भाई.
चलो भाई,
GG.
आंटी ने बोल दिया तो फिर देना
अब तो
पड़ेगा
अब
एक.
तो
चलो
मना भी नहीं कर सकते भाई.
हाँ चलो फिर तो करना पड़ेगा. वो तो आंटी के घर पे जाके खा लूंगा एक बार मैं ये एक्स्ट्रा.
तो डन है भाई, डन है, डन है, डन है.
चलो भाई
As
29
long
ही
as
सही.
as long as it's +1 for me going into the
चलो
new
कोई
year.
ना, विल कवर इट अप, विल कवर इट. कम ऑन प्रग भाई, कम ऑन. प्रग की कम ऑन अर्जुन भाई, लेट्स गो.
भाई मतलब दोनों, मतलब to be honest, it looks like he's going to resign. He could resign here.
वी हैव द बार्स. अमेजिंग, हमारी टीम क्या मतलब अमेजिंग काम करती है भाई. वेल डन सही भाई, ग्रेट. एंड नाउ वी हैव ऑल द बार्स एंड 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 गेमें भी है हमारे पास.
7 गेम में से 2 गेम्स खत्म भी हो गई हैं. अगर पॉसिबल हो समय भाई, तो वो एक गेम हटा के अगर हम वेदांत का गेम रख सकते हैं, दैट वुड बी वेरी नाइस, क्योंकि.
हम्म. अच्छा ओके ओके, ठीक है. चलो
अच्छा अच्छा
चलो,
अच्छा,
जो
नो
है
वरीज,
सो
नो
है.
वरीज, नो वरीज.
Amazing. So, meanwhile, chat, we are set. And what do you think about new time control? I think it's pretty decent. Candidates ka copy hai, and it's great practice for many players who are also playing the candidates. And Prag यहाँ पे calculate करते हुए रुक दिया. साज भाई, where do you put that queen? कहाँ लेके जाए इसको अब?
आई थिंक क्वीन B6 और क्वीन A6 दोनों ही घटिया चारें लग रही हैं, बट कहीं ना कहीं तो क्वीन को रखना ही पड़ेगा. द प्रॉब्लम इज कि ही कैन नॉट कासल दैट इजीली. लाइक शॉर्ट कासल हो रहा है, बट वो मौका नहीं देगा वो कास्टलिंग का. लाइक बिशप G5 लुक्स वेरी टेम्पटिंग, नाइट D5 लुक्स सो टेम्पटिंग. पोजीशन इतनी बढ़िया है कि अर्जुन बोर्ड पे ही नहीं है.
वो तो स्टार्टिंग से ही नहीं है ना भाई, वो तो चिल ही कर रहा है एक्चुअली.
हाँ,
By the
अर्जुन
way,
तो.
Prag has 35 minutes now to play what? 23 moves.
क्या बात है.
So
35 मिनट्स. थोड़ा थोड़ा अर्जुन का भी टाइम देना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे, बिकॉज इट्स कटिंग इट वेरी क्लोज. अर्जुन भाई, थोड़ा
हम्म.
थोड़ा आराम आराम से
अभी
खेलो भाई, वो घूमेगा
अभी
फिर वो
तेरह ही
चलेगा. He'll
अभी
lose some
13 ही
time
मिनट
there.
हुए भाई, अभी 13 ही मिनट हुए हैं.
By the way, in the background you see Aydin Suleymanli, who
Yeah.
finished second in the challenges section. Basically, he had the same amount of points as Thai Dai Van, but he was basically 0.25 book holes kam tha uska tiebreak ka, and that's why he couldn't qualify to the Masters section. So going into the challenges section, he should be a heavy favorite considering the fact that he has played this event before, and he tied for the first place with 9.5 out of 13 points, which is huge. So I think that's something to keep in mind.
Meanwhile, Prague. Oh, I thought he almost played. Arey yaar, I was so happy.
जडूब कर दिया उसने, जडूब.
I didn't play. Oh, by the way, can we have just one look at the Arvind game? Quick look. Do you think there's any chance building up here, or do you think it's just too few pieces to really create something?
कुछ नहीं है भाई यहाँ तो. Like you will go rook h5, queen e5, something like this, but okay, like then what? Black just pass बोलता रहेगा.
Yeah, we can't really sack something, right? We need one piece, one knight maybe somewhere to sack on h6 or.
Knight तो sack हो गया ना भाई. Knight b5 के बाद knight takes d5 मार दिया. By the way, it's interesting in this position. Can be a nice like exercise for like everyone, like nice strategic exercise as well. Like what's the best capture here for black? Because knight d5 is keeping the exact same structure. E takes d5 changes the situation a bit, and c takes d5 is opening up the c file. And bar ki wajah se we can tell what's the best move here, but otherwise it would not be an easy task. In fact, black recaptured with the worst piece. Yeah, knight say was the worst one according to the numbers here.
I'm going to take a guess. I was thinking with a c pawn because I can create counterplay on the c file, like rook c8.
Exactly. And also e pawn से नहीं मारना चाहिए because white के सारे pieces king side पे, तो वहाँ पे pawns रखने थोड़े जरूरी होंगे आपको, like in the long term. And also with the c pawn, you are capturing the c file, which is very good. So it can be a nice exercise there. He played rook h5, by the way, and I think we are, very close to a drawish territory here. By the way, 34 minutes remaining for Pragg ke match pe, and then 36 minutes remaining for Gukesh's match. Just putting it out there, Sahil bhai.
Yeah. Wait, 18 पे हुआ था ना?
ये आपके फिर से शुरू हो जाएंगे.
नहीं, I don't know your time. I don't know the current time in your place ना.
हाँ, आपके पास 34 minutes है और 38 minutes है basically.
34 ही बचे हैं क्या? अरे यार, तब से इतना टाइम कैसे हो गया भाई?
पहले लेकिन हमने सिंडारोव का बोला था, पहले तो सिंडारोव का था ना, तो 34 minutes for सिंडारोव. हाँ,
पहले गुकेश था. पहले गुकेश था. Yes.
Exactly. So Gukesh's match is supposed to finish in 34 minutes for you, and दूसरा वाला match is supposed to finish in 38 minutes.
34 मतलब 22. So 10 बज के 9 मिनट पे basically, I think something like that, roughly.
Yeah.
ठीक है.
But यहाँ पे Pragg का time देख के, like he doesn't have enough time to sort of cut off here. Because already queen पे attack है. He has 32 minutes on the clock.
भाई वो 32 मिनट की ना सोच ले सीधा यार.
Sej bhai, can you give me best opening, middle game and end game books? Opening books तो यार मतलब I think it's difficult because I think you should much rather look at some chessable courses. Those are, I think, they also get updated monthly sometimes, and sometimes even faster than that. So chessable courses can be quite good, depends on your needs. The middle game and end game, middle game, I think you can do a light combination book that can be quite nice. Like Imagination in Chess is one of my favorites. And then end games pe, I think you can 100 end games you must know is a very good course, I think, for a beginner. But it's hard to give like general advice without knowing much about you.
It's funny how chess imitates life sometimes. Gary के साथ हमने कहा था ना साच भाई, याद है क्या?
Of course.
It's crazy. कि...
Sahil won because he changed his mind.
Can I tell what's happening in Gukesh's game? No. Yeah, I mean we can, but
भाई जाते हैं ना भाई गुकेश के बोर्ड पे, तब से सोच ही रहा है वो. 32 minutes for Sindarov as well. ये
यार
मैच
मत
तो
कर।
नहीं खत्म होता भाई. नो चांस.
अब थोड़ा डर लग रहा है यार, थोड़ा तेज खेलना पड़ेगा इन
गुकेश
लोगों
तो 100% I'm winning that one. बस प्रज्ञा आई एम नॉट श्योर बिकॉज अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग टू फास्ट, जो मैंने सोचा नहीं.
By the way, Pragg played queen b6 and now only move is queen a4 check for Erigaisi Arjun. Can he find it?
थोड़ा घूम के आता ना आराम से, क्या एकदम से फटाफट बैठ गया.
अर्जुन भाई वॉशरूम लॉक कर दो भाई, अभी कोई वॉशरूम में जाएगा, अभी गेम खेलने का बस जल्दी खत्म करो.
Oh wow, look at that. 27 seconds he took and the
वाओ
move was
अर्जुन
already on the board.
भाई, भाई अर्जुन यार, अर्जुन ओपी भाई,
Beast.
भाई माय फेवरेट फॉर दिस टूर्नामेंट इज अर्जुन.
Beast by beast.
And now only move is, I guess, c6 played. Okay.
अब तो ब्लू एरो नहीं दिख रहा बिकॉज कुछ भी यहाँ पे विनिंग है.
But
क्वीन जी
knight
फोर
c6
इज
option
गुड.
नहीं था
क्वीन.
क्या?
सॉरी.
Knight c6 wasn't that an option?
हाँ ऑप्शन, बट वो घटिया ऑप्शन है. क्वीन जी फोर.
Okay, c6 पे तो
कासल तो नहीं हो रहा ना अब. कासल पे. हाँ रुक D7 जस्ट जीजी.
oh, rook f7 queen e6 I'm guessing.
भाई क्रेजी है तो ये पोजीशन.
But to understand this is so winning, it's not easy here.
अर्जुन का फिर से हाथ जा रहा है आगे भाई. वो ही इज अबाउट टू प्ले अगेन.
भाई come on, let's go अर्जुन. चल दो.
आधा घंटा रिमेनिंग फॉर गुकेश एंड 34 मिनट्स फॉर अर्जुन. आराम से
Come
सोचो अर्जुन
on.
भाई, बहुत टाइम है. 1 घंटा पड़ा है
No.
भाई. सोचो भाई.
अर्जुन भाई 2 घंटा डिले हो गया यार. You need rest for the next game. Let's finish it off quickly. By the way, good question. Can we show how Arjun is winning here, Saj bhai?
So there's multiple ways. I think the quickest one is to play queen e4 to put pressure on the e6 pawn, and you're preempting that black is gonna castle on the short side. And uske liye you have to have a backup plan, which is to take on e6, attacking the knight and the king. And if black plays rook f7, then I was thinking knight g5, but I'm guessing some queen f2 check ideas, which can be a bit annoying. So rook d7 is like just GG. Black goes rook e8 and something like knight e5 or knight g5. Both of them are winning for Arjun completely. You can give a check here. I'll move my king and that's it. Eventually you take the rook on f7 and this is where he resigns. Then the question becomes like after queen e4. So in this position, what if I don't castle? But the problem is that it's probably worse for you if you don't castle and then I take your pawn on e6, because then your king on e8 is completely paralyzed. So it's once again choosing for Pragg. You choose between two very bad options.
Look at this. This is a very interesting line. So queen e4 ke baad, I thought, yeah, okay, I can play c5 maybe and defend with the queen. But now, vapas queen a4 check, which is so nice. Dragging the knight
Oh.
to c6 and now queen g4, which is so cute. Yeah, and Arjun likely has seen all of this, which is insane.
Insane actually. It's a nice sequence of moves. But ये ऐसा sequence लग रहा है साहिल भाई कि अर्जुन को immediately नहीं आएगा समझ में. I feel like he needs to think. Ideally for around 20 to 25 minutes before he comes up with this sort of sequence with queen e4 and queen
I agree with you. I think I agree.
feel like
I think he
he's
should.
gonna think. He's gonna think here.
हाँ तो 20 minutes में गेम खत्म हो जानी चाहिए. I agree. I think
20
20
minutes में I
में.
think वो चाल चलेगा. फिर उसके बाद Pragg will come back. He has half an hour more.
Why would Pragg come back? I mean, if he finds the best move, I think
बस
it's
fighter है
lost. You
भाई.
know. I mean, fighter's okay, but -5, Sahaj bhai, -5 is a rook down. If I played like if you played rook, like it's equal player से खेल रहे हो rook
भाई
down. I
-5
think.
तो मैग्नस भी था गुकेश के अगेंस्ट.
I mean, वो Magnus, Gukesh, it's an exception. Like we should not treat normal as the exception. I think, but okay. I think अपना अपना मन है हर किसी का. दिल की दुआ होती है भाई, देखना होता है कितना लंबा खेलना है. Also, they might be tired. Jet lag, wet lag, and all Sahaj by traveling to Europe.
Of
So.
course. जाओ साहिल भाई, खा लेना मैगी मेरी तरफ से. सुपर चैट आए
अरे
भाई.
थैंक्स भाई. ये चेसकॉम को जाएगा तो मैं बोलता हूँ मेरे अगली सैलरी में 40 रुपए एक्स्ट्रा आने चाहिए.
एग्जैक्टली भाई.
सॉरी
मैगीज
30 रुपए यूट्यूब का
इनकमिंग.
कट. These guys have better chemistry than Romeo and Juliet. Thank you, bye. वो भी मैगी साथ नहीं खाते थे एक्चुअली, सो मे बी
हाँ
दैट्स
हाँ,
ट्रू।
मतलब बहुत क्रेजी स्टोरी है वो भी। मैं -5 तो मैं भी था मैग्नस बॉट के अगेंस्ट। सीरियसली क्या बात कर रहे हो?
भाई वो बॉट में दे रिमेंबर द मूव्स ना, लाइक एक तरीके से खेला देन दे रिपीट द मूव्स एंड इट कैन समटाइम्स वर्क आउट, या सो।
मेरा बड़ा बहुत इच्छा हो रही है पूछने के लिए किसी से कि कोई सूत्र है क्या।
सूत्र यहाँ नहीं है अनफॉर्चुनेटली। हम निकाल सकते हैं सूत्र अगर चाहिए हो, बट
निकाल
मे
लेंगे
बी
ना भाई।
राइट, बट राइट नाउ मे बी इट्स नॉट नीडेड, इट्स लाइक फन स्पॉइल हो जाता है,
हाँ
स्पॉइल
आप
फन हो
करो।
जाता है नहीं।
हाँ हाँ।
भाई हमने कुछ दिसंबर में निकाला था यार, कुछ नया टंटा, क्या था वो मैं भूल गया।
नया क्या?
कुछ तो कुछ टंटा
सूत्र
निकाला
देना।
था ना हमने, कुछ टंटा निकला था ना भाई, कि कुछ तो निकाला था दिसंबर में, मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा क्या था।
कहाँ पे?
भाई
लाइक
स्ट्रीम
फॉर
पे
फ्री स्टाइल? फॉर फ्री
कुछ तो
स्टाइल?
निकाला था। आई थिंक इट वाज फ्री स्टाइल या समथिंग।
चैट आपको याद है क्या?
वो मुझे था नहीं। कहीं तो कुछ निकाला था, फ्री स्टाइल था शायद, या। बट एनीवे चलो याद आ जाएगा कभी ना कभी। मीनवाइल अर्जुन इज स्टिल थिंकिंग, आई थिंक ही इज थिंकिंग टू मच, लाइक ही नोज व्हाट टू डू, बट
सेइंग दिल्ली पीपल स्पॉटेड।
ये क्या था भाई?
नो, बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट यू सेड। अच्छा,
अच्छा अच्छा।
तानिया बोल रहे थे आप?
कम ऑन अर्जुन, क्या हो गया साथ में, इतना क्यों हंस रहे हो? ऐसा क्या पढ़ लिया? ऐसा क्या
जस्ट
पढ़ लिया
लुकिंग
साथ में?
एट द पोजीशन एंड ट्राइंग टू जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड हाउ ये गेम आधे घंटे से ज्यादा चलेगा, जिसके चांसेस बहुत हाई लग रहे हैं मुझे अब।
साथ में आप हंस रहे हो पोजीशन के ऊपर, प्राग इज लूजिंग।
आई फेल ऑफ, व्हाट कैन आई से?
साहब मेरी लाइफ कैसी चल रही है? बढ़िया चल रही है भाई, बढ़िया चल रही है। इनफैक्ट अभी मेरे लिए खाना है, तो साजय मैं 2 मिनट में जल्दी से आता हूँ खाना आके।
या श्योर श्योर श्योर। एंजॉय भाई। व्हाट्सअप चैट। सहज वर्सेस साहिल बुलेट मैच। वन डे भाई, वन डे। एक्चुअली मैं सजेस्ट कर भी रहा था उनको कि कुछ करते हैं अभी, जब हम लोग वेट पे बैठे हुए थे। बट वी कैन ट्राई इट आउट सून, कभी तो। शो गुकेश वर्सेस मैगन भाई, वो मैच अभी थोड़ी ना चल रहा है भाई, वो तो खत्म हो गया, उसको तो बहुत टाइम हो गया। आप एक्चुअली यूट्यूब कर सकते हो इफ यू वांना कैच दैट मोमेंट। आई थिंक इट वाज वेरी नाइस। मीनवाइल आई थिंक यहाँ पर तो अर्जुन सोच रहा है। And just to remind everyone, queen e4 was the best move for Arjun to put pressure on the e6 pawn. And the idea is कि आप short castle नहीं कर सकते because queen e6 happens with a check. And very nice idea is कि queen e4 c5 के बाद if you defend this pawn, then I'll put my queen back to a4, giving you a check. And then उसके outcome के बाद black is in deep trouble there. So that's the update for Arjun's board. Let's take a quick look at Sindarov versus Gukesh. Because यहाँ पे Gukesh has set up these rooks in a very nice way to put pressure on the a4 pawn. But the problem is कि आप a4 के pawn को ऐसे मार नहीं सकते हो, because I can go queen takes b7 and then you are left with the weakness on c6 and white is the one who's going to be pushing there. And if you cannot take on a4, then you are thinking कि भाई ये rooks double करने का point क्या था यहाँ पे? Because if you play knight d6, that's a soft draw offer, by the way, for these two players. If you guys pay attention here, okay, if black goes knight d6, you can go knight c5. Black goes knight c4, you can go knight d3, and that can be a potential draw offer. So already Sendarov ने draw offer कर दिया है, but the question is, does Gukesh take it? And the answer is Gukesh never takes a draw. So personally, I feel he's going to continue the game. No personal bias there whatsoever, as you guys know. But yeah, I think for sure Gukesh will continue here. But abhi ke liye he's thinking he has all the time. Like something like g6 or h5 can be very good. It can pay off in the long run. You want to play g6, h5, h4 and kuch king side pe thoda pressure create karte hue. So let's see how he plays. I'm not sure if he wins or not, but I think he definitely is going to put some pressure here on his opponent. But abhi ke liye he's thinking whether he should take the draw or not. Chat, आपको क्या लग रहा है? Do you think Gukesh takes a draw? b6. I'm seeing on the chat as well. I think it's a nice move because b6 के साथ you leave the entire responsibility of defending this pawn to your knight. But the problem with b6 is I can go knight b2 and I can offer the trade of these two knights. अगर अपने knight यहाँ से निकाल दिया, for example, you go knight d6 or whatever, then I can bring the knight back to d3 and put pressure on b6 again, and we're back into the same territory. जहाँ पे मैं फिर से draw पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे. If you take on b2, for example, then I can go rook takes b2, and now suddenly you take this, I take this, and once again we're headed off into a drawish territory. So I think यहाँ पे कुछ अगर क्रेजी करना है यहाँ पे तो यू हैव टू वेट फॉर द राइट मोमेंट फॉर गुकेश. लाइक आइडियली वो मोमेंट तब होना चाहिए जब सिंडारोफ के पास टाइम कम है, like probably less than 10 minutes, less than 5 minutes. That's where you want to make that risky decision from Gukesh's perspective, because your opponent won't just have enough time to think. So I think abhi wo thoda slow khelega Gukesh. It will make a lot of sense. And I think, chat, you are absolutely right. I'm on the same team as you. I also don't think Gukesh will take a draw here because it's a risk-free position for him. I will be shocked actually if he goes for the draw because he's known for, like wanting to play on. So yeah, that's the update on Gukesh's board. Taking a quick look at Arvind to see how he is continuing here. Last time we left it was somewhere around this moment, जहाँ पे rook h5 आया था. And here Bluebaum has played c5. White takes and now rook takes c5. So basically again we have that bishop and knight ka sort of difference, imbalance on the board. And like the more the game progresses, the more I like it for Bluebaum, sadly. Because I think this rook on h5, it's not really contributing much anymore. Because you wanted to have some sacrifice on h6, but this rook on h5 doesn't seem to be doing much. As Arvind goes queen e5, trying to offer the trade of queens, you can potentially take it, or you can also play something like rook c8 and say, okay, you take the queen on f6 and let's see what happens. But उसमें आपका b7 का pawn मर सकता है पीछे, which can be a bit scary. So still some hope for Arvind there, but I see this going towards a draw. Sahaj bhai, what do you think? Arvind is stronger than you? Bhai, of course, yaar. What kind of a question is that? वो 2700 का player है. It's not even a question. By the way, some updates on the Arjun board. He has played queen e4. Bhai, insane. After a 9-minute and 16-second long think, still keeping his clock above 1 hour, he has played the best move on the board with queen e4. And now Pragg is not borderline lost. Pragg is lost. He's dead lost. But हमारे पास अभी basically 20 मिनट और पड़े हैं जब ये गेम चलना चाहिए. But I think he is on the verge of resignation though. Arjun at his peak, yes, agreed. By the way, he goes queen b5, trying to put some of that final pressure. ये काफी interesting चाल है queen b5 actually, because if you go queen takes e6, he wants to play queen f5 and offer the trade of queens. ये भी lost है Pragg के लिए, because Pragg can technically go queen b, Arjun can technically go queen b3 and still make sure कि black king side पे भी castle नहीं कर सकता, black queen side पे भी castle नहीं कर सकता. So still the king is kind of left in the center of the board. And this is why I think queen b5 is a nice move, but this gives a huge winning advantage to Arjun. And that move is just bishop g5, which I don't think is difficult. Like out of all the moves that Arjun has found, this doesn't seem to be the most difficult one.
Yeah, it's very easy. In fact, I think he should find it in 2 minutes. Yeah, and then Pragg maybe will realize it's just over.
I think 18 minutes is looking more fair to me. I don't know. I feel like 18 minutes के अंदर Arjun खेलेगा next move.
Sahaj bhai, we are talking about the India number 1 here. 18 minutes में तो मैं निकाल दूंगा. So I think he is gonna come up with this quickly in a couple of minutes. का हाथ आधा तो उठाई हुआ है. अभी सिंघम की तरह टेल में बजेगा. And it's gonna be mayhem on the board. Bishop g5, nice move. Let's go, Arjun Erigaisi.
Right now he's thinking, but yeah, I mean, I'm actually wondering, of course, at this point, I think both of the players realize that it's winning for white, it's winning for Arjun. But what's really interesting to me is at which point they started to realize it's winning. Like, I would really love to know because it was a pretty topsy-turvy game, but very smooth from Arjun overall.
Yep, true. By the way, I'm reading the chat. Chat, क्या लग रहा है यार? Who will win this bet? Do you think the game ends in the next 15, 16 minutes? Yes or no?
16 नहीं है भाई.
16 है ना? 11:08. 16 minutes left.
अच्छा हाँ.
11:09
Right,
पे
right.
you win. तो I have
अब तो
16
आदत हो
minutes
गई,
left.
आप जो बोलते हो उसका उल्टा बोलने की. आफ्टर आफ्टर जो भी मेरे को सदमा लगा है.
अरे नहीं भाई, हम तो सच्चाई की मूरत है भाई, ऐसा मुझे बोला गया है खुद को। तो ऑलवेज पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रूथ। दैट
मतलब
मेक्स सेंस।
चैट अब तो थोड़ा क्लियर है ना भाई. मतलब अगर उसके अंदर मैच खत्म होता है तो साहिल भाई विंस. इफ इट डजंट एंड अंडर दोज कंडीशंस देन आई विन. लाइक आई होप थोड़ा क्लियर हो जाए पहले से.
गुकेश वन। भाई इतनी गुड न्यूज, मतलब सच भी होनी चाहिए ना यार, मतलब खाली ऐसे मजे मजे की नहीं देनी। एंड मे बी वी कैन हैव अ लुक, जस्ट अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द गेम कि भाई क्या चल रहा है। एंड feels like कि I mean he's doubled up the rooks, b7 defended है, like knight d6 वापस लेके you can just defend that weakness, but
Yeah,
is
but
it
that would
enough
be
to
a
win?
repetition भाई. Look, this was the position. He played knight
ah
c5, knight c4, knight d3, and this is the position. So that would be a repetition.
ah but okay, I mean you can't really progress now उसके बिना, so what do you do?
Yeah,
I mean you can play
looks
random.
tough.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Gukesh is
इसमें
right now debating by draw करना है कि नहीं, basically.
Saj bhai, I think when in doubt you should just agree to a draw. I have always believed in this because over pushing
इसमें
is
आप ही
what
हारोगे
cost
भाई.
Gukesh. No, I mean the game should end now. I think they should agree to a draw. That'd be
When
fair
in
because
doubt,
Gukesh.
make a draw like before. Like before the doubt comes, you offer the draw.
Exactly. So I think अभी के लिए बैठ के draw for करो
Hmm.
and prepare for round number 2 जहां white होंगे. Black से draw is good.
Hmm. So when in doubt, offer a draw basically. I think it's great suggestion there. By
Yeah.
the way, also in this match, I'm looking at all the juicy matchups between for Gukesh. Looks like he's going to play Arjun in the third round, and in the fourth round, he's going to play Pragg back to back. And then guess what? In the last round, he plays against Vincent Keymer, so his former second.
Yeah. Why it's gonna be, and you know what? I don't know, Chad, if you have noticed this. This is something which feels like pure coincidence. बट जो भी टूर्नामेंट के लीडर्स होते हैं ना, in 2025 somehow they ended up playing each other in the last round. I saw it a few times in classical events. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but you never know. Yeah, it could be Gukesh with Vincent in the final round for the title. Who knows?
Could be. Last बार ये final round उतना बढ़िया नहीं गया था हमारे लिए. Both Gukesh and Pragg
True,
lost.
true.
So hopefully it can be a bit better. We know Sindarov is okay with a draw. He's already offered the draw, like in a soft way, like repetition already is on the board.
By the way, जो crowd है वहां पे, some people have kind of taken a seat. Oh, Gukesh says no draw.
Bhai, I
Pawn.
think with that I have already won this bet, yeah. With this last move. हमें वेट करने की जरूरत है क्या?
नहीं, I mean, just like if Gukesh is not giving up, why should I?
भाई ऐसा कर लेते, डबल और नथिंग. ठीक है, डबल और नथिंग करना है ना आपको.
नहीं नहीं भाई, डबल
ठीक
ऑलरेडी
है
है ना
भाई.
भाई। नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं एक एक मैगी से ऊपर भाई गरीब लोग बैठ नहीं लगाते यार, एक मैगी इज इनफ। उससे ऊपर हमारा जमीर जाग उठता है।
तो +2 होने वाला है भाई बेसिकली.
सो 27 हो जाएगा फिर मतलब।
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो तो अलग है ना भाई.
अलग कैसे है भाई?
वो तो अलग है ना भाई, वो अलग है.
अलग
2020
नहीं,
न्यू
मुझे
ईयर न्यू
नेगेटिव
मी.
में नहीं जाना है
न्यू ईयर न्यू मी भाई.
भाई। न्यू यू बट नो। और कुछ निकलने वाला था मुंह से भाई।
जी.
Damn. जंजीर मूवी की याद आ गई मुझे। ओके, गुकेश बी लाइक नोप भाई। आई थिंक H5 इज अ वेरी लॉजिकल मूव। आई थिंक doesn't change the, okay, he's like okay भाई। ये सबसे irritating लगता है, like you get up, your opponent is about to play, you sit down and then he doesn't play।
By the way, the move that he was about to play was a huge mistake.
But H3 he was about to play,
He
no?
was about to play G3. Why? His hand was on the G
No way
pawn.
he plays G3. No way.
Ah. Why I saw, I promise you, I looked at his hand hover over to the like to the G pawn. Chat एक बार confirm कर दो.
अगर पोल करेंगे तो G3 बोलेगी चैट.
हाँ, यहाँ पे पोल करना है. हाँ?
नहीं वो G3 बोल वही कह रहा हूँ यहाँ पे तो G3 बोलेगी. I'm also checking actually. I'm curious if he pushes the G pawn, that's really bad.
No, I think we'll see it anyways.
I think it was the H pawn, Sahaj. I'm still वो बीच में था हाथ उसका actually. It's not clear. No, H pawn था. I think it was the H pawn. It's close, but I think it was the H pawn. Let's see.
It was the H pawn.
I mean, it was somewhere in the middle, but it was close to the H pawn. It is लग रहा है, अब पता नहीं. भाई F
कितना
pawn ही
टाइम
push
बचा
कर दे अब.
अर्जुन और प्रग में?
Uh, यार अर्जुन भाई ने अब तक चला नहीं होगा तो I'll be
Oh, he
sad.
played queen e6, queen f5, and queen e2. So he didn't play bishop g5, the best move in the position. By the way, look at this scene. Samay bhai, OP yaar. Insane. Loving it.
I am not loving it by the scene I'm loving, but the time the players are taking is too much, I feel.
इसके साथ साथ एक काउंटर भी मैगी काउंटर होना चाहिए भाई. +1 चिचिंग.
10 मिनट रह गया यार. Come on guys. We need some results.
ऐसे 3 गेम क्या फटाफट खत्म हुए ना. लाइक एक ड्रॉ एंड देन 2 लॉसेस. दैट वाज सो अनएक्सपेक्टेड.
भाई अनीश का तो शॉकर ही था भाई. क्या था वो?
Yeah, भाई, that was very very difficult and has to be, I think, related to the postponement of the matches. By the way, some move by Sindarov. क्या खेला वो? He played h3.
H3.
So you were right.
H3, yeah. Thank God. No, not thank
कहीं
God.
तो सही हुए आप.
भाई मैं वहां सही होता हूँ जहां सही होने की चीजें मिलती नहीं
ओह, अच्छा
है.
अच्छा. क्या बात है.
But come on. Oh, G6 played quickly. I like that. I like that.
हाँ, मतलब गेम यही सिर्फ क्विक चल रहा है और तो कुछ क्विक नहीं है यहाँ पे. तो ये गेम चलेगा भाई. 2 घंटे और चलेगा इजीली.
I think we should have hope always. Hope is a good thing. ऐसा किसी मूवी में बताया गया था मुझे.
हम्म. What does second mean? Second होता है at a very top level. You no longer have coaches. You have seconds. Basically, they are people who analyze. Even when you're sleeping, they are analyzing some lines and stuff like that, and they give you new ideas to play in chess. And sometimes there is just 1 second. Sometimes there are like a bunch of seconds that are working for you around the clock. Basically, कुछ भी time आपका waste नहीं जाता है उसके लिए. And a lot of the top players, some of them have coaches, some of them have seconds, which I think really helps them play better in sort of in important events. So Gukesh ke liye there were quite a few seconds for his world championship match. Not sure if I can say them, but there were quite a few.
भाई वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 तो सेकंड था उसका जो उससे आगे है अभी एक्चुअली. So that's crazy.
Exactly, that's one of them.
Meanwhile, in this amazing scene, we can see two games that look very exciting. I think left side pe Arjun winning, Gukesh drawing. But the rook f8 played, and that's a slight mistake. Now bishop g5. I mean, it just looks logical, right?
So if we go bishop g5 on that match, I'm just changing it right now.
Rook f7, I guess.
Rook f7. Again, like you're still not castling anytime soon. And this game is not ending anytime soon. No, looks like a win-win to me. Win for Arjun, win for Maggie's.
Who was Arjun second? That's a good question. Actually,
I think it's
who was
not
Arjun
public
second?
info.
Yeah. This is not public chat, and I think if Arjun were
I'm
to win a world
sure he has someone, yeah. For sure he has someone.
multiple people, and you will get to hear this when he wins a world championship match. Tab tak to bhul jao bhai. Nobody's gonna reveal it, yeah.
Even I'm interested to know who his team is, but
Yeah.
because they have to be very specific in their skill set.
Okay, Arjun still thinking. Okay. So in the total number of game stats, I think we've had 1 draw and 2 results. And जो बाकी 4 गेम चल रही हैं उसमें से this game I think seems to be winning for Arjun. Whether that turns out we'll get to know soon. And उसके अलावा 2 गेम इक्वल है and there's also a game भी Jordan and Thai Dai Van जहाँ black is better. So likely we'll have 3 or 4 results I think today out of 7. And I think अगर delay नहीं हुआ होता that number would likely be slightly lower, at least by 1 or 2. So yeah, I mean this is just pure luck. Yeah,
I don't think it's luck, bhai.
lucky and bad luck for a couple of people maybe
I mean,
who
it's the
might not
same
have.
conditions for both players. I don't think there's any luck in that.
Well, for example, let's say I mean well, it's just some things affect some people more than others, and
Yeah, but that's not luck.
yeah, it's
That's
not luck.
like
It's not luck. Like, but I think well, if you go to a country and you can't eat spicy food, then it's just. I mean, technically you could have trained yourself, but it's also like okay, slightly unlucky.
interesting example you gave, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting example actually.
Feels
Not
like
based
I
in
feels like
reality.
I've heard this example
No,
sometime
not
before.
based in reality though. Like it's just fictional.
कहीं
I
ना
just
कहीं
made it
सुना
up.
हुआ लग रहा है ये.
Yeah, he made it up. Like complete made it up. Like
Yeah, yeah,
completely
yeah.
fictional. Chat
Definitely
GPT
did not hear this
AI.
exact example in World Cup.
Really? Where?
Yes.
Oh, I
भाई
have no idea actually. मैं तो
भाई हुआ
AI
था
था.
यार, क्या बात कर, अब मजाक करो, सच में पता है, सच में नहीं पता आपको ये?
सच में नहीं पता भाई मुझे. किसी ने बोला था क्या
विदित ने बोला था ना
ये?
ये.
एक्चुअली.
विदित ने
अच्छा
बोला था
मुझे
ना ये.
पता ही नहीं है. ओह.
ओह अच्छा अच्छा
अच्छा
अच्छा,
अच्छा. अच्छा
क्रेजी
मेरे को
ह्यूज
दूसरा वाला
इम्प्रूव.
पता है. ये वाला नहीं पता मुझे. ये नहीं पता मुझे. बाय द वे रुक एफेट के बाद स्टिल नो मूव्स वेटिंग फॉर
ऋषभ जी
अर्जुन.
फिर रुक F7 तो हो गया ना, वर्ड से नहीं हुआ, अभी रुक F8 के बाद यही चल रहा है.
भाई 4 ही मूव्स मिनट बचे हैं यार.
6 मिनट के अंदर दोनों गेम करने हैं भाई. चलो आपको 2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा दे देता हूँ, क्या याद
थैंक्स
रखोगे?
थैंक्स. आई
दोनों
टेक
गेम
इट.
का
आई टेक
सेम
इट.
टाइम, 2040,
टेक इट. आई
640.
थिंक उसका साथ था. उसका 1 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा
हाँ
है.
हाँ,
बट आई टेक
देख
टू
रहे हो
मिनट्स
भाई.
एक्स्ट्रा आल्सो. थैंक्स.
यहाँ पर तो भाई कोई कंफ्यूजन भी नहीं है.
कंफ्यूजन करो ना भाई. कुछ तो करो.
वाई 4 और 6 मिनट, क्योंकि उसी टाइम पे मैगीज लगी थी.
यार अर्जुन भाई स्ट्रेस में लग रहे हैं कि मेरी मैगी चली जाएगी. अर्जुन भाई थैंक यू. आई नो यू केयर. नेपो ने स्पाइस लेवल के लिए कहा था उसको मीट की वैरायटी चाहिए थी.
हाँ भाई,
ओके.
वो नेपो ने नहीं कहा था, वो विदित ने कहा था एज अ रिस्पॉन्स, कि जब वो फॉर एग्जांपल कहाँ सोची में खेला था ओलंपियाड, इफ आई एम नॉट
हाँ रशिया
मिस्टेकन, वहाँ पे
हाँ.
वहाँ पे दे हैड प्रॉब्लम्स विद द स्पाइस लेवल्स एंड एवरीथिंग, कुछ था नहीं उसमें, समथिंग लाइक दैट.
एंड फेयर
जिसको
इनफ बिकॉज आई
साहिल
थिंक.
भाई को किसी के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता, बाय द वे. ही डजंट नो
नहीं
एनीथिंग
मैं तो
अबाउट.
था ही नहीं वहाँ पे एक्चुअली.
हाँ, मैंने किया ही नहीं है वो.
मैं तो शादी की प्लानिंग कर रहा था एक्चुअली उस टाइम पे. सो आई वाज
हाँ हाँ
बिजी.
हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स ऑफ कोर्स. Sahaj bhai, how are
मीनवाइल.
grandmasters able to find best moves? By through process of elimination and calculation.
रक्त तो उठ के चला गया भाई. अरे यार दैट इज नॉट अ गुड साइन. रक्त तो उठ के ही चला गया यार. गई मेरी मैगी. ओह वाओ. अरे यार कितनी मैगी हारा मैं. 3 मैगी हार गया ना आज.
यस,
4.
अभी तो 3 मिनट है ना भाई. हाँ, चार एक्चुअली, 1:2
ओ
का भी तो था
डैम.
भाई, एक में 4 हो गए भाई, +4.
यार +4 कैसे हो सकता है यार. इट हैज टू बी 26 हो जाएगा ना.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो मैं आपको ब्लिंकिट करता हूँ अभी.
ब्लिंकिट नहीं आता है भाई.
तो फिर ये मेरी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मैं राकेश को बोलता हूँ, वो कर देगा आपको ब्लिंकिट.
अरे राकेश क्या करेगा. है ही नहीं. ब्लिंकिट आता ही नहीं है तो क्यों क्या कर लेगा वो.
वो अरेंज करेगा वहां से, डोंट वरी.
अच्छा.
स्टार्ट करना है भाई, +4 हुआ है अभी, अभी -26 वगैरह नहीं करना, पुराने सालों की बातें नहीं करनी यहाँ पे.
समय रहना है सर्जन सेकंड. नाइस.
सहज भाई दिल्ली
अभी
में हो
बिजी.
गया? नहीं भाई, बुडापेस्ट पे. इट इज फ्रीजिंग हियर, बट इट्स या एटलीस्ट हवा साफ है, विच इज गुड.
हाँ मतलब दिल्ली कैचिंग स्ट्रेज और नो रीजन. सिंपल पूछा था भाई, दिल्ली कहाँ पे हो भाई. चलो कोई ना. हु इज अर्जुन्स थर्ड?
Sorry, who's Arjun's third? Bhai Sahil bhai,
हाँ,
of course.
थैंक्स. थर्ड होने की फीस नहीं मिलती है, दैट्स द ओनली प्रॉब्लम. अरे rookie one played by Sindarov. Yeah, rookie one played. Not sure if it changes the position like even one bit though.
उसको E4 फेंकना है शायद. Maybe that's his plan. सहज भाई फर्स्ट फिडे टूर्नामेंट खेलने जा रहा हूँ. एनी टिप्स? I'll tell you what not to do. Don't look at साहिल भाई's games. नहीं तो उससे मोटिवेशन
भाई
चला जाएगा आपको कि वो इतना बढ़िया
मेरा
खेल
फिडे
सकता है.
मेरा फिडे फ्लैग इनएक्टिव है, मेरी गेम देखना ही पॉसिबल नहीं है अभी लिटरली.
अच्छा, इसलिए बोल रहे थे आपको एक एक गेम खेलो एक्टिव में डालने के लिए.
हाँ और क्या, तभी तो बोला मैंने ये गेम
अच्छा.
खेलूंगा यार, इनएक्टिव अच्छा नहीं लगता है यार.
हम्म,
डॉल इश्यूज की अगर हार गया तो
तो
बेइज्जती हो
खेल लो
जाएगी.
भाई. एक आध टूर्नामेंट 2200 कर लो अपनी.
नहीं 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 करना भाई, एक गेम खेलना है, इनएक्टिव हटाना है बस, इनएक्टिव लुक्स वियर्ड.
So after rookie one, right now Gukesh thinking how to continue the game forward. Um, Sindarov
भाई
is like borderline in that time pressure issues, but like in position itni simple, like it's very hard to come up with something.
टफ गेम्स. Pragon tilts since qualifying for candidates. Why? Not really. I think.
You mean in the last like one event that he has played, he's been on tilt?
I mean, he
कोई
didn't have the
इवेंट ही नहीं
ideal
खेला
World
उसके
Cup.
बाद. वो टाटा स्टील इंडिया खेला था, दैट्स इट, एंड वर्ल्ड रैपिड में कोई क्लासिकल इवेंट ही नहीं खेला वो जब से कैंडिडेट्स हुआ उसका. सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ जीरो इवेंट्स ही इज टिल्टेड.
Maybe World Cup was not the best, but it wasn't like
दैट
horrible
वाज वर्ल्ड कप
also.
में उसका वो कंफर्म नहीं था. बाय द वे, डिडंट ही विन लंदन क्लासिक?
No, he didn't win. No, I
Yes,
think
he
Nodirbek
did. He
won.
won London Classic. That's why he
Nodirbek won,
played.
no?
Sorry?
Nodirbek won, no?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
he
he
won the
played.
section B.
He
B
won
section he
as
won,
well.
yes.
He won in the open
B section he
section.
won, yes, yes, yes. The open section he won, yes. True, true, true.
एक बड़ा एक इंटरेस्टिंग सा मैसेज लिखा है. अग्रिम उस्तागी. एक बार आप चेक करना
अरे
उसका क्या
भाई
लिखा है.
1 मिनट है टेक्निकली.
एक बार देखो तो सही अच्छे से. 1 मिनट हो गया भाई. देखो परफेक्ट टाइम पे बोला आपको मैंने
अरे
तो.
यार
तो पढ़
क्या
के बताओ ना
यार
क्या हुआ.
मतलब.
कौन जीता यहाँ पे? आई फील
अरे
लाइक कोई तो
यार
जीता है.
क्या यार. आई
कोई
एम
मैगी काउंटर
डिसअपॉइंटेड.
हो सकता है यहाँ पे. चचिंग की एक आवाज आती है और +4. लेट्स गो.
छी यार, 4 मैगी हार गए बताओ. Not a great start for 2026 for me and Prag both. Yeah, I think we are in sync. काफी similarities है हमें.
क्रेजी क्रेजी. हु वाज देयर इन लंदन क्लासिक? यहाँ पे प्रग खेला था. एंड प्रिजुमेबली प्रग प्लेड बिकॉज ही वांटेड टू गेट इनफ जीसीटी पॉइंट्स. सॉरी, द फीडर सर्किट पॉइंट्स. जीसीटी कह रहा हूँ. बट या फीडर सर्किट पॉइंट्स चाहिए थे उसको. एंड फन फॉर दैट प्रग प्लेड एंड ही won एन ओपन इवेंट लंदन क्लासिक, जो एक्चुअली इन 2019 also he had won this tournament before, but then he played it again and then won it again. So basically the last classical event that Prag played, he won it.
Okay, so meanwhile, can we have all the games in front of us? I think just to do a roundup of all the games. Anybody who's joining in right now, we had a crazy start. I think the games were delayed by roughly 2 hours. I would say almost 2 hours today because of some protest. Not exactly clear on the details there, but the game started late, and that I don't know if that contributed to the blunders we saw. But Fedoseev Hands was the first game जहाँ पे Fedoseev ने opening में गलती कर दी, and then he resigned in just 16 moves. Next was Erdogmus Nodirbek, who drew very quickly. And then finally Anish, who blundered a piece in one move and then just had to resign. So 3 games over, 4 remaining. Um, Feels
Why
like
would
it's
four maybe na? I think like Arjun definitely is. I think gonna win. He's in a border, like completely winning position, and
hmm,
then Thai Dai Van could also win his match as well. So just looking at
yeah,
the bar itself, so it's a lot of results incoming.
yeah.
चार
I
तो
mean,
यही हो गए.
four. Yeah, and at the top level, usually you expect draws, right? कि भाई maximum लोग के draw होंगे, घर जाएंगे आराम से, and everybody's out for blood, and blunders are incoming. That's great. I think कई blunder देख के मजा भी आता है. Of course, it hurts when it's the Indian players blundering, but usually it feels nice. You see results, you see, bloodshed on the board. It's fun to watch. Dull draws, opposite color bishop endgame हो या rook endgames like this sometimes get boring. So देखते हैं. फिलहाल के लिए Pragg trying to fight it back. Sahaj, question for you: do you think Pragg still has chances? Because somehow he's managed to hold fort. Like it's not like there's no materially ऐसा कुछ crazy हो रहा है. So he's still holding fort. Do you think he has a chance here?
I think very little, less than 1%. By the way, there we see Vedant Panesar just taking a quick look at Arjun versus Pragg. By the way, Vedant is also completely winning with the black pieces. So he's starting off the B section with a win, which is huge, I think, for Vedant there. Great
Yeah,
win
can
there.
we check out his game for a second, like just to see?
I look at
He
this. There's a
Oh
brilliancy on the
wow,
board. Look at that. Beautiful.
knight
What a like
e4.
थोड़ा sort of build up करते हैं यहाँ पे. Knight c5, a3. Look at this. He plays d3, best move in the position. Queen e3, queen f5, best move in the position. Knight d4, knight b4, jumping in with this
Oh
knight c2 check ideas. He goes bishop c4 and now knight takes e4. Boom. तो उड़ा
wow.
दिया एकदम 20 चाल में.
भाई guess who didn't get affected with the delay? I mean, वेदांत यार भाई क्या
ये तो भाई
moves है
सो रहा था
चार.
like
Wow.
he was chilling.
If he plays like this in every game, he'll qualify to the Masters literally. So what a game so far. Brilliancy, 94 and knight b4 and so on. So great game, and Aline is unfortunately likely going to lose. But yeah, what a game. What a victory with the black pieces.
Crazy. By the way, I don't know if I'm seeing this right. Am I seeing this right? Does he actually have 19 seconds? 19, is it 19 minutes? Ah, it's 19 minutes. Never mind.
Yeah. But dot दिख रहा है वहाँ पे. You're right. It looks like a dot.
Yeah, 19.0 दिख रहा था तो मैं थोड़ा confused हो गया.
No, you're right. I think it's 19 seconds.
No, it's
It
19
looks like
minutes
a.
and 44 seconds. एक बार हाँ मैं full screen किया था. I think you can see it between the thing. It's 19 minutes and
अच्छा
44
हाँ
seconds.
right. वो dot दिखा रहा है. That's not how it should be though. It should be like
Yeah,
goal.
got a bit
But okay.
confused there. But yeah, no time pressure issues for anyone so far. Sindarov just doing a quick roundup. Sindarov still trying to hold his position against Gukesh. He has played rookie one in the final move. Gukesh still thinking, how can I continue? How can I increase the pressure on Sindarov with the black pieces? And of course, Arjun, who is most likely to finish the quickest now, plays against Pragg, but he has to find the final winning sequence of moves, which is not going to be
Hmm,
easy.
true.
Arvind ka to ekdam dead drawn position hai. By the way, some updates have happened on the Arvind board. This is the current position. I think we saw it somewhere around here. Jahan pe takes hua, and then he goes queen e5. We left it at this point. And Bluebaum plays the best move here. Look at this. Rook c8, sacrificing a pawn. This bishop takes b7 for the sake of activity with rook c2. And after king g2, black can play something like g5, and black just has a very good position.
Also, knight g4 looks tempting because rook f1, there's knight e3 just winning the game.
Nice sneaky tactics. And if you
So
play it
black,
like king
yeah,
f3, then f5 again is good. Rook f2 check can be an idea.
yeah. So looks okay for Matthias Bluebaum. Should be able to hold a draw here. That's a fair result for both players. Um, I think it's more about Arjun Pragg, yeah, really, and Gukesh Sindarov. These two games very crucial. Is
This
Gukesh
is
still pushing, Sahaj?
yes, I think Gukesh is definitely still pushing, but I think he's thinking about the right moment to strike. जहाँ पे opponent को थोड़ा ज़्यादा precise होना पड़ेगा. Because
Hmm.
remember everyone that it's 120 minutes or so for the first 40 moves, and then you get an extra 50 minutes. So
Hmm.
that can be a lot of time in the middle.
True. By the way, a comment by Keshav, which is very interesting. 4 to 5 below Tata Steel level players in the Masters. Tata Steel was the same weight it was 7 to 8 years ago. I think I kind of partially disagree there because जो players आप देख रहे हो, if you consider Matthias Bluebaum for example, he's playing the candidates. If you consider somebody like Jordan, like he won this tournament literally once, right? If I'm not mistaken, and
Yes.
he's fallen down a bit in the ratings, but he can literally defeat anybody in the world. And also, I think who's missing? If you look at those names, it's Magnus, Hikaru, and Fabi. And I'm pretty sure they were invited. Like, if Magnus was going to play classical chess, like, there's nothing anybody can do, right? So, of course, any event without Magnus feels incomplete. But, I mean, that can't be the reason that tournament, suddenly it's not as important. Yeah. I mean, it's only a couple of players at the end who are not there. Hikaru, none of us expected for him to be there and play Tata Steel.
I think an event like this is a reflection of where the chess world is at right now. Because Abhi, it's not because for the last, let's say 20, like not maybe 20 years, but close to 20 years, it's clear that Magnus is the best player. But now with Magnus sort of taking a step back from classical chess, we are not sure exactly who's the best player right now. And I think even the players are not sure. Nobody's sure. So Slip Field is, maybe not as high rated as it used to be, but they are definitely a lot more hungrier because all of these players have a point to prove. Not 50 minutes, it's 30 minutes after move 40. भाई एक बार यार हम चेक कर सकते हैं कि मैं पूरा 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 ग्राफिक गलत था वो या फिर क्या था भाई म्यूटेड हो
Oh, ये कैसे हो गया भाई? But yeah, it's the same as the candidates chat. So the time control is exactly same as the candidates. So I just checked. It is 120 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 minutes का increment है सिर्फ.
That's not the same as candidates actually.
But that's what I
Candidates में
heard.
50 minutes extra थे भाई.
Are you sure?
हाँ भाई. Pretty sure.
भाई थोड़ा हाँ भाई में थोड़ा सा pause था वहाँ पे.
नहीं, I was trying to think back, but pretty sure.
अच्छा. But यहाँ पे 30 minutes है I think.
रोहित भाई बड़ी अच्छी अच्छी चीजें लिख रहे हैं चैट में. बट यस भाई, अगर आप फिडे ग्रैंड स्मैश फॉलो कर रहे हो तो वहां पर अगर आपने किया था तो वहां पे एक्चुअली गेम 7.5 घंटे चला था. इनफैक्ट इफ यू रिमेंबर द गेम ऑफ गुकेश वर्सेस दिव्या, वो 7 घंटे चला था वो मैच. And if you remember, Yagiz Kaan, who's also playing in the master section here, he defended an endgame against Abdusattorov of Nodirbek for 8.5 hours. That's
Sad,
one
so
third
if
of the entire day, bhai.
more than that actually, and if let's say 8.5 hours starting at 8, what, 30 we started or what time will we start? I don't know, 8:15? The actual games? I think
Yeah.
it was 8:15, 8:20, whatever. So let's add 8.5 hours on top of that. तो आपका भी midnight निकल जाएगा भाई.
Crazy, bhai. But the interesting thing is कि all of them are still playing, भाई. मेरे को डबल और नथिंग करना चाहिए था उसी टाइम पे. लग ही रहा था मुझे चलेगा ये दोनों गेम्स.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if I mean it's a decision, right? Gukesh को या तो draw लेना है, he can just split and take a draw, or then he says कि भाई अब मैं खेलूंगा. So this game will, of course, now for sure last very long, na?
Yeah,
Now तो
for
he'll
sure.
not agree. The only question
But
is कि he's not played for a while though,
साहिब
so I
मैं
don't know
भी
what he's
एक
thinking.
2 मिनट का ब्रेक लेके आता हूँ. ठीक है,
हाँ.
बी राइट बैक.
So meanwhile, chat, Gukesh is still in deep thought. I'm a bit worried ki why is he thinking for so long, because he did refuse the repetition very quickly. H5 khela, G6 jaldi khela. But after those couple of moves, rook e1, he's kind of paused. And that tells me ki whatever variation he's considering, he's seeing some counter problems. So is this the moment where he thinks, okay, I need to just kind of agree to a draw, move on? It doesn't sound like Gukesh. So he's going to keep thinking until he sees at least some possibilities. But it's going to be difficult. Meanwhile, in the other game, Arjun still in deep thought. I mean, completely winning position. Plus 4.6 is essentially a free rook. एक free का rook. Imagine starting position. Imagine करो. एक free का extra rook है अर्जुन के पास. That's the kind of advantage the engine tells us कि यहाँ पे अर्जुन के पास है. But because it's complicated, it's not easy to convert. If Arjun does nothing, he might not able to win. And rook d3, what a move, by the way. First preference of the engine. You want to play rook e1, threaten mate on e7, but the bishop controls. So what can I do? Let me play rook d3 with bishop g5, rook e3 ideas. In fact, the second rook can also join in at some point. What a move. Rook to d3. भाई अर्जुन
Wow.
अलग ही लेवल चेस खेलता है यार.
Crazy. So best move by Arjun on the board with Rook D3. अब तो भाई कोई चांस ही नहीं है. अब मुझे लगता है resignation is possible.
हाँ. But the thing is, let's say कि
ऐसा लग रहा है कि 10 मिनट में गेम खत्म नहीं होगा.
नहीं होगा एक्चुअली, नहीं होगा आई थिंक, नहीं होगा.
10 मिनट में
बिकॉज
नहीं होगा.
बिशप, हाँ नहीं होगा. 10 मिनट इज टू लेस एक्चुअली. 10 मिनट तो प्रग ही सोच लेगा यार अभी.
Yeah. Because still some complications on the board. Still, it's not clear what the continuation is. I mean, yeah, Bishop G5, Rook E3 probably is the clear-cut plan. But okay, मैंने कुछ H6 खेल दिया, for example. Then it's not clear.
Exactly, it's not completely clear actually. For example, yeah, I see some ideas like you can just kind of
By
simple
the
है
way,
bishop g5 and so on, but yeah, okay. We're gonna
yeah,
see
for
a
sure. By the way,
resolution.
Walter White is asking, by the way, great name. Sahaj, can Gukesh trade queens then attack the on the A pawn, making B pawn a pass pawn? Yes, in an ideal world, that's what he's looking at. But usko like formulate karna is not that simple. But in an ideal world, he should put pressure on the A pawn somehow.
Arjun always wipes the floor in the first half of any tournament. भाई ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. Last time Tata Steel was a nightmare in the first half and he only got back by defeating Gukesh, for example, in the last round. So Tata Steel traditionally has not been a great event for Arjun. At least
If I
two
remember, हम
times.
कुछ वो एक स्टार्ट्स कर रहे थे इसमें कि अर्जुन पिछले कुछ 2 साल में एक या दो मैच जीता है टोटल, समथिंग लाइक दैट. Like I remember us doing a start like this.
Yeah, he's always been in the bottom ranks at Tata Steel. It's never gone well. So if he starts off well, that's already a big change from what's happened in previous years.
100%. I think he's found that balance where he's able to trick his opponents like early on with that imbalance like he usually does, and it's working really well.
Max Warmerdam there, by the way, who's also played the Masters. He's not playing the Masters this year, right? I think he's in the Challenges, I think.
Yes. He's playing against Lu Miaoyi right now. Vedant Panesar, by the way, about to win his match. Completely crushing game by him.
भाई प्रग क्या शेक कर रहा है यार. You know, it's too much.
Now instincts are kicking in. Yeah, you know the position is bad and there's not much time.
Yeah. Most chess players have this habit of shaking their legs. Even I was doing it right now as I spoke literally and didn't even realize it. So it's just a habit and not a good one.
I'm saying generally, Arjun in most of the tournaments is on a different level. He tends to be better in the first half, or he tends to miss in the later halves. I'm not so sure, bhai. I think probably it's recency. Wo, maybe you're looking at the World Blitz, and okay, that didn't. He won the qualifying by like a point and a half above the rest of the field, and then he lost in the tie breaks to Nodirbek. Maybe that's why you're saying it, but I'm not sure if it's fully correct. Because Tata Steel में it was basically exactly the opposite story here. He was looking to score one win basically. जो 11 rounds के अंदर I think एक भी win नहीं आया था अर्जुन का.
Karpov versus Gukesh, who will win? Wow, that's a question I've never heard before. Um,
कि Prime
I mean, at
Karpov
the
is of course stronger right now, but Gukesh की Prime अभी तक आई नहीं है.
who is stronger right now? Karpov.
Prime Karpov is of course
It's a
stronger.
prime
Yes.
Karpov. Yeah, मैं shock रह गया
Of
इसे
course
यार.
भाई. Prime मतलब अभी के Karpov की थोड़े ना बात कर रहा हूँ. Prime
मैं
Karpov
shock
is
रह
of
गया
course
मैंने कहा.
stronger.
Yeah, I mean Karpov had some serious training, right? Playing World Championship matches with Kasparov. That was yeah. It doesn't get tougher than that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Also, his style was like very, very annoying as well. By the way,
Any
Gukesh
chance
has played h4 in his match.
H4?
The time is basically the same for Gukesh and Sindarov there. जो अर्जुन और प्रग के बीच में 31 versus 19 minutes, more or less. Thought for about 19 minutes before he played this move h4. It was a committal decision. He took his time. And now again, I think Sindarov has to just sit and wait. Rook, kahin pe bhi, rook c1, rook e2, something like this.
I mean, you're hoping he white plays E4, yeah, and changes the character of the position. That's the dream for black. If white does
Yes.
nothing, that's where he struggles. भाई आप दोनों फ्री स्टाइल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कवर करने वाले हो क्या भाई? 90% यस, मोस्ट लाइकली यस. 3 दिन का इवेंट है. अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग, आई थिंक, राइट? अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग इफ नॉट मिस्टेकन, सो दैट विल बी
Yes.
फन.
I mean, it's not announced, but I would assume so.
Karolinka, Karpov, Kramnik, Magnus, Pragg, same styles. Bhai, I'm not so sure actually. There are similarities. Actually, you're right, maybe to some extent, but I think it's announced actually, Sadhbhai. Yeah, it's announced. I just remembered. I saw it on the website. What take a
Okay,
look.
nice. Any chance Arjun crosses 2800? अजीत किसी ने चैट में लिखा भी कि 2800 वापस क्रॉस नहीं करेगा भाई. लिख के ले लो, 100% करेगा. Very,
कब
very good
करेगा?
chance.
कब करेगा is a better question, I feel.
Yeah. I think सब करेंगे. I think गुकेश भी करेगा, अनुप्राग भी करेगा. I think he's going for the rook. I think from the movement it looked like it was going to be rook e2, which is I think pretty decent waiting move.
I still remember Arjun had that 2800 run in 24. He was almost looking like the next big thing. Never gonna lie. Gukesh would actually end up. I mean, I think all of them had a great year. Like Pragg had a good year, and that looked like a weak year because of how great it went for Gukesh and Arjun both. Um, and yeah, both got something. Arjun got the 2800 rating mark. Gukesh got the World Championship. Both got the Olympiad. So it was just an amazing year, and I think everybody will touch 2800. So maybe Gukesh got the better side of things because a 2800 touch karna maybe is easier than becoming the world champion. Would you agree with that, Saj?
No, I don't know. I I
Because
think very hard to compare these two.
because 2800 भी दुनिया में कितने हैं? 2 है ना, and world champion एक ही है.
2800 ह्यूमन कितने हैं दुनिया में?
हाँ, 2 ही है ना अभी.
हाँ, दो ही हैं.
And world champion एक. I think it's easier because Magnus is not playing world championship. But I don't know.
I don't know भाई. I don't know. I think it's like total दुनिया में 2800 प्लेयर सिर्फ 16 हुए हैं. So from looking at that perspective, I think and world champion 17 हैं. Like if you look at it from that angle.
तो neck to neck है मतलब. It's not.
Huh, I would say not like they're both very difficult in their own regards. But okay, probably winning the world championship is maybe slightly more difficult.
Hmm. Yeah, candidates. Candidates is the main roadblock. I think that's just so hard. Mukesh was the 18th world champion. I think you're right, actually. 18 की उम्र में he was the 18th world champion, right? I think that's
Yeah, he was the 18th world champion. Yeah,
yeah.
18 at 18 करके एक वो भी आया था tweet उसका.
Meanwhile, Rook EC1 was the move by Sindarov. So really not doing much at all, just repeating moves. So गुकेश को अब दिखाना है कि भाई कहाँ से आ रही है मेरी advantage.
Not easy whatsoever to prove it here, but I guess he has to play the slow game again, something like King G7, and just see how is White gonna progress. essentially. Meanwhile, Prague only having 12 minutes on the clock. Maybe we can switch there.
Yeah, let's go. 33 versus 12 minutes. Pragg still shaking quite a bit, actually. He's extremely nervous. He sees bishop g5 incoming, rook e3 incoming. He cannot castle queenside.
He cannot castle, period.
Yeah. I mean, king f7 is one attempt. Now they said out loud, I think king f7 easily खेल सकते हैं क्या? But I'm guessing there is rook d7 at the very least after king
Yeah.
f7.
Oh, king f7, rook d7 is dirty. That's dirty. You cannot even capture because there's knight e5 check.
So Pragg's choice is quite difficult, actually.
I mean, three results are probably appropriate today. Maybe Thai Dai Van can also win his match as well. So four results, yeah, that's your prediction.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Are
felt like
these
that day, yeah. Because of the delay, basically.
you were right, I think, about that. Are these players are these spectators visible? Yes, of course they're visible. जितना पास दिख रहे हैं उतना पास है वो, but of course they're not supposed to have like their phones and stuff, in the hall. And कुछ rules रहते हैं इसके like according.
Basically, World Championship, I think, is the only event जहाँ पे they are like cordoned off inside like a glass chamber and so on. But उसके अलावा हर किसी match में I think you can basically spectators have some interaction with the players. Like you can see them in the same frame, for example.
Oh yes. सहज भाई, पर एक जीएम दूसरे जीएम से इतना बेटर कैसे हो सकता है जब सबने ऑलमोस्ट सब पढ़ा है और प्रैक्टिस किया है? बिकॉज आई थिंक कुछ जीएम्स ने ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस किया होता है, कुछ जीएम ने ज़्यादा ट्रेन किया होता है, एंड कुछ जीएम्स की इंस्टिंक्ट जस्ट इट्स ऑन अनदर लेवल. लाइक आई थिंक जीएम्स में अगर आप एक नॉर्मल लाइक आई से देखो तो मे बी इट्स द डिफरेंस इज नॉट दैट बिग, मे बी इट्स लाइक 2% 3% मोर, बट दैट 3% रियली मैटर्स. Like, or at the highest of level wo just 0.1% can matter so much, in that sense. So that's the reason why some GMs are a lot stronger than others.
Oof. Pragg, you need to play bishop b6 now, but what does that do? Does that help? After bishop g5, क्या plan है? Like, I'm not sure.
Bishop g5, you mean for
Bishop
Prague?
b6. Bishop b6 was the move for Prague. Chat is
What is the
suggesting.
point of bishop g5? Simple aa raha hai na udhar to gai.
Uh,
Then rook
then
e1
you
bhi aa raha hai.
also gave the e1 square for the rook now. So you controlled e3, but you gave e1 again.
भाई जितने आपने कहा था उसके आधे घंटे से ज्यादा गेम चल गया भाई. That's rare.
भाई अब 8 मिनट है, सो मे बी नॉट फॉर टू लॉन्ग, या बिकॉज अभी भी 18 मूव खेलने हैं प्रग को 8 मिनट में. दैट्स जस्ट नॉट गोना हैपन.
Oh, yes. By the way, while he thinks, let's take a quick look at Arvind's board as well, because some updates have happened there. We were looking at this line earlier after rook c2. He went for king judo, knight g4. Sahil bhai, you were suggesting here. He actually played it. Now king f3 ke baad, he's gone f5 to defend his knight, and he wants to take the pawn on f2. I think another draw
Interesting.
incoming.
Hmm.
Look at this, by the way. h3, knight f2, rook g6 to attack the e6 pawn, king h7,
Ah.
rook e6, and look at this, very sneaky, knight h1. Idea is,
Nice,
of course, rook
nice,
f2 checkmate.
nice, nice. Tricky, but okay. I think Arvind with 20 minutes or so should be very comfortable. Would you consider rook g2 in this position?
No, bhai.
That is hilarious. You defend everything, but yeah, I mean the rook on g2 is ridiculous. Yeah.
I mean, you can defend all of your pawns, but I think it definitely wouldn't be the first move that comes to his mind.
Hmm. True. So this is going to end in a draw. Thai Dai Van is still better, so likely to win as well. Sindarov, Gukesh, still no moves from Gukesh. So we oh, this is the amazing scene. Wow.
क्या बात है
भाई
यार,
ना,
समय भाई ओपी
नाम,
यार।
भाई नाम समय हो तो बंदा लीड ही करता है भाई, नहीं?
क्रेजी भाई, क्रेजी। तो टाइमर भी आ रहा है भाई, कितने टाइम से सोच रहे हैं। एवरीथिंग इज
वाह,
विजिबल ऑन दिस वन, क्रेजी, दिस अ वेरी नाइस ग्राफिक।
उनकी जन्म कुंडली बच गई बस, बाकी सब कुछ है इस सीन पे, लिटरली सब कुछ। पॉइंट्स भी है भाई, वो तो अभी पता ही लग रहा है बिकॉज राउंड वन है। क्रेजी, आई डिडंट नो वी कुड फिट सो मच इन्फॉर्मेशन, वाओ। But yeah, you can see two games, the one on the top left and the one on the bottom right. Likely results, and the other
Yeah.
two likely
Also,
winners as well.
let's remind everyone that Thai Dai Van is playing with the black pieces, and he's the former winner he's the current winner of the challenger section, and he's also starting off with a win against a guy who has won the masters section before. That will be huge for him.
Hmm. The fact that people can interact with the players seems fairly easy to. You could have your friend who. I mean, there are multiple reasons why it would not work. First of all, everything is being recorded with cameras. There are enough people, arbiters and fans and other players watching, and to assume that somebody else can offer you a suggestion when they don't even have phones, it's also very hard. And I think most in general top players have so much to lose by trying to do that, that it would never happen, it would just not happen. So I think over the board cheating is much tougher, and it's likely you'll never see it, yeah, in the next 10
एक बार
years
ओवर द बोर्ड कर लिया आपने, then it's very difficult to come back from that, I think. So,
Yeah.
and players को इतना कुछ craze नहीं है इधर के, that they will take such a huge risk.
Yeah, just imagine the players who are playing here. Yeah, matlab, like Gukesh, Pragg, Arjun, like Sindarov, like everybody is going. Like their lives are amazing. Like even like for example, Bluebaum. Yeah, he's at a peak of his life right now. Like why would somebody do that? Like it doesn't make any sense.
Also
So
want to see where you belong in the chess world.
yeah, exactly.
By the
By the
way,
way,
a move
yeah.
from Prague side. He has played bishop b6, your move, Sahil bhai, and then bishop g5 के बाद he's gone rook f7.
So now I was thinking rookie one, just to kind of gang up on that knight. But is there something better?
Rook e1 में apparently of bishop takes f2 check, which does nothing. Yeah, basically does nothing, but yeah,
Ooh, you're
कुछ
used the
tactic है
king.
उधर.
Hmm. Also would stay in their career. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't make sense. By the way, kudos to Prague for fighting this. I think there was a genuine possibility this could have ended very quickly. He found like the best practical try, I think, from that position. There were other variations जहाँ पे he was crumbling in 5 moves. He found like a try at least जहाँ पे he's not losing on the spot, and जितना time नीचे जाएगा ना उतना कुछ भी हो सकता है.
True. अभी तो 8 ही मिनट बचे हैं, तो Arjun is looking for that final push, final blow. So many nice moves. Yeah, he just spoiled for choices. Like rook e1 is so nice, g4 is so nice. Bishop h4 apparently is winning also. But what is bishop h4 even?
I think if you want to play knight g5 or e5 and bishop hanging nahi hai, maybe something like that.
Also, bishop defends f2 also. This was a tactic essentially.
True.
This bishop f2, king f2, and then queen g5. But it's still winning for white, even though you lose
Bishop
the
h4.
whole pawn.
If he finds bishop h4, that will be so brutal. Yeah, मतलब ऐसे sigma edit बनने चाहिए उस move के भाई. Oof.
तो कोई चांस ही नहीं दे रहे हो आप, मतलब crazy. By the way, Vedant Panesar completely winning. Like just taking a quick look at his game.
Hmm.
94 पे हमने छोड़ा था, brilliancy. His opponent played g6, pawn takes, rook c1, and look at this e5. भाई छोड़ ही नहीं रहा है तो. Destruction.
Wow.
Look at how like hopeless White's position is here.
The king on e1 is saying मतलब खानदान ही खत्म कर दिया भाई पूरा. It's like
Literally, भाई.
सारे piece, like every piece looks horrible in the white side. Yeah. There's no good piece there.
बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल पूछा है फायर गेमिंग ने. सहज भाई, हु विल विन स्टॉकफिश वर्सेस मैग्नस कार्पोव ताल फिशर? भाई स्टॉकफिश, लाइक नो, नो क्वेश्चंस. और स्टॉकफिश में अभी वाला भी नहीं बोल रहा, जो 5 साल पुराना स्टॉकफिश था वो भी जीत जाएगा भाई.
True. Stockfish is like 36, 3700 rating. Why? That is
या
like there's a bigger difference between the rating of Magnus and Stockfish than me and Magnus. There's a higher chance of me beating Magnus than Stockfish beating like Magnus beating Stockfish.
या
Objectively.
या
Thanks to
यू आर
rating.
राइट, यू आर राइट.
Damn. I feel so good about myself now. चलो बढ़िया.
नो नो फॉर श्योर, आई थिंक बिकॉज उस लेवल पे आई थिंक 800 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस मैटर्स मोर. या
Hmm.
So yeah, that's the update for Vedant. वो भी board से उठ गया. He knows he's completely winning. So I think a good result for Vedant there. Taking a quick look at Gukesh's board. Haven't checked his game because he's still thinking after rook e1. h4 करके उसने king g7 खेला, and for the last like few moves, Sindarov is just waiting. Like if you look at, this was the position h5 के बाद he played rook e1, rook c1, rook e1 again. So basically he's just saying, okay, I'm just gonna shuffle my rooks around back and forth, and you find your way however you want to play for a win.
And that's fair also, yeah. The white doesn't really have any active moves. If he did, then you would kind of argue, okay, white should kind of not say title, but there is nothing he can do. He can't really push the G pawn, can't push the F pawn, doesn't want to push the E pawn. The queen is as active as it can be. Knight is on a good square. There's not much he can really do other than wait. And black को देखने तो भाई उसको स्ट्रेस लेने दो कैसे जीतना है.
थोड़ा यहाँ पे ना I feel a bit I don't know, a bit worried in this sense, because generally okay, it's a risk-free position, but you might overextend and it could turn out bad for you. And Gukesh is known for that. He's known for sort of continuing and finding something in the game.
True, I think, but maybe there are not enough pieces here, Saj. Like maybe if, like the black king looks weak. If imagine suddenly white की queen वहाँ पे G5 पे रख दो, there's a knight on F5, then there could be something cooking. Like the white queen on
Hmm.
G5, sorry, white queen on G5, knight on
Okay,
F5
but
suddenly, and
मतलब
but that's
like
not
you
gonna
want
happen. It's so far away. So I think
आइसक्रीम
even if you
भी
over
ले लो
push,
साथ में, मतलब सभी ले लो आप उस like it's
हाँ
such a
4
dream
आइसक्रीम
position.
साथ में एक बंगला 3 BHK मुंबई में, like or whatever, like मतलब the point is कि yeah, I think over pushing यहाँ पे maybe it's not even like that much possible is what I feel.
Maybe you're right. Yo Kincho, what's up? सहज भाई, आपकी पीक रेटिंग क्या है भाई? 2532 वाज माय पीक, जो अभी ब्रेक होने वाली है इन अ फ्यू मंथ्स. जस्ट सिट एंड वॉच चैट, जस्ट सिट एंड वेट.
Oh, would love to know Kincho's opinion. Do you think Sahaj will break it?
क्यों पूछ रहे हो भाई?
हाँ, मुझे भी नहीं पता मैं क्यों पूछ रहा हूँ एक्चुअली, बिकॉज यू बोथ रियली वुड हैव वो आइडिया होगा कि कैसे टूर्नामेंट का प्लान कर रहे हो. अर्जुन गोना विन. भाई अर्जुन इज गोना विन फॉर श्योर 100%. By the way, Prague is not even at the board right now.
हाँ, ही इज आई थिंक वॉकिंग अराउंड.
You would think Prague is the one winning, but okay.
अगर बॉडी लैंग्वेज देख के तो लग रहा है कि अब रागी जीत रहा है यहाँ पे.
क्या स्ट्रेस में लग रहा है यार अर्जुन में से.
Sage bhai, who do you think will be having like next era in chess like Magnus? I don't think there's another Magnus right now in the world. I think अगर कोई है तो it will get to know in the next 10 years, perhaps maybe 5, maybe a bit less than 10 years, but I don't think that player is maybe that famous, or maybe he has just started playing chess, or I don't think a player like maybe Erdogmus could be,
Yeah.
maybe Faustino Oro could be, but apart from that, not really anyone who can dominate like the way he does.
And दोनों हैं यहाँ पे. So technically you could just say कि the best prospect of becoming the next Magnus is right here at Tata Steel. And you can leave the rest to imagination कि भाई कौन है.
Yeah, 100%. Fausti will be interesting to follow, I think, for the next few years.
True. Product please design मेरे को सोने जाना है. Wow.
Switching back to Arjun's board. Arjun still trying to calculate.
Okay.
Okay. 22 minutes for Arjun there. More than enough time to figure out all the mess in this position. As we mentioned, there's a bunch of moves here that are winning for white here. I'm even curious, like a move like King H1 must be winning as well. It is actually. So कुछ भी अगर white खेलेगा, basically it's still winning. So he has a lot of possible moves that are winning. It's not a straight line, which is a great sign for Arjun.
I still wonder कि वो सोच क्या रहा है? Like, what is he thinking?
He's
I
trying
think
to be
he
as
must.
clinical as possible, I think.
I think he might be surprised कि there's not a finishing blow as such. Like थोड़ा सा maybe that's a pain point. कि यार काफी time से game चल रही है. You know, like I'm not able to find that finishing blow. It's just lasting too long.
I think that's a good point. Yep, I think that's a really good point. Does Arjun know that he has a clear win? Yes, I think he does. I think he knows it's winning, but he's just not able to figure out the best way to play. And see, in comment says, why does commentary help you play better chess? It helps me understand better chess. I don't think it necessarily helps me play better chess. That's a very different That's a very different like ballpark. But it definitely helps me understand things or decisions by players a bit better.
Also depends na bhai. If you're commentating with Vishy sir, then better play. If you're commentating with me, though, that's not gonna really help chess. So
No, I think it depends on how you do it, but I think it does help to an extent.
meanwhile, Rug still not at the board.
By the way, look at this Aravindh versus Bluebaum. This is the position where we left it. Do you remember that knight h1 wala idea? It's happening. In
Wow.
fact, look at this trap. If you go rook e6 here, then knight h1 is actually better for black. Because e4 only चल है यहाँ पे rook b3 check है मेरे पास and I can capture your bishop on b7.
Oh wow.
Some interesting options there.
Okay, maybe move the bishop somewhere. Oh wait, here if you play bishop c6 instead of this, apparently black has only one move, or he's lost. That is a
e5.
yeah, only one move.
fe5 पे knight d3 again only move, yeah.
Wow, that's a bit surprising. कि एक ही move है और it's just busted. I didn't.
Hmm.
Wow.
But he has like 6 moves remaining, 16 minutes for blue bomb. So it should be more than enough time, I think. But yeah, it is
Should
crazy
be.
that it's an only move. That is for sure. And यहाँ पे कैमरा में उतना पसंद नहीं कर रहा. So let's switch back to Arjun versus Prag जहाँ पे कैमरा बढ़िया चल रहा है भाई.
Hmm. Some camera issues chat on a couple of boards. प्रग तो गुकेश ही गेम देख रहा है. We have seen some glitches in this camera as well, Saja. मुझे याद है last time ही बहुत stretch हुआ था. So maybe
अरे
cameras
प्रग
are
तो कह
also.
रहा है मुझे मैच नहीं देखना है भाई. Looking at the other guy's
एक
match.
सेकंड देखा छी छी वापस देखो यार. वापस देखो यार. ये क्या लिखा है चैट में? What is this? Shit.
Yeah, sure. Said why does some players play top ingenues in good chess in fast format but sucks in classical? I don't think like um so some players are good at or like much better at faster chess because their intuitive feeling is very good and they can do quick calculation really well. But classical में अच्छा खेलना is not necessarily a good sign के if you play good in classical you'll play good in faster formats also. It's never a given. It's a different game completely. Different strategies, different preparations, and so on.
Same as cricket, yeah. T20, one day, test match. You have people who form well at all three, or people who are specialists. So Dubov, for example, Saj bhai, which format is he a specialist of?
So I mean, I think faster formats for sure. I think Blitz or Rapid. Blitz mein is like top number fourth ranked in the world, like 2800
Hmm.
rating, and Rapid he is world Rapid champion. So, like you can say
Hmm.
both.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's a very, very strong player, actually.
Very strong, so good.
Yeah, I wanted to, yeah.
I know.
Uh, Lavi Salve, welcome back. Thank you for distracting me, Mugiwara bhai. Thank you, bhai.
ये
Only
डिस्ट्रैक्शन साहिल भाई को
there's
बहुत
no
डेस्परेटली चाहिए थी चैट जस्ट
there's no point of
बहुत
leaving hints. Like, what is the point? Like, there's no point.
हाँ
No
हाँ
plus,
बोल
no
दो भाई
pros,
जो मन
only
में है बोल दो
cons.
भाई कुछ छुपा
No,
मत
no,
हिंदी
it's
में
okay.
बोलना
It's okay.
बस हिंदी में
No, no,
बोलना ठीक
no, no, it's okay. It's okay.
यहाँ पे
Moving
इंग्लिश
on.
भी मत करना कुछ
Moving on in life, I think is very important. ऐसा मुझे सिखाया गया है पहले. तो
हम्म,
Sahaj bhai, what is the formula of calculating rating? Is it decreasing with increasing rating? Sahaj bhai, ये वाला आपको
समझा नहीं
समझना
भाई ये
पड़ेगा.
क्वेश्चन आपका भाई
हाँ वही.
what is the formula for by calculating rating there are I mean there's a coefficient of 10, 20 and 40 and 10 after you reach a certain level it goes down to 10 मतलब जैसे अगर आपकी 2500 है और आपने एक 2500 के प्लेयर को हराया तो आपको 7 पॉइंट समथिंग कुछ तो मिलते हैं +7
हम्म.
समथिंग लाइक दैट अगर आपने 2500 की रेटिंग में आपने 2300 के प्लेयर को हराया तो आपको +3 +4 ऐसे मिलेगा इट ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स ऑन who you are defeating and it also depends if your camera is working or not.
हाँ.
So, like in Sahil Bhai's case, like right now it's not working because the camera is not there. So that's very very important. Super important. Oh, अरे
Yeah.
one camera already ready था क्या बात है यस एकदम समय भाई हर चीज को एकदम प्लान करके बैठे हैं भाई समय भाई की प्रिपरेशन होनी चाहिए भाई हमारे
हाँ.
पास चैट मतलब बताओ किसकी प्रिपरेशन बेटर है अर्जुन की या फिर समय भाई की because this was impressive like the fact that he had this like at
I
hand
think depends
अर्जुन
on
की
if Arjun
प्रेप बेटर है
wins.
आज या फिर समय भाई की भाई चैट व्हाट डू यू थिंक
कैमरा भाई वापस आ जा.
समय भाई की देखो भाई चैट में लिख रहे हैं लोग समय भाई की प्रेप इज एक्चुअली वेरी गुड मानना पड़ेगा भाई
वही वही.
कुछ भी भाई
ओके बढ़िया. बैक. I'm surprised my camera even lasted that long actually. Thinking about it.
बाय द वे आई आल्सो गॉट अ न्यू कैमरा
Oh nice. कितने
कमिंग
बड़े साज
टुमारो
भाई?
कमिंग टुमारो तो लेट्स
कौन सा कैमरा है?
हाँ कर दिया भाई ऑलरेडी कर दिया
कौन सा
समय
है?
भाई की रिकमेंडेशन थी कल देख लोगे आप ओबीएस का कोई तो बॉट है
OBS bot.
ओबीएस का कोई तो है मेरे को उन्होंने लिंक भेजा
अच्छा. Where is the charger?
बाय द वे सिंडारोव के पास सिर्फ 8 मिनट पड़े हैं इससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ा ओ बाय द वे लुक एट दिस अरविंद्स अपोनेंट प्लेड बिशप C6 ऑन द बोर्ड सॉरी भाई कैमरा
भाई
स्विच
भाई
कर रहा हूँ
अरविंद
इट्स
प्ले
नॉट
बिशप
वर्किंग द
C6.
बेस्ट बट ये दिखाना बहुत
अरविंद.
जरूरी है चैट को
भाई अरविंद प्ले बिशप C6.
अब Arvind played bishop C6
Yeah.
and Bluebaum has to find E5 which was
Oh,
a very
Arvind
weird move he
wins.
said
भाई let's go अरविंद भाई. Can we switch cameras? अच्छा ये अभी चल नहीं रहा है क्या? भाई that would be interesting.
glitchy
अगर
glitch
एक गलती यहाँ पे कर दे.
ये कैमरा नहीं चल रहा अभी कुछ है दिक्कत है
Basically, knight h1, there is rook g2, just trapping the knight. And if you play knight d3, for example, then just rook e6, and kahin na kahin pe the black king is a bit weird, yeah? Bishop
या
against
कुछ
knight,
प्रॉब्लम्स हो
additional.
सकती है क्वीन साइड पे लाइक रुक
Hmm.
B3 में कुछ रहेगा मेरे पास इधर ओ बिशप P8 भाई व्हाट अ मूव बिशप G6 रुक E8 चेकमेट
Wow.
what a move Arvind could win this actually E5 is not an easy move tricky ये कैमरा भी एकदम वो स्पाइडरमैन की मूवी जैसा लग रहा है एकदम देखिए वो माइल्स मोरालेस वाली
What?
नहीं देखी आपने वो उसके ग्राफिक्स ऐसे ही चलते हैं अब तो भी देखना,
अच्छा अच्छा।
जो वो ग्लिच होता है कैमरा।
क्या सोच रहा है अर्जुन? अर्जुन क्या सोच
द
रहा है पता?
क्लीनेस्ट एंड द स्मूदेस्ट वे टू विन, दैट्स व्हाट ही इज थिंकिंग, विदाउट
एंड ही
गिविंग
फाउंड इट
Pragg
बाय द
एनी
वे।
चांसेस। भाई भाई भाई,
G4। कमाल है भाई,
मैड
कमाल है।
मैन फॉर अ रीजन।
लेजेंड भाई। यू वुड थिंक किंग को सेफ रखना है, मगर नहीं, बेस्ट मूव खेलेंगे भाई। एक्यूरेसी भी इंपॉर्टेंट है लाइफ में, खाली विन नहीं।
वाओ, नाउ बेसिकली ब्लैक्स बेस्ट मूव इज बिशप F2 check. Very tough call, I think, by Arjun to play G4 here. But yeah, कोई गलती नहीं कर रहा है भाई. Giving him no
बिशप
chances.
बिशप टू पे किंग G2, जस्ट इग्नोरिंग दैट बिशप। वाओ।
वाह, I'm more surprised कि किंग आपने इग्नोर बोला और आपने कोई एक्स का रेफरेंस नहीं दिया यहाँ पे.
मैं वही बोलने वाला था, अगला आपने रोक दिया,
तो
अच्छा किया
दिमाग ही
भाई।
खराब हो गया मेरा भाई, क्या हो गया? आई नो
अच्छा है
आपकी
भाई, रोक
शादी हुई
दिया
है, बट
आपने।
लेकिन ये लाइक तो पूरा ही बदल गए आप.
अच्छा है, रोक दिया भाई, मारने वाला था मैं।
But yeah,
कैसे
completely
गेम
winning
लगा
now
दो।
for Arjun, on the brink of resignation.
Sindarov's time is going down, really. 6 minutes for Sindarov, but okay, I mean, 9 moves. It's not that difficult, actually.
Can we see Gukesh's game? Yes, we can. We don't
अच्छा
have
हाँ,
Gukesh's cam, but we can definitely take a look at his game. Queen G6 खेला उसने Pragg ने. Let's just catch the last move by Arjun. Maybe he has calculated all of this. G4 से पहले 18 मिनट सोचा था वो.
Van Forest and Thai Dai Van have drawn. Okay, so that means ki likely only 3 results, unless Matthias Bluebaum doesn't find E5. So yeah, एक टाइम पे लग रहा था डर थोड़ा,
It
but
was a crazy save by Jorden there because he was on the
yeah.
brink of losing his match. Like last position mein it's equal. I'm just trying to figure out where did the mistake happen. So this was the moment जहाँ पे F5 was a winning advantage for Van. But he didn't find it. He played F6 instead. It just goes to show how difficult chess is. Like F5 की जगह F6 खेल दिया आपने, and your opponent just managed to bounce back. So I think good result for Jordan there to save that difficult
I think
position.
Gary Kasparov once said, no, like a difference between like a 26 or 2700 player or a 27-2800 player is usually like one move per game. Like they would just play one move differently. And
I think so. Yeah, that's more or less
ऐसी
fair.
कुछ कहा था. And I think this was that move, F6, F5. Like maybe somebody who was 2800 or close to it might have found F5 and would have won the game. So hard luck, but I
Could be
think
actually.
a tough move though. Very tough move.
Yeah, could be for sure. By the way, taking a look at Sindaro versus Gukesh. Remember, chat, यहाँ पे camera नहीं है हमारे पास, but just trying to take a look. Anyways, what's happening here? 12 minutes for Gukesh and 5.5 minutes for Sindarov. And Sindarov को हम देख नहीं सकते, but we know he's actually like moving a lot at this point. हमने देखा है बहुत बार ये पूरा साइल भाई ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड कप या.
वो खुद नहीं घूमता है, अपने पीसेस को घुमाता है भाई वो.
हाँ
That's the difference.
भाई,
इस
स्टॉकफिश की
पोजीशन
रेटिंग
में
इन्फिनिट होनी चाहिए
अर्जुन.
ना, क्योंकि उसको कोई हरा नहीं सकता. नहीं, अच्छा, अल्फा जीरो ने हराया हुआ उसको. एंड आई एम श्योर इवन इफ स्टॉकफिश प्लेज अगेंस्ट स्टॉकफिश, लाइक वन ऑफ देम वुड विन स्टिल. So, like, if you play enough games.
By the way, Arjun has played a move. Rook to E1. Second best move in the position. Best was Rook D1, which was a bit, okay, not the most obvious, but Rook
So
E1 played.
clean.
Yeah.
So clean, भाई.
खत्म हो गया ना गेम.
Yeah, अब this is like resignation territory. Maybe he can go bishop f2 still. but तब से बोल रहा हूँ कोई मार ही दो भाई bishop f2.
Oh, this is so beautiful, by the way. So, Rook E1, Rook D8, best move by Prague. And now Bishop E7, for example, is one of the ways to win. Queen takes D3. You're basically sacking a rook. But now
Ah,
Bishop C5 check. Queen takes, Rook takes. King D7 and Knight E5 check. King e6 आओगे अब, for example, to save the rook, but knight c6 check. भाई क्या है भाई ये क्या है?
Also, this endgame supposedly is just winning. Bishop b6, a b6. Like, I would not like look at this position and say, okay, it's a +4. I would say, okay, maybe I have some chances. I don't know if it's winning or not.
Yeah, maybe
It's
+2, yeah.
completely winning.
+2 looks
+2
logical, but
is what,
+4.
yeah, that's fair. +4 is crazy. By the way, bishop f2 check played. King f2, queen g5 हुआ. So he took the pawn and king g2 के बाद Pragg is thinking he has 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Wow.
Difficult situation for Pragg there. On the camera, we can see Vedant Panesar, I think, about to win his match against Elaine Roberts. He's completely winning. This camera है तो एक बार दिखाई देते game. Look at this pawn on d2.
Oh, wow.
That's completely winning. अर्जुन का cam नहीं है क्या? So chat having some cam issues for Arjun's cam as well. Hopefully they'll be back soon. By the way, look at this. Bluebaum found e5.
Chalo, fair enough. But yeah, I would assume the game is still not completely over. Yeah, there might be some tricks from either side. कुछ ना कुछ हो सकता है.
But this was the trick, like the big trick.
True. I think chances of either side winning have gone down drastically. Meanwhile, we can see Vedant about to finish his game. The pawn is on d2, right? I think already close to queening.
Yeah, for sure. Says, by what odds do you need to win against Stockfish? Bhai, I think like I have probably like a much better chance of winning the lottery than I do of beating Stockfish. क्योंकि वहाँ पे number is 0. I think that it's true for every human. It's 0. It's just 0. क्या हुआ साहिल भाई?
By the way, I think Gukesh ka game could be a drop. I think they've not repeated it, but both players have been moving the queens for the past couple of moves. तो थोड़ा interesting है कि I think could end in a draw soon.
सूत्र
नहीं है, no सूत्र भाई.
भाई
आज के लिए no सूत्र.
बताओ ना भाई, crazy.
भाई मंगल सूत्र की दुनिया से आ रहे हैं भाई. सूत्र में तो बहुत सूत्र हो गया.
अब लग रहा है कि साहिल भाई असली में वापस आए हैं.
लोग बोल रहे हैं मैग्नस कच्चा चबा जाएगा स्टॉकफिश को. वाओ.
उसके आगे अनपॉपुलर ओपिनियन भी डाल देते भाई. कुछ किसी पार्ट से तो मैं एग्री करता भाई.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ कौन लोग हैं ये, कहाँ से आए ये लोग.
भाई ऐसे लोगों के साथ मत बैठा करो. By the way, Arvind just made a move. Let's take a quick look. What has he played? He just took the pawn on e6. And now multiple moves. g5 is very good for black. Rook f2 and rook e2 is very good for black.
Okay, this one feels more close to a draw though. Yeah, should be. In fact, rook e2 only move and played. Wow.
Yeah, but okay, that's obvious, no? Because bishop b5 से knight मर रहा था.
True. ठीक है, so I think this will also end in a draw now. So
Ablash.
2 games will be remaining. And दोनों Indians की, as you predicted.
सबसे लंबा game of course Gukesh का चला. And who is surprised? Like not me. 100% not, because I know Gukesh. Like Gukesh को इतने time से हम follow कर रहे हैं भाई. Like there is no chance कि Gukesh does not continue, yeah.
Gukesh भाई draw accept कर लो भाई.
There is no chance Gukesh दे ले. रुक f5 देख रहे हो. आराम से खेलता रहेगा वो. Wait for the right moment. This is what makes him so dangerous, I think. He'll continue until the very, very last moment.
By the way, we have a few crazy moves in the Arjun game. Can we rush quickly? Game
अरे
खत्म होने वाला है.
भाई ये तो क्या ही हो गया भाई.
Wow.
Yeah, utter domination by Arjun.
भाई knight d7 पे जाके बैठ गया भाई.
भाई queen g8 is checkmate, yeah.
भाई ब्लैक किंग की गोद में जाके बैठ गया वो नाइट यार. लिटरली मतलब कि द किंग कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग.
Basically, chat, the best move for Pragg, जो उसका कैमरा अभी चल नहीं रहा है. Black has to play rook f7, knight e5 and rook f2 check. Just give a सूखा रुक.
सूखा रुक. गीला रुक क्या होता है साज भाई?
सूखा रुक like for no compensation, yeah.
So what is गीला रुक then?
Huh? Not everything has an opposite. अच्छा तो NM का opposite क्या हुआ? अब NM का opposite क्या हुआ? NM का
MN.
ये क्या है?
Of
कुछ
course,
भी
उल्टा कर दिया ना भाई. LM
भाई.
कौन सा MN?
NM
GM
नेशनल
का,
मास्टर.
GM का MG.
MGD1.
Exactly.
Crazy. Huge of truth.
वाह, क्या ही गेम खेली यार अर्जुन ने, लेकिन मजा आ गया. ओए कैसल्स, वाओ.
वाह
वाओ, दैट इज सो ब्यूटीफुल.
यार, ये देख रहा था कैमरे
वाओ.
पे यार. लॉन्ग कासल. There
वाओ.
must be such a funny moment between the players. They must be laughing.
I mean, maybe not Prague, but yeah. Wow, khatam. Resigns, yeah? I mean, handshakes.
Resignation.
एक होता है ना वो क्लेम की ऐसे, मेरी गेम की आखिरी मूव कैसल्स थी भाई. कैसल से गेम खत्म करके आया भाई, कैसल से.
Long
Prag
castle was
can
my
claim
last
that.
move. Yeah.
Prag can claim that, but yeah, not in the way he wanted.
No increment for 40 moves, right? नहीं भाई, there is increment. There is increment of 30 seconds from move 1, and 40 चालों के बाद players get 30 minutes extra.
Yeah,
I think Pragg has resigned here already. That's my take.
yeah, very likely. Also, Arvind has one, two, yeah, one move away from a draw. Yeah, Arjun has
There it
one
is.
amazing win, man. Wow, beautiful. What a game.
No
What a
chance
game.
given to Pragg.
तुमने भी
And
नहीं दिया भाई
meanwhile,
मुझे.
look at this Gukesh finally putting that, B5. He's been waiting for a long time to play this move, and I think he chose the correct moment because 5 चालें बची हैं before 40 moves are over, and Sindarov having less than 2 minutes on the clock. So it is very, very important that he times this correctly. And he did do that, but still Sindarov is not anywhere close to breaking.
Although after, play Queen A7, I mean, the obvious move, right? You want to pressure A4. Now White has to find Queen C2. That's the only move. Played Queen
Is
A7,
Queen
right?
A7. By the way, Vincent and Arjun both have won their matches, and that means both of them are now world number 4 and world number 5 again, because दोनों की same amount of rating, buddy.
Oh, nice, 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 nice. And by the way, Arvind also has drawn. So that is another result. So one game remains, chat, and it is none other than अपना प्यारा world champion fighting it out, Gukesh Dommaraju against the World Cup winner. But okay, White has found the best move, Queen to C2. So इसका मतलब कि draw still likely.
Yeah, but I think Gukesh will still continue until the final moments. Right now, although it's very difficult to play that, with this last move, Queen C2, Queen C6 is a huge threat. So maybe Gukesh has to defend via Queen A6. And that could be another potential repetition offered with Knight B4.
Would you go for something like Rook A4? Let's say Rook A4, Pawn A4, Queen C6, and say, ki, bhai, I have the outside pass pawn. At least there's
I
an
would be very
imbalance.
careful in these positions because the
Huh?
D5 pawn can also fall.
Yeah. Looks risky. Looks risky.
Maybe if you don't exchange the queens, like Queen
Oh,
F5
he took on
perhaps.
A4. He took on A4. He is going for at least some sort of endgame.
Goes BA4, yeah. Queen takes C6 is now forced for Sandarov.
Wait,
Wait,
what?
blunder.
Wait, what?
Time pressure mein mistake.
Wait, why did he not take on C6 with the queen?
I mean, probably like because of time, yeah.
No, very likely yes, but Queen B7. Now the question is, you can't take with the queen because the knight hangs.
But you can still capture with the rook. There's a nice tactic there, like Queen B7, Knight C6 ke baad. You cannot play Rook C8, for example. There's Knight takes A5 is also hanging, but just wanted to showcase this. There's Knight E7 check as well, which is quite nice.
But Sahaj, Gokesh has to see this, right? He has to see this. He has to notice कि भाई his spidey sense has to tingle. Until then, I don't think he would probably notice the moment, right? Because खुद के पास भी उसके पास सिर्फ 4 मिनट ही कुछ है.
Exactly. And by the way, Vedant Panesar has won his match against Eileen
Wow.
Roberts with the black pieces. So he starts off with a win as well in the challenges sections. Huge congratulations to Vedant for winning his match.
Yeah.
But he won with a beautiful game, I have to say. I
In
have to give
style.
it to him.
Yeah. And now I think critical moment for Gukesh. Only one move gives him the edge. Blue arrow, यार. ये blue arrow ऐसे देख के हमें torture करता है ना. Until Gukesh actually plays it, we have no idea if he does.
By the way, but it's not a difficult move, I think, to play Queen B7.
Yeah, but
Not a
एक होता है ना
difficult
कि
move.
like एक for a long time it's been a draw. So suddenly वो sense करना moment. It's not as simple as the Ding World Championship match, right? जहाँ पे एक move खेला king पर end game. Like he has to believe कि भाई position में कुछ है. Camera, there are some issues chat with the cameras, not out in our control. So जैसे ही होगा तो we'll get it back. Meanwhile, Gukesh is still fighting. He has a golden opportunity.
Yeah,
Come on, Gukesh.
golden opportunity and also enough time on the clock. I mean, he has more than his opponent, but he has to make 3 moves in 3 minutes. So difficult territory for the world champion, but critical thing. Let's see if he can find it.
Crucial moments. And this could be huge for Gukesh. By the way, Gukesh right now is world number 9. A win would straight away, I think, drag him to world number 7, I think. So it's a big, big shift, yeah, in the world rankings. So बहुत important है ये. Come on, come on, come on. Bhai, as he goes low on the time, I'm starting to wonder if he'll find it. Come on, Gukesh, Queen B7. Only move.
He has not looked at knight before. Otherwise, वो इतना नहीं सोचता यहाँ पे.
Salve, I love you. Sorry, I'm taken by. I love you too. Come on, come on, come on. Queen B7.
2.5 minutes for the world champion.
Bhai,
Difficult decision.
3 more moves. 3 more moves for Gukesh.
And then we start the clock again.
Oh. I mean, that's okay if he's winning. If he's winning, then it's great.
अच्छा लोग कह रहे हैं कि उनके ब्रॉडकास्ट पे है कैमरा. इधर ही प्रॉब्लम है क्या कुछ?
इधर ही होगा, I think. चेक करते
1 minute.
I think.
चल रहा है उनका
नहीं,
कैमरा.
मतलब क्या, just keep an eye.
समय भाई, have you tried turning it off and on? डेढ़ मिनट for Gukesh. Plays Queen B7.
Hey, let's go. I world champion for a reason. And now, knight c6 has to, like, you cannot go back now. You have to take the pawn. Otherwise, you resign.
He takes on A4.
What? By Queen B4, that's what he missed. Queen B4 is apparently possible यहाँ पे.
Wow.
Queen sacrifice incoming. By can we look at this Saj? Queen B4. I mean, you have to take it, right? There's nothing else.
Rook A1 check.
Rook A1. King H2, I'm guessing.
And then Rook F1, bhai. Rook A1 and that's a checkmate.
Come on, bhai.
But okay, like very hard to see this.
Oh, no. Chat, come on. Queen sacrifice. You have to see this. Come on. You can take on A4 also, actually, I think. Apparently, you can.
Yeah, but that follow-up is like, I think, ridiculously difficult, yeah? You see it,
Yeah,
like Rook A4, Rook A4, Rook A4, Queen A4, and for some reason, in this position, Queen B8 is winning for black.
Okay, that is tough. That is much tougher. Queen sacrifice. Although, by the way, we have 36 seconds. Queen B4 is winning for Gukesh. Can he find that? Come on. Oh! Let's go! Bhai, Queen sack by the world champion in his first classical game of 2026. भाई इससे फायर अंदर कुछ हो नहीं सकता. वाह भाई,
भाई गर्मी लग रही है यार.
भाई एसी
गर्मी लग रही है थोड़ी.
दिल्ली में भाई. ओफ, भाई स्वेटर उतार दो भाई. क्या गेम है. ओह,
क्रेजी.
वाओ.
अब तो
Can
कोई
you go back
टेक्निक
and
की भी
look at
जरूरत
that?
नहीं है भाई, दिस इज ओवर.
भाई 2 साल पीछे एक बार देखना है भाई, वो क्वीन टेक्स B4 स्लो मोशन में दिखा दो भाई. ओह, मजा आ गया भाई.
अब तो गुकेश उठ भी गया होगा, साइड मूवमेंट पे एकदम टाइम आ गया.
हाँ, and now Sindarov is completely lost. Like there's nothing you can. I mean, Rook B1, by the way, another move, right? Which makes sense. There is Rook 8 A2 attacking the Queen.
इंटरमेट्सो.
Queen D3. Wait, Queen C1 भी है, right?
या
Queen
व्हाटएवर.
C1.
टेक्स एंड रुक F2.
Oh,
यू आर अ
wait.
फुल, लाइक ओके, द क्वीन के बदले
Why
में रुक और नाइट है
that's
आपके पास, बट यू आर विनिंग दिस.
because Rook F6, Knight G3, Rook F1. Khatam.
यस, एग्जैक्टली. रुक
Oh, what
F,
a
रुक F.
plan, bhai. What a plan.
मतलब वो पूरा एकदम जो H5 H4 जो रखा था, नाउ इट्स शोइंग अप. या
Oh, bhai. Wow. 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 Bhai, this is 2024 Gukesh.
98% accuracy as mentioned by the chat. Crazy bhai.
Bhai,
He's
oof.
definitely starting off with a win as well.
Wow.
वो आ गया भाई कैमरा वापस.
Oi, let's go.
वदिया.
So, Saj bhai, which is difficult to win? World Championship या World Cup?
वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप.
Hmm.
फॉर
लग
श्योर
रहा
वर्ल्ड
है.
चैंपियनशिप.
ऐसे मजाक कर रहा हूँ भाई.
ऑफ
I
कोर्स
think
भाई, वर्ल्ड
what
चैंपियन.
a game भाई. What a game. I think Sindarov, I think kind of got a bit complacent there. थोड़ा होता है ना कि लगता है कुछ हो नहीं रहा है पोजीशन में, like all is equal, but it wasn't. And he was one move away. Queen C6 would have
बट
been a
ओके,
draw
लाइक
likely.
आई ऑल्सो थिंक कि लाइक एक गेम से आप डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते किसी का.
Huh, of course, of course. I mean,
वो तो.
Sindarov will get a huge opportunity. Yeah, candidates he wins, he get a shot at the world championship. 2 minute late आया कैमरा, but okay. हाँ, we missed the queen sacrifice moment, but we'll get the handshakes for sure now.
अभी तो नहीं होगा हैंडशेक, अभी तो वो एक्सेप्ट करेगा. आई मीन आई डोंट थिंक ही इज एक्सेप्टेड दैट ही इज लॉस्ट येट.
Is 24 Guki back? Well, at least for today, I think इससे better तो हो नहीं सकता. And now it's kind of realization कि भाई, I think I really missed at the position here. And to be honest, in Sindarov's credit, जो एंड गेम हम देख रहे थे with that rook f6, like that's not normal. कि rook और knight है बोर्ड के ऊपर and it's just lost. Yeah, it's not even equal.
या
It's lost.
भाई क्वीन सैक तो नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया था मैंने इस मैच में. व्हाट अ मैच.
Wow.
एंड आई थिंक he knows he's lost now. It must be
Yeah, of
settling in.
course. Yeah. I mean, once your opponent stacks the queen, you already know something went very wrong or very nice. It's
Hmm.
not. Yeah, it's not in the middle. So chat, I mean, last game of day number 1, we're gonna have 4 results. If Gukesh were to win. First question: any chances for Sindarov, Sahaj and chat to
No.
somehow hold this? Any chance?
Like there's king h2. Let's do some calculations here. Yeah, calculations के बिना नहीं तो मुश्किल रहेगा कुछ भी करना. Rook b1 में we already saw there is a clear cut way to win for black. So like
Hmm.
if you played rook b1, I have rook a2. You move your queen. I take this. You take this. I take on f2. And then we know कि black को basically rook f5 या f6 कहीं पे रखना है. नाइट को g3 पे लाना है एंड रुक f1 ऐसे करके चेक देनी है, which is going to be a checkmate, or you are forced to go into the king pawn ending जहाँ पे आप एक pawn down. So that's settled. So besides rook a1 check, besides rook b1, another option for you is to go king h2 in this position, which is a bit more fighting. So king h2 के बाद Gukesh can go rook f1 to put pressure on f2, and the idea is simple कि आप अगर f3 push कर दो तो once again I can bring my knight to g3 and deliver a checkmate on h1, and you don't even have any checks on the king side, which is very important. You have to find the move rook b1 to get control of the back rank. Black will capture this pawn. You have to capture on c6 to find some counterplay. Black goes rook a2, and now the final idea here for black is for white is to give this check and reroute this queen to g4 and defend g2. And now my question is, how defendable is this position? I don't think it is defendable that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I
So
mean it should be lost. The only question is how. Um, I mean there is knight. No, doesn't work. Yeah, I was
knight
thinking
g3
knight
actually works,
d2.
yeah.
I was thinking knight d2, knight f1, knight g3.
भाई
अच्छा knight g3 डायरेक्ट ही आ रहा था
तो
knight
नाइट
g3
जी
knight
थ्री
g3
सीधे ही आ जाओ ना।
हाँ knight
नाइट जी थ्री रुक
g3.
जी वन, आप ऐसे करके लाइक चिल भी कर सकते हो यहाँ पे, लाइक समथिंग लाइक रुक ई2।
Yeah, knight because rook g2 is now a threat. So rook g1. Yeah, true, true.
If you take the pawn, I have knight check. You cannot capture here because rook takes g2 and that's a checkmate. King
Hmm.
h1 पे knight e3, and it's like it's such an annoying combination here. Knight g2 is also hanging. No, not a single check for the queen. So yeah, Gukesh is officially winning. He's going to win his match. No chance for Sindarov to save this, I think. You can also see from Sindarov's body language.
भाई पर जीतना अलग बात है और क्वींस तक जीतना अलग बात है भाई. Like it becomes like the game highlight of the day, right? Like your game is the game of the day essentially. Once you sack the queen. And look at Gukesh, yeah, वैसे वो एनर्जी फील हो रही है उसकी स्टेयर में भी अभी सडनली. ओ देखा देखा वो भाई, वो कोई कहते हैं ना अल्फा. ओ देख रहे हो वो स्लीव्स में वो मोमेंटम फिर से आ चुका है. दैट फील्स सो नाइस टू सी.
Yep, looks like it. Now it's Sindarov who has to come up with the move. दोनों ही रुक भी वन भी lost है, king h2 भी lost है.
Okay, now I think why king h2 is the best way. Also, by the way, there was this move rook b1. Let's say rook b1, rook 8 a2, and queen d3 instead of queen c1. If we can have it on the board. किस थोड़ के चला गया भाई. साथ भाई सो गए क्या?
No, I'm here.
अच्छा एक से लगाओ ना
Trying
बोर्ड
to
पे भाई.
look at the players.
हाँ सो रुक b1. भाई सो गए साज भाई.
चल रहा हूँ भाई. रुक भी वन.
हाँ सो रुक b1, rook a2, rook 8 a2, and queen d3. And now there is this move knight d2. Very
अरे
nice.
भाई.
You take king h2, knight f1 check, king h2, king g1, knight g3 check, and mate भाई खत्म खलास.
Crazy.
सही है भाई. It's over.
Yep, I think it's over.
Gukesh started his alpha walk. बस है नहीं हमारे पास कैमरा पे.
अब तो चले गए ना, अब तो ये लास्ट गेम है ना तो मास्टर सेक्शन का.
हाँ.
Yeah.
No, he is walking actually, but
So I
he's
think overall, I
facing
think a good
camera.
day for the Indian players, except for Prague, of course. But उस मैच उस बोर्ड पे एक रिजल्ट तो आना ही था.
Can we have
But
Vedant's camera? We will see him there, right? In Vedant's camera, I
no,
think.
he's finished already.
No, you'll see Gukesh in Vedant's camera walking, I think, or no? Acha, okay, got it. Pawn is goated, absolutely. उस pawn के बिना कुछ काम नहीं करता, by the way. If white's pawn was an h4, nothing would work.
Insane. Yeah, अभी I think ये थोड़ा I think probably he's more or less like accepted that it's losing. I expect him to make a move in like the next 5 minutes or so. Then Gukesh does, calculation again. I think yeah, another half an hour until it's over.
Yeah, 30 minutes sounds pretty. I think maybe even longer actually. Because अगर वो queen c8, queen g4 वाली line गई, then that will require some calculation for both players again.
I think
तो
वहीं
90
तक ही तो है
minutes होगा.
calculation. उसके बाद तो it's not as challenging.
Ah, but still they will
Yeah, I
pause,
think like
think.
completely trusting his instinct to, of course he didn't calculate all the lines with queen takes d4, but trusting his instinct there is was insane, I think.
But knowing Gukesh, as Magnus mentioned, like he's a hardcore calculator, yeah, he might have seen all the way till that queen c8, queen g4 move. Like it is not unimaginable. He's seen all of that.
Yeah. Someone's asking, वो brilliant move कौन सा था? Chat, this was a brilliant move. This queen takes b4 sacrifice, sacrificing basically the whole queen for some activity, and you're connecting the rook, knight, and this very important pawn on h4 together. And white ka king is almost in a mating net right now. It's only being held together by the golden pawn, which has to be pushed or it has to be taken. And then black gets this knight g3 and rook h1 checkmate, which we saw in a bunch of different variations. And with that, I think the world champion is going to win his first round of Tata Steel. And I think for me, he just became a favorite. क्योंकि गुकेश जब
Gukesh
ऐसा
will,
स्टार्ट करता है ना तो बहुत रिस्की लगता है वो.
yeah, and he will go ahead of Pragg actually now with in the ratings.
Ah, nice.
So that's gonna be very. Oh, Pragg I think already went behind because he lost, right? Yeah, Pragg already went behind. So Gukesh will be world number 7. I think he'll go ahead of Anish. So yeah, that's what rankings
Anish
keep
also
changing.
had, I think, a bit of a shocker today because of his
भाई वो
loss.
तो अलग ही था लेकिन like that was just like a one move blunder, insane
Yeah,
यार.
I think Anish का सबसे like weird लग रहा है मेरे को.
हाँ, true. और वो कैसे देख रहा है उसको? He's like, he's like, bro, wait, what? How did you lose this position? World Cup winner.
तो फॉस्टिनो को रिएक्शन देगा अभी.
वही वही उसी की बात कर रहा है.
क्रेजी.
बहुत हिलेरियस.
क्या आया है, ये तो घटिया पोजीशन. आर यू श्योर ये ठीक है आपकी? That look back again was crazy. It's like, मतलब फर्स्टली मतलब पहले सेंडरो के साइड दिख रहा है, नहीं नहीं दूसरी साइड से अच्छा लग रहा है.
Yeah, King H2. Rook F1. Apparently, King G7 is also winning, but yeah, that's a weird move. I think Rook F1 feels so normal.
But King G7 is like just brutal even. क्योंकि आप ये वो जो याद है उस लाइन में क्वीन C8 करके क्वीन G4 चेक आ रही थी,
हाँ,
क्वीन G8 चेक करके वो भी आप अवॉइड कर रहे हो किंग G7. इट्स सच अ ब्रूटल मूव.
yeah.
डिस्गस्टिंग.
Come on, come on.
This is why we need full length classical matches. The quality, the tenacity. What's your take, Sahaj, on new feeder time controls? Um, I think जो classical वाले time controls है वो तो same ही है ना, because world champion can वो like world championship और candidates में like same time control रहता है. But yeah, ये fast classical एक नया time control है उसमें we might see some newer type of games being played out, new types of psychologies being employed, and um yeah, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. You still preserve like the traditional part of the game for the world championship cycle, and you have this new format with fast classical. I think they're both good. What is your take on it, Salvai?
I think FIDE is trying out different formats because they do understand that the chess world is changing. It's not the same that it was even 10 years back or even 5 years back. Okay, 5 years, 10 years back, definitely not. So they're adapting, trying to adapt. They don't want to change everything too quickly because then they lose the legacy of multiple strong events they've done. So they're experimenting. Freestyle kar liya, EWC to hai. Then you also have this total world championship. So it's an experimentation process to see how it goes, and if it goes well, then maybe the value of the total world championship will go up with time.
That's also true.
So I think
New
it's a nice
classical is
format.
60 plus 30. I don't think new classical is 60 plus 30 कह रहा है कोई. I don't think like candidates के अंदर will get a 60 plus 30 time control, by the way, chat.
Yeah,
It's not
not for
happening.
the next 2-3 cycles at least. Like it might yeah,
No
tough
chance,
to
bhai. No
imagine.
chance.
Yeah. So I mean, any format that invites Magnus to play is a great format. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
You want to see Magnus play. So if Magnus is playing, that means he likes the format. That means format is great.
So we looked at these two moves for the world champion. The first was Rook F1. where we did some analysis, some problems around. This is that line जहाँ पे वो queen c8 करके queen g4 आ रहा था. And the other move is king g7, which is also supposedly winning for Gukesh. And there we see the legend Ivanchuk pondering over the world champions game.
No, now he should find rook f1 though. I mean, it's the most obvious move in the position, but the longer he thinks, I'm worried he will not play it. So let's just play rook f1. If
Bhai,
f2 for. Huh?
Bibisara Assaubayeva defeated Andy Woodward.
Nice. Maybe Sana is like. She played
That's
very.
it's a ridiculous like result there.
But
Destroy किया
she
उसने
plays
एकदम.
very well. She plays very
No,
well.
of course,
Also,
but
like
you remember
growing up
Andy
in this
Woodward is
play.
the player who defeated Levon, for example, in the Grand
Yeah,
Swiss.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He
True.
was close to having a candidate spot. Yeah, last match अगर वो जीत जाता, remember this was the guy with the best tie break.
True. True. But yeah, Visara is, underrated by far, I think, as a feeling out there whenever you see her play. So, but yeah, an upset for sure. Okay, still no moves. I think just 25 minutes. No more extra time incoming apart from the increment. So they have to kind of work with what they have now. When is total world championship? I'm not sure. October, I don't know exactly. It's in the second half of the year. So there is time. Why not rook a8 to a2? Uh, Good question. First question is, can I just not play rook b2 back? And kuch mila nahi mujhe actually. Rook b2. Maybe that just kind of solves the problem. Yeah, rook a2, rook b2.
Yeah. Also, chat में लिख रहे हैं there is no increment for first 40 moves. If you look at the format, it says the time control is 100 minutes for for 40 moves, followed by 50 minutes for the rest of the game with a 30-second increment per move from move one. Detailed format में लिखा हुआ actually है. Just took a look. देखो आपको भेज रहा हूँ मैं. Maybe इसको change करना होगा. समय भाई. I've just sent it to you. Just take a look. It,
Gukesh
it,
is
it says
overrated or
literally on the main page.
underrated? I think Gukesh is fairly rated. Underrated, overrated, maybe 10, 20 points, we can say underrated.
Yeah, if you click on learn more, you'll see 120 plus 40 लिखा हुआ उधर. एक बार वो चेक कर लेना.
Sindarov is getting humbled. I mean, humbled is a very strong word.
So now Gukesh doing that final calculation check. Two moves we have. We have rook f1 and then king g7. Both of them are winning. Yes, bye. I see it too. I see it too. But I think it was, they'll just change it. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Yes, Gukesh did sack his queen, and it was a beautiful one. One for the books, and it will give him a lot of confidence. I think chess players of queen sacks से ज़्यादा confidence कोई चीज़ देती नहीं. Of course, he has to still win this game, otherwise it will be a disappointment. But if he does, which he likely will, this will be a huge boost for his first classical or first game of 2026.
Oh, yes, for sure. And Sindarov just, walking. Gukesh doing the final calculation check. Does he see the win? Is the question.
He sees rook f1, 100%. I think
Rook
rook
f1 is
f1.
the first move that should, occur in your mind. The first one.
Huh.
But I feel he
But
has looked at this entire line. This rook f1, rook b1, rook f2, queen c6, rook a2, giving a check to defend this pawn by queen g4. And I'm guessing somewhere around here, Gukesh is thinking कि भाई यहाँ पर अब convert कैसे करें now? The move, like optically, you see this pawn hanging on h4, and okay, you start thinking of moves maybe like g5. Then you cannot prove to yourself, okay, that this is actually winning. But the move is knight g3. In fact, there's a bunch of moves that are winning here for black, but knight g3 seems to be the cleanest.
rook g1 first.
Rook g1, and now something like rook ae2 or even knight f5 actually looks very, very nice. Defending the pawn on h4, you're threatening to capture e3. एंड व्हाइट के पास क्वीन है, बट आप क्वीन एक चेक भी नहीं दे सकते अभी.
I think if you see knight f5, you play it. Like you play this variation then. So knight
नाइट
f5
f5
दिखना
इज लाइक
चाहिए.
दैट, मतलब सब बचा हुआ है, पॉन भी बचा हुआ है,
हाँ.
नाइट भी बचा हुआ है, पॉन भी अटैक्ड है यहाँ पे.
It's very clean. It's very clean. So if he sees this, he'll play it. And d5 pawn, जो इकलौती weakness है, it's not even close to being attacked right now. There's no way.
या नॉट रियली अ
So
वीकनेस राइट नाउ.
yeah, so I think it's pretty smooth if Gukesh does calculate. He's about to play a move. I think he's going to play rook f1. I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
King g7 also works. King g7 is just, I think for me, King g7 is just a dirty move. Like it's ridiculous. This match might be finished like very quickly अगर King g7 खेल दिया उसने तो. Hard to come up with a response to that.
Come on. Come on. That this proves why I am still tera so. Oh!
भाई, Gukesh is like on
Bhai!
God mode right now. This is insane to play King G7 there. I mean, ridiculous, bhai.
भाई ये क्या चाल थी मेरे भाई.
Ridiculous, bhai.
ये क्या
Ridiculous.
खेल दिया भाई ने. भाई ये क्या खेल दिया भाई ने.
अब तो मतलब यार कुछ ऐसा क्रेजी विन होना चाहिए भाई, नहीं तो और कुछ एक्सेप्ट ही, तो दिल ही कुछ एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेगा मेरा.
Wow. I'm genuinely shocked. Like मतलब एक होता है ना कि you feel like a great meal. This is like, oh, wow. Wow.
Ridiculous, bhai.
And and now the question is, let's say you play rook b1, which I think is the most logical move. We continue, yeah, rook 8, a2, and it's the same variation, right? It's everything is the same now. Okay, rook b2 is an option maybe. B2 takes. But okay, you avoid the queen endgame now. जो queen g4 एरिया थी वो अब नहीं आ सकती. So
Oh,
basically he
yes.
avoided that, I think. That's completely gone. You get the rook a2 wala line, which was much smoother.
Yeah. And you keep the rook along the f file, and then you play that knight g3 wala plan. Ridiculous.
Background is filled with the, I mean, of course, भाई हम लोग हर जगह हैं. Can you show the line? Line दिखा दो साज भाई. Rook a2. b1 rook a2.
Rook b1, rook a2. Only move, by the way. Rook b2. You capture, queen captures, and rook f1. Basically, you again target the golden pawn. The moment white plays f3, you have knight g3, and then that's a checkmate. And if you don't play f3, then I will just go take the pawn on f2 and put my rook on f5 and then knight g3 and bring the rook back again and rook h1 mate. ये already देखा था हमने, and looks more and more tempting the closer we get to it. I think king g7 was a beautiful find by Gukesh. Like logically speaking, now Sindarov ke paas best option is to play f3, and after rook a2, which is really critical for Gukesh to find, you take queen a2. And rook a2 ke baad, you go into this rook ending. Okay, you're worse, you're lost, but some hope.
Yeah, this is difficult.
Why king g7 is best move? Would you explain? Please explain. Yes, fine. So king g7 is a prophylactic move, and in some variations we were seeing when white was taking queen c6, there was this check that was allowing the queen to go to g4 and defend the g2 pawn. And even though that was also lost for white, it's a resource that was a bit annoying. So Gukesh just chose to not do anything on the king side, despite the fact that he's down a whole queen. And he just chose to play a very calm move, this king g7. It's called a prophylactic move because now queen c8 is no longer going to be a check. And that extra move that Gukesh saved is going to help him in the future of this match. So this showed a lot of maturity and a lot of patience from the world champion.
That's why he is the world champion, no? Like that's what it takes. And you can see the alpha walk by kisi ko chahiye thi, there you see it. He's pacing up and down across the masters section, and he's pumped up. You can see it in his body language now. Off again.
You have to get your steps in.
He's really pumped up right now.
ऑफ कोर्स क्वीन सैक करने के बाद वैसे किंग जी 7 खेलोगे तो पम्प्ड अप तो हो गए ना यार, कम ऑन. I think Sindarov has a bunch of options, but maybe he still thinks that there is some hope in this position.
Opponent cooked. I mean, the only thing you can't cook is his ability to rotate pieces. I mean, that's just phenomenal. I don't know how he does it, but Sindarov भी क्यों उड़ गया?
He has, I think people are asking what are the possible continuations here. There's quite a few. There's queen takes c6, there's rook b1, there's rook b7. But like black का जो continuation है with this, especially with this rook a2 move incoming, that's very, very difficult to deal with this. There is no single move here that's saving Sindarov here, by the way. With correct play, Gukesh should be winning this. Will
Also,
there be
once f2,
anyone to reach 2900? No, bhai.
also once you take on f2, then f7 is defended. So there is no counterplay, like literally nothing. So if
Yeah.
you go on the offensive, it just cannot work. So yeah, it's just a sad battle ahead for Sindarov.
Yeah, for sure. Prophylactic का मतलब होता है like when you try to prevent or prepare something. It's a chess principle, like just preventing or preparing against an idea, basically.
By the way, chat, रात को मतलब 1:45 हजार लोग देख रहे हैं भाई. Do like the stream if you have the first time to subscribe भाई. Crazy moments. Gukesh, world champion, has just played a queen sacrifice if you're joining in, which was just beautiful because game dead draw thi. It was drawn for a long time and somehow he kept fighting in and completely shocked us all with that queen sacrifice. And now he's just completely winning, and this is the start he needed to the year. And क्या पता ये साल फिर से 24 के साथ निकल जाए.
Oh, he plays rook b7
Oh,
blunder.
wow.
I think his plan is he wants to take on f7 and like queen c6 करके कुछ checks देना चाहता है वो. But you can see from the blue arrow only one move for Gukesh here.
Uh, can we show the sack moment? Salva, can you show the moment once जहाँ पे queen sack हुआ था? I think
This was the moment where after rook a4 was an inaccuracy, queen takes b4. insane queen sack. And you just take the rook on a1, and then he plays this calm king g7. This king g7 is even like crazier move to me. And now you can see from the blue arrow, rook f1 is the move. And now there's rook f7 check, which actually is very interesting. King f7 ke baad queen c6. And now you have to come up with some only moves here for black. Starting with rook a1. Look at this, Sahil. Rook a1. You have to calculate this from that point, yeah? Queen d5 check. King g7 only move.
I think that makes sense because I want to avoid you grabbing the knight with check. Bus.
Exactly. Queen e5 check. Knight
Now,
f6
knight f6.
only move. Queen e7 check.
King h6.
King h6 only move.
Queen
f8 check.
King
King g5 h5 दोनों चलते हैं. Let's play king h5 just for the sake of clarity. White goes queen h8 check only move. Then king g5. f4 check.
अरे बाप रे.
King f5. Queen c8 check. King e4. This is all forced, by the way, just so you know. Queen e6 check. King d3. Queen b3 check. King d2. All forced, because if you don't give checks, then this is a checkmate on h1. Queen b2 check. King e3. And like still it's not clear. Yeah? Queen b3 check, king f4, and okay, eventually maybe you'll hide the king back to h6 and it should be a win.
मुझे थैनोस का डायलॉग आ रहा है, I'll have to do it myself. भाई सारे पॉन तो किंग खुदा खा के चला गया भाई. क्या चल रहा है ये भाई? Okay, this is gonna happen likely.
Because this was a 13 move like continuation right there. And Gukesh has 18 minutes to think. And let's not forget that like navigating through these complex variations is never easy because Gukesh doesn't know that he should continue there. You know, Gukesh doesn't know that that position is winning. So the chances of him making a mistake is quite high because when you see this position, when you see all of these checks incoming, and you know that one slight inaccuracy here could mean that you're no longer winning. How and you think that okay, बहुत सारी checks there, queen, and there is no safe place where I can hide the king. You might start thinking the position is equal, and that could be a problem.
That is true, and maybe the thing that might save him is और कोई alternative है नहीं. If you can't take on f2, then there is no way you are better anyways. In fact, white might be better in some cases. So rook f1 kind of still feels forced. I don't see any other alternative. Is there something you're considering?
I mean, rook f1 besides rook f1, I don't know what I would consider, but it's looking difficult. And also, I don't know if it's just me, but Gukesh ki body language देखिए लग नहीं रहा कि he liked that move so much.
Yeah, he looks a bit more stressed than he was. And for example, rook 8 to a2, if you play now, you bring the rook out, attack the queen, then queen c6 is rook f7, king f7, queen c6 is actually a draw.
Oh,
so
exactly.
It's
yeah?
very tricky to figure out ki bhai kis mein draw hai, kis mein win hai. It's not that easy.
Maybe the game is not yet over. So some practical problems Sindarov is posing here. But आपके पास 16 minutes है, which I think is more than enough time.
So that king g7 move did have a drawback, yeah, and at least Sindarov found it. Ki bhai now rook f7 is check.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Very, very clever.
So now some OP calculation is needed. But he only has 16 minutes. So the good side is that you only have to calculate this once. White सिर्फ checks दे सकता है. And if you calculate this entire sequence of moves, you capture the 2 points and then...
It's like saying, I only have to climb the Mount Everest once. Why once is very difficult. पूरा वहां तक देखना.
I don't know, but maybe it's a controversial opinion, but maybe climbing Mount Everest is slightly more difficult, yeah?
No, it is. But like in terms of, like let's say कि जो करना है, like it's not that easy. वो last तक देखना king f4 वापस and to still believe in that calculation when you have 15 minutes on the clock. So hoping he does it, but it's not gonna be easy.
Just got official confirmation, by the way.
Of?
No sutras in this tournament.
अच्छा.
मैं पूछ रहा था भाई. But नहीं मिले सूत्र इस chat. I tried.
But you do have an informal sutra, no? अगर टाइमिंग सही बैठे तो.
अबे हाँ पूछ ही लेता हूँ ना उससे. Good idea भाई.
But maybe he wouldn't know, yeah? He probably left. Now Sindarov is the one pacing. मुकेश को देख के लग तो रहा है कि it feels like he missed something. He's not happy with what just happened. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy. Just like this entire sequence that I showed is so difficult to play for Gukesh, I think. And Sindarov भी थोड़ा confident लग रहा है.
वही मैग्नस ने सोचा कि मैं किंग वॉक कर लूं मुकेश के अगेंस्ट एंड आई विल विन द गेम एंड लुक एट हाउ दैट टर्न्ड आउट. तो किंग वॉक करके आगे जाना ऐसे आसान
हाँ
नहीं
बट
है.
उसके पास सिर्फ क्वीन ही है ना. क्वीन से आप सिर्फ मैक्स आप चेक ही दे सकते हो. लाइक दिस इज द
हाँ
गुड
फॉर
पार्ट
श्योर
अबाउट
फॉर
दिस.
श्योर.
यू कैन नॉट गेट चेकमेटेड हियर.
बट
क्वीन
F4
अकेली
देख
कुछ
के
नहीं कर
शॉक लग
सकती.
गया था भाई एक सेकंड के लिए मुझे जब F4 चेक आया था तो यू नेवर नो.
I mean, it's still not easy. Yeah? Like I'm looking at this final position is G3 check. Why? This is not simple at all. King E4, Queen E6 check, King D4, Queen B6 check, King. I mean, your king has to find like some place to hide, maybe on the H file, and it doesn't look easy at all.
It's not. It's definitely not. This match is gonna be a headache it seems. I think the next move will tell us कि मुकेश ने क्या देखा है क्या नहीं देखा है because sequence long है but पहली move clearly different. Yeah, Mukesh doesn't look happy. Sindarov bluff कर रहा है. I don't think he's bluffing. He's going for the only chance he has. सलवे की हंसी डर के शाहरुख खान जैसी क्यों. भाई डर मुझे मुझे मूवी याद भी नहीं है यार. Come on, Mukesh. Rook F1.
क्या एकदम मतलब जो फैंस अभी तक बैठे हुए वहां पे लाइक दे आर द रियल वंस या. अभी
And they're
तक देखो
likely
भाई
Gukesh
6 घंटे
fans,
हो गए
right?
ऑलमोस्ट. हाँ.
Because challenges में I don't know कितनी गेम्स चल रही है but मास्टर्स में एक ही है. So they are hardcore Gukesh fans और Sindarov
या
fans.
फॉर श्योर. भाई नहीं नहीं एक ही मैच. दो ही मैच बचे हैं बस सिर्फ गुकेश और मैक्स वार्मरदम वर्सेस लू मियावी.
अब chat करिए Rook F1 was much better than King. I think both moves had a drawback.
भाई हाइंडसाइट में
Both
ना
में
सब
Mukesh
इजी
was winning.
लगता है.
हाँ, and now Mukesh chose one, and I think maybe he didn't expect Rook B7 या whatever. Didn't see Rook F7 idea पहले, but both moves had one drawback and one pro and one cons, and we went for one, so it's not really a problem. But now he has to find the correct one. Please God. मैं देख रहा हूँ सामने वाला बच्चा क्या क्या कर रहा है भाई. उसके हाथ में क्या है.
स्टिल थिंकिंग. 11 minutes फॉर द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन.
एक बार 10 से नीचे जाएगा ना this will get much tougher. So because you still need time. वो checks because you don't know which checks Naro will give in that sequence of moves.
भाई मैं
So
बोल रहा हूँ थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है अब जीतना.
बहुत डिफिकल्ट लग रहा है एक्चुअली. इट्स नॉट इजी एट ऑल एंड इट विल कंप्लीटली स्पॉइल वो क्वीन सैक्रिफाइस जो है ना. इट ओनली गिव्स यू कॉन्फिडेंस इफ यू विन द गेम अदरवाइज इट्स जस्ट अ मूव.
Yeah, I think it's still I think it was pretty nice to see.
हाउ डू यू कम बैक टू प्ले नेक्स्ट Day after the 6 to 7 hours. It's pretty normal, actually. I don't think it's rare at all. He's 6 ghante game chale, for example. At any top event like Olympiad, I mean, World Championship candidates, Tata Steel, Norway, like you are expected to play for that long. They ट्रेन करते हैं उसके लिए. What about, अच्छा, not taking the rook? Ooh, rook f1. But I mean, that just feels wrong,
I
right?
mean,
Because
why would he play rook b7 otherwise?
yeah, nee, I think what he means is, let's say rook f1, rook takes f7, and king h6. But the problem is now rook defends f2. So black is not really threatening much. In fact, I think rook f4 is winning for white.
Yeah, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Not for me. So yeah, so ये थोड़ा सा ओवर स्मार्ट बनने की कोशिश कर रहे थे भाई. है ना.
I
Like
get
black
it, though. I
black
get it, though. Like,
black king
we
was like
also
कि मैं पहले g7 आऊंगा फिर h6 आ जाऊंगा, but उल्टा काट जाएगा वो थोड़ा सा.
no, we also have thoughts like that, yeah. But okay, this is how you, I think, improve at chess. It was a good question, I think.
Yeah. It's a very important match for Gukesh since he has not won any individual tournaments. I mean, he did win what team FIDE World Team Gold, not an individual tournament, of course. But yeah, it's an important one. And in general, for his career this year is super, super crucial. What's your view on chess broadcasting in OTT? Um, I think majority of you audience lives on YouTube as of now. So OTT may we saw people try, but in terms of live broadcast, at least I think it's YouTube. Now we've seen Queen's Gambit take off. So by OTT does work, but not for live broadcast though. चलो तो चुपचाप रिजाइन करता है सिद्धार्थ की मस्ती तो देखो भाई. ऑफ कोर्स ही विल प्ले. वो क्या चाहते हो तुम, रिजाइन कर दे वो. हाँ भाई मुकेश भाई तू ही हीरो है, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है. एवरीबडी हैज ड्रीम्स. ही इज अलाउड टू हैव देम.
Let's see what he goes for.
8 minutes,
For
less than
sure,
8 minutes by the way now.
he does
seven
not
minutes
like
and
his position, that's for sure. ये तो समझ आ गया भाई.
7 minutes 54 seconds. And it doesn't seem like he's convinced with either choice. सिंदर ऊपर से प्रेशर डाल रहा है बराबर, आके देख के चल के जाके.
What about rook 8 a2? It looks good as well. I think rook 8 a2 we already looked at this. The problem was rook f7 and queen c6 में equality मिल जाएगी. That's the problem, and I think this is probably his biggest like obstacle for Gukesh to figure out by rook f1 or rook a2 में कौन सा चाल आप choose करोगे, because both of them look similar to one another.
He's trying to focus. He's trying to focus and calculate. थोड़ा सा tense moment. 6 minutes and 50 seconds now. I think today has been a long stream, right? I think काफी long, but yeah, equally long game for Gukesh.
Oh, actually, no. I think was less than last year. Yeah, first round.
अच्छा हाँ, wait, it started at 6, yeah, 6:15, yeah.
Less than, क्योंकि यहाँ पे 2 घंटे का break था ना, तो it feels longer.
हाँ, true. Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy at all. And now 5 minutes 55 seconds. I think it's going to be a coin toss, Sahaj and chat. I think he's going to choose one option, and if he's lucky, he's going to choose the right one. It's so hard to figure out which is a draw and which is a win.
So hard to choose.
एक बंदा कहता गुकेश भाई खेल तेरे लिए नींद से लड़ रहा हूँ. अरे भाई देखा, everybody is fighting internal battles. जो है पता भी नहीं होती है.
How do you visualize chessboard while calculating? It's kind of a third view. I mean, I think like when you are training a lot in chess, you learn to play blindfold chess, and blindfold kind of forces you to think in your mind. And this is what players use as one of their primary weapons in an actual chess game at a high level.
4 minutes, 40 seconds. This is going to be Gukesh's last long think in this game, regardless of the result.
Just be back in 1 second, Asal bhai.
Crucial 1 second, Sahaj. Meanwhile, Gukesh still shaking a bit, looking up. And he finds Rook F1. What a move. Let's go. World champion plays, world champion moves. Rook F1. And likely he has seen the continuation. Now the thing is, let's see how Sindarov plays. He has to sack on F7. Agar nahi karte, I think Rook F2 ke baad, it's going to be very, very difficult. So crucial moment Sindarov. As of now, Gukesh finds the correct move. Big, big move there. In time pressure now. The game is still not over, chat. Remember, abhi bhi time pressure bana hua hai. Less than 5 minutes on the clock. Sindarov will still find tricky ideas. And जीतने के लिए वो king march करना है. वो king को पूरा morning या evening walk पे लेके जाना है. It's still not easy. वर्ल्ड चैंप फॉर अ रीजन इंडीड जंपी क्लाउड एंड फिलहाल पानी पी रहा सिंदार चिल करके भाई भाई इतना भी चिल नहीं करना था. And you can see Ukesh will not get up now. He knows कि भाई this is crunch moments. अब तो wash में
Arey,
जाने का time भी
crazy, he
नहीं है.
found it.
He found it and he looks a bit pumped up again.
Insane, by Rook F1 was a very difficult move to find. He took 16 minutes to find that move. Now we'll see that insane king walk incoming.
Any chance White just doesn't take on F7?
No chance, bhai. एक Maggie.
ये भी मानना ही पड़ेगा ना because Queen C6 Rook A1 you have to take on F7.
Exactly, you have to take. There is no other chance, like no other option.
True. You can see the audience discuss the moves behind. पीछे अलग calculation चल रही है भाई.
Exactly, bhai. And also जो कह रहे हैं इतना लंबा calculation, yeah, bhai, it's from what I can see on my screen, this move was played on move 42 and हमारी calculation was going until move 58. So it was a 16 move calculation with all the correct moves, basically. Okay, but I think in the end game, it's probably not as difficult. But then again, you don't know during the game whether it's working or not. So there is that element that makes it harder.
Wow. And Sindarov now has 10 minutes 55 seconds. So he is way up on the clock. But I don't think he has many choices though. He has to sack on F7. Rook F7 now or on the next move has to be played.
I think probably in the next move, because अगर आप अभी Rook F7 मार देते हो, right? तो King F7 के बाद like Queen C6 and I don't have to play Rook A1. It's the only move, but I don't have to play it.
But it's the best move, Sahaj, and the only move for black. So it gives maybe more chances to go wrong. So although I think
I just
I'm
don't
not
like
sure
giving you this Rook E8, yeah?
Yeah, I want you to go wrong. But although Sindarov might not realize that also, na, कि only move है Rook A1 because he also has so many possibilities to calculate. So I think it's a bit of luck also here. कि कैसे game end होती है with such less time on the clock.
Yep, true. And someone saying in the chat, Saj bhai, 16 moves our world champion can calculate. Of course, bhai is capable of calculating much more than that. Like no one's ever doubting that. But like during the game, you don't know whether this is working or not. But for me, this was the most critical moment. So if he finds this, then I think he has very good chances now.
Probably he saw some kind of fortress. Do you mean Sindarov? It's possible.
Fortress नहीं भाई, perpetual देखा होगा, perpetual check.
Yeah.
Fortress तो possible ही नहीं है इधर. मात तो रही है भाई next move में रुके 1 के बाद. Oh, actually now that I think about it, Queen C6 रुके 1 के बाद एक second, If you go rook f7, can I not just play king h6 now? Why is this not working? King h6 के बाद rook h7 check. Yeah,
फिर मारना
exactly.
पड़ेगा.
Exactly. Rook h7 check, only move here. This is why I think he might play queen c6 immediately. So rook f7 immediately to provoke him to go king f7. You're right.
It's not so clear how the black king is escaping that, by the way. जो वो checks आ रहे हैं वही फिर से वही walk आ रही है उसमें भी, I think.
Yeah.
So,
But then I think that extra move with not having, see the difference is, Sahil bhai, if I play rook f7 now, you have to go king f7 and queen c6 rook a1 के बाद queen d5 happens with a check, right? But दूसरे ऑप्शन में अगर मैं queen c6 पहले मारता हूँ rook a1 के बाद you give a check here, I go king h6 and now queen d5 is no longer happening with a check. So even if you play rook h7, I take and queen d5 is no longer being given up with a check. So that's the difference.
true.
बाद
True,
में d5
true.
मर जाएगा विद अ चेक, बट उसके लिए आपको एक्स्ट्रा कैलकुलेशन करना पड़ेगा.
True, true. Sindarov thinks this sack is brilliant. It actually might be in the situation of the position, right?
Practical
Maybe it's
sense,
not the
yes,
best
of
move.
course it is.
Yeah, it's the only chance you have. Come on, come on. 7.5 minutes plus for Sindarov. Why? This is going to end in a blunder, I think.
Gukesh kind of looking back and checking all the
Hey.
other games. एक ही और गेम बचा है भाई.
But very interesting. He's not looking at the board right now. Maybe he's looking at the screen, his own game on the screen, but very interesting. Okay, he's yawning.
देख लिया भाई सब कुछ. Calculation done.
What if Sindarov plays rook b1? But then you lose f2 without any counterplay whatsoever. Next rook a2 aega, then you're passive, and it's the same queen wali, queen c8, queen g4 wali variation without really losing the pawn on c6 and without really, is this a better version? तो नहीं होगा वो. Sindarov should give up his queen too. For what though? There is no way to give up the queen. For the knight?
रुक तो देगा आई थिंक वो जरूर. उसका तो कोई ऑप्शन ही नहीं है आपके पास. रुक तो सैक करना ही पड़ेगा आपको. Think Gukesh has sort of done his last thing, and now Sindarov is going through his last thing of the entire match. We are in the very final moments of round one.
Okay, 6 minutes now.
Sometimes I forget how young he is. भाई किसकी बात कर रहे हो? दोनों ही बहुत young हैं तो.
दोनों ही 19 है ना actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's the crazy part.
नाइनटीन में तो लोग फर्स्ट ईयर ऑफ कॉलेज में होते हैं भाई. That's when they are starting to build their careers, like literally. These guys are at the pinnacle of theirs. So it's insane how young chess has become. Anish kind of said, no, like when he tweeted out, ki traveling to Tata Steel, I am the oldest participant at the event, which is insane. Anish Giri is the oldest participant at Tata Steel this year. That's insane to me. साहिल भाई ने 11 बजे की बेट लगाई थी. Actually, भाई, I
मैं
was
भी वही सोच रहा था, अभी पता है.
off by so much. Why let's play some North India? India का latest GM is from North India. So I think it's more about the culture, like Vishy Anand, Vishy
दिल्ली
sir.
भाई.
Yeah, Vishy sir started everything. I think without Vishy sir, there would be nobody actually. And he was the inspiration, and he lived in Chennai. So of course, localized ज़्यादा influence रहता है उसका. Multiple factors, I think, but नॉर्थ में बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर्स है भाई, ऐसा नहीं है कि प्लेयर्स नहीं है, बट ऑफ कोर्स
टैलेंट तो
साउथ में
बहुत है
ज्यादा है।
भाई नॉर्थ इंडिया में, बहुत।
हम्म, वो हवा खराब है ना भाई, तो थोड़ा सा वो मुश्किल रहता है चेस खेलना ज्यादा।
अग्रीड भाई, अग्रीड। 4 minutes by the way for Sindarov. He has less time on the clock. Critical moment. Two moves are possible, queen c6 and rook f7. Otherwise, he just loses very quickly.
द इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्टर फॉर मी इज कि भाई रुक बी सेवन खेला तो ये सब देखा ही होगा ना उसने। सो
No, but probably recalculating क्योंकि वो बहुत messy था वो. But now he has the time to calculate all of that. नहीं भाई, जोक नहीं था वो. It was actually
oh,
true.
by the way, queen c6 on the board, rook a1 played. Now only move is rook f7. There's not even like a doubt here. He takes it.
Okay. Now king f7 is what we were
Or
looking
king
at. King
h6.
h6
Or
is
king
another
h6.
move.
King g8, queen e8 mate is also another move.
को समझ नहीं आ
Something
रहा.
I
King
would play.
h6, rook h7, king h7. क्वीन की
क्या करा
चेक.
मुकेश ने?
आई गो किंग h6. यू गिव अ चेक. भाई यहाँ g5 पॉसिबल नहीं. चार्ट में किसी ने g5 लिखा था भाई. क्वीन f8 चेक है उधर.
नहीं, you have to come to the same position. King g, वही same check आएगा. Queen d5 वाला
क्वीन
check
चेक,
आएगा.
किंग
King
f6.
f6 and king f7. हाँ. Oh, wow. Mukesh also did that. Interesting.
Gukesh did what?
वैसे शुश वाला ऑडियंस को.
Oh wow.
Fair, fair. I mean, chess यूनिक स्पोर्ट है भाई. Oh, wow. He's like really, really focused now. Why can't they have soundproof venue? Yeah, it multiple reasons. First is the cost. To have
यहाँ पर
players
तो आई
inside a
थिंक इट्स वेरी
soundproof.
डिफिकल्ट ना.
Yeah, I mean, to have players inside a soundproof thing is very costly. It's very, very costly to build. World Championship दो players के लिए build होता है वो.
Takes on f7 by the way. On the board, queen takes d5 check incoming. We are going to see that insane king walk.
अच्छा, राघव भाई वही है ना जिन्होंने सुपारी दे रखी है मेरी. राघव भाई नहीं होगा भाई काम. ओके, गुकेश
भाई
ड्रिंकिंग
ये
सम
किंग
वाटर.
कुछ ना कुछ करके e2 पे आने वाला है, अब देख लेना. इतनी चेक्स आएंगे अभी.
वो F2 पॉइंट किंग ही मारेगा.
और
एक्चुअली
किंग
वो
ही,
कह रहा है दो
लिटरली किंग ही मारेगा वो.
रुक से कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, अब मुझे ही करना पड़ेगा ये काम. Come on. But okay, it's so little time, yeah. Either there's a high probability गुकेश या तो कुछ गलत जगह किंग चल देगा या फिर कोई गलत चेक दे देगा सिंदारोव. इट इज दिस इज a genuine possibility.
नहीं, आई थिंक किंग गलत जगह पे रखना इज नॉट पॉसिबल. आई थिंक यार, वेरी डिफिकल्ट.
Like, not here, maybe like 10 moves down the line.
हाँ, वो भी है पॉसिबल.
Come on, come on.
Less than 2 minutes, less than 3 minutes for Sindarov. Queen takes d5 check is a logical move. Any other check is immediately losing for Sindarov. Well, immediately जब मैं बोल रहा हूँ, I mean कि king f6 पे आके ऐसे ऐसे घूम के e2 पे आएगा, उसको मैं immediate बोल रहा हूँ. वहाँ पे भी लगेंगे 10-15 चाल.
चैट
But
1400 लोग देख रहे हैं. लेट्स लाइक द स्ट्रीम भाई जल्दी से. Final moments. I mean, this is do or die. Can the world champion get a win in round one of Tata Steel? यही अगले, I mean, 2 मिनट और 4 मिनट अगले, I would say 5 to 10 minutes में we will know the result. Very, very likely.
exactly. And like भी किया तो subscribe भी करिए chat.
Sindarov has less than 2 minutes now. Oof. He needs to
जो
make a
लोग बोल रहे
decision.
हैं obvious 6 minutes left, you are missing that there is increment with each
Yeah.
move of 30 seconds that has to be counted for. 1.5 minute.
Oof. I mean, Sindarov, I mean, his move is kind of obvious.
Maybe
You
he's
can't
just not
imagine.
sure whether to take the pawn or not, because queen d7 check is also possible.
Queen d7 is plus 17 for Gukesh. So if he chooses that
उसको वो
move,
पता
I
ना
think
भाई
it's
ये.
pretty much. उसको पता नहीं है, but पता लग जाएगा उसके कुछ चालों बाद.
Less than a minute.
Oh.
It's going to go right down to the wire.
Oh, you can see Gukesh also sitting up in his chair. वो feel हो रहा है उसको थोड़ा सा ना ऐसे एंडल थोड़ा flow करते हुए. 36 seconds. Ooh. Takes it.
You can see from the blue arrow here, just one move for Gukesh, that is king g7. Everything else would be a draw. And you might think, भाई आप repeat करके वापस king g7 आ सकते हो, but that's not true, chat. Let's say if black goes king, he goes king g7, by the way, the best move in the
Oh,
position. But
wow.
अगर आप king f8 जाते, then queen d8, king f7 के बाद अब मैं queen d5 check नहीं दूंगा, मैं queen d7 check दूंगा आपको. Do not allow this king to hide on the h6 square like it's doing right now. Plays queen e5 check. Another only move incoming, knight f6. Gukesh has those extra, very precious 4 minutes to calculate through all of this.
Oof, that blue arrow is so dangerous, right? One mistake and now Sindarov. Oh, wow. Oh, Gukesh was not happy. He's shaking his head. There's some noise clearly. Both players not happy.
I mean, this is also a very critical moment for Gukesh because he has to do the final round of calculations with less than 4 minutes on his clock. And any kind of disturbance can be,
And
dangerous.
yeah, and chat, you're in the middle
Things.
of a variation, right? You're 10 moves in, and if somebody breaks your concentration, you're back to move number one. It's going to waste precious time. So it's very, very important to maintain concentration. Children not behaving. Sometimes it's hard. I remember GCL में ऐसी कुछ हुआ था. Couple of kids did like a woo
Oh, I
in the
remember.
audience. Oh, by the way, played knight to f6. Beautiful. Best move, only move.
Yes, beautiful move. Gives a check on e7. And now king को आपको रखना है h6 पे. But if you're smart, you can also play king g8 and king g7. Because अब आप एक बार repeat कर सकते हो थोड़ा time बढ़ाने के लिए. So you have enough time to calculate through all of the mess.
But do you want to repeat? Because white has less time.
But I mean, if you're winning, you're winning, yeah?
But does he know that 100%?
That is true. Good point. He has
That's
calculated everything. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't go into this if he didn't think he was winning.
no, I think he feels he's winning, but maybe like if he had to bet everything he had with 100% like surety, he might not do it because king का walk ही ऐसा है ना.
वो प्लेयर्स देखो क्या एकदम वो डिस्कस कर रहा है अपने फादर के साथ पीछे. Like he's telling him the winning plan.
Yeah. But I'm sure like even the spectators have no idea. They're not using phones, so
Yeah, that is true. Wow, king
played
h6
king
played.
h6. Wow.
Queen
Queen
f8
f8
check.
played. शायद by the जो board है वो I think is like a 2 to 3 seconds ahead of the camera. The board on the right. So king G5, king H5 now.
Goes king H7. Very smart move here by Gukesh. Trying to repeat moves once.
King H8 is lost now, so king H6.
Of course.
Now king H5 only move. Wow. Because king G5, maybe there was a repetition, Sahaj, and there was a chance to go back to H6, but now you've already repeated once, so you can't really go to G5 anymore. Very interesting. Children shouldn't be... I mean, chess is a young man's game. Top players children hai, to fans bhi children hai. So, not really sure if I agree with that, but of course there should be measures कि players को disturb ना हो. It's very important कि players की जो concentration है कोई break नहीं होनी चाहिए. Especially in classical chess तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
By the way, there you see Lu Miaoyi who just finished her match. That officially means that Gukesh का एकदम last match चल रहा है.
Let's go. King H5.
Lu Miaoyi
nice
also defeated Max Warmerdam, so huge result there for her.
Now Queen H8 check.
Super chat है अभी. Children must be banned beyond a certain point in these tournaments. I'm not so sure, bhai. I'm not so sure that's the best approach here, but yeah, it is a difficult situation though. I do acknowledge that. Two minutes for Javokhir.
G4 check is possible. Shubjahid is definitely possible. The only thing is कि it's going to open the white king. So you play G4 when there's nothing else.
Yeah.
But I think there is Queen H8 check. So most likely he's going to go for that.
Yeah, I think both players have looked at this insane king walk where the king captures like all three of these pawns and goes back to the H square.
No to disturb the game, but I think, yeah, the players could hear some chitter-chatter from the fans. तो दोनों ने arbiter को बोला कि भाई थोड़ा शांति please. And now it seems to be okay. Chat, the game should end in the next 5 to 7 minutes. 45 seconds for Sindarov.
Sahil bhai, पर WhatsApp देख लो. Queen H8 check played.
Oh wow. Wow. Sahaj bhai ने अपने favorite गाने की playlist का नाम भेजा है मुझे. I didn't know Sahaj bhai you were this big a fan.
Yes, of course.
By the way, chat, the best move is F4 check, second best is Queen H4 check. So I think we pretty much know what's coming. Yeah. Sahil bhai is a Swiftie. No, brother, no. I mean, Swiftie means just Taylor Swift के fan होते हैं. नहीं यार.
23 seconds.
Sindarov's timer? नहीं, he has 20 seconds. I think वो थोड़ा सा कुछ... He has 17 seconds now. 16, 13, 12, 11, 10. He plays F.
Gives a check. And Gukesh is also playing really quickly here and gaining those precious seconds back.
By the way,
again back to 4 minutes.
What happens to Queen H4?
Rook H1 check is winning.
King G3, Knight E4
Knight E4 check. No, उसके बाद आप छोड़ सकते हो अपनी calculation, लेकिन must be winning after that. Oh, it's a beautiful checkmate, bhai.
Bhai, it's very tricky. It's very long.
No, actually King D5, Rook C5 is mate, na? So Queen H4, Rook check, King here, Knight check, King here. Rook check, King E2.
King E2, Rook F2, King D3, Rook D2, King C4, Rook C1. It's very long.
Rook d2, king c5. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Rook c1, king d5, rook c5 is
Oh, he
checkmate.
takes it! He takes it! He takes it! He takes it! It's a
Oh,
forced win for Gukesh now. It's a forced win, but he has to find it now. This
with
is
4
it.
minutes.
I think I shouted a bit. Sorry, जो लोग सो रहे थे जाग गए. But
कोई नहीं, पोजीशन देख के अपने आप ही जाग जाएंगे वो.
I got too excited. पीछे
आर्बिटर
रहो
बोल रहा है भाई
बच्चों.
थोड़ा आराम से भाई.
हाँ.
प्लेयर्स डिस्टर्ब हो रहे हैं.
Oh, this is such a beautiful variation by the way. पूरा किंग को क्वीन साइड लेके मेट करना है.
3 minutes. Tough. We saw the sequence. Rook h1 check. आपको blue arrow भी दिखा रहा है. What's the best move here? There was a checkmate with the king on d5 and you playing rook c5. That would be like an epic finish to this match. But definitely not easy.
Actually, he will go to the a file. And a file पे किंग को रखेगा अब.
उधर मेट हो रही है ना पक्का?
नहीं हो रही, मेट नहीं हो रही, but the king is stuck on the a file.
Ah, okay. So maybe it's not that simple, yeah?
Yeah, it's not. Gukesh, but he has to play this variation. Like if he messes this up, it's draw. Practically, I think I like Sindarov's decision because at least now Gukesh has one chance. He needs to ace this one.
One opportunity.
Yeah. To grab all that he wanted.
Everything you ever wanted. One moment.
Okay, no, I can't do this at 1 a.m. by 1:30, that too. साहिल आप अर्ना मुझे पढ़ के. हाँ बिल्कुल, मैं भी कहता हूँ मुझे मेट दो मेट दो मेट. अरे कम ऑन भाई, क्वीन h4. Okay, 1.5 minutes.
सभी 33
Has
seconds पे मतलब चला.
हाँ 3 seconds मतलब.
3 seconds पे, yes.
As per strong engine, it's made in 32. तुम क्या चाहते हो? मेरा इंजन स्ट्रांग नहीं है, मेरे इंजन की इंसल्ट कर रहे हो तुम है.
सहज भाई ऐसे सिचुएशन में अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है तो लाइक ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन नॉट गो. यू हैव टू होल्ड इट essentially.
I can I can share one example जहाँ पे Wesley So and Ray Robson were playing a tie break of the Millionaire Chess Open final round. Hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. And rapid game था. And Ray Robson ने जो दौड़ लगाई थी वॉशरूम की. Oh, that was insane to watch.
I have to understand how did you like why do you remember this so well?
Because they made a video on it.
Oh, अच्छा.
He ran to the washroom like crazy. Like Wesley So पीछे चल रहा था. Insane.
By the way, a bunch of moves have happened so far. Gukesh has played best, but abhi is the critical moment just keeps arising. I'm बोल रहे हैं last critical moment, but Sindarov is putting up a lot of practical problems as you can see. He's changing the entire structure of the game.
And also now if you go wrong, white wins. Like so it's not even like a choice you have. You have to go for the kill.
So many good moves that Gukesh has played back to back, by the way, in order to find the sequence. Now, Rook D2 check is very important.
Sahil, why we're not there in puzzle championship? Because the last puzzle I solved was in 1992. So it's been a while. 97. That's true actually. Can we appreciate 97 accuracy? That's crazy, no? With zero mistakes.
Yep.
Wow.
This is huge because it's true.
Wow. Wow. Bigger wow.
नहीं तो रुक जिटू मार के भी तो जीत जाएगा नहीं तो टेक्निकली.
हाँ बट मजा नहीं है उसमें.
Okay, having a minute on the clock now. By the way, this is the last official match in both sections. I'm guessing even in the open section.
वही सारा क्राउड इसी गेम के लिए है. So in the Masters, इसका मतलब we have two leaders so far. I think three leaders so far, right? So it's Arjun, Keymer, and Hans, and Gukesh will join them.
Yes, pretty much. 20 seconds for Gukesh.
By the way, 1800 लोग देख रहे हैं रात को 1:30. Let's go chat, like the stream. Let's get to 2K watching. The world champion has to now find Rook C1. Only move finds it.
Right, now it's completely. Remember, chat, we were looking at this King D5 by this Rook C5 checkmate, which is beautiful. Beautiful checkmate there because the pawn is pinned. You have to go King B3 then.
Yeah. King B3 then maybe Rook C3 check, yeah? King B4, Rook B2 check.
Yeah, King B3 by Rook B1 check also works.
Why don't audience go home? Because they want to see the games. Why? They're chess fans.
And now the moment of truth. Two checks we have.
Saj bhai, now Rook C3, King B4, Rook B2 is great, जो मैं देखा था.
वही
But
खेला
Rook
वो.
B, वही खेला. Rook B1 would have dragged the king back actually to F3, पता है? Which was hilarious.
Crazy.
Rook B2, Rook B1, King C4, and Rook C2, King D3, Rook C3, King E2, back all the way to F3.
वहीं से ही
But
वापस.
anyways.
Goes King A4 now. No more checks. Can we chop off this pawn on G2? This looks comfy.
Oh, it's a draw. Rook G2 is a blunder.
क्यों भाई?
Queen
Queen
E7,
E7.
Queen H8, both draw. Okay, don't ask me
Crazy.
why.
Very tough, yeah.
I think Rook E3 is apparently the move.
Even Rook C1 should work.
Oh, Rook C1 is nice actually, but okay. Queen G4 check, yeah, nothing.
एक ही मिनट है लेकिन मुकेश के पास. Still वो comfortable वाला winning नहीं दिख रहा है अभी. Just that the queen is such a powerful piece and the king doesn't have a lot of pawns around it. Just one. That's why there's so many checks possible. He gives a check on A2.
Getting time. Smart.
Accuracy बढ़ा रहा है भाई वो.
Because technically it's not the best move. True. Oh, Rook C B3 is the best. Oh, that's so good actually. I love that move.
Knight
Rook's
C3 check.
defend. Rook's defend bhi ho gaye and you're just ready to go. I think that's a nice move. But I'm not sure if he'll find it because king को check लग रही है ना बहुत सारी. G4 check, Queen G4 check.
1.5 minutes, not a lot of time to think about all of this. And Sindarov has to keep the pace up. Like he has to play fast, so Gukesh doesn't have enough time to think. And the
Knight
chances
C5?
of him making a mistake is higher.
Chat, Knight C5, DC5. You lose the knight, no?
भाई Rook C5 पहले वो mate थी यार, वो अभी नहीं है. छोड़ो उसको. That's not happening.
Okay, 1 minute on the clock now. Sindarov must be wondering, yaar, ek last mauka mil jaye, but Gukesh cannot give him even a sniff here. 45 seconds. So tough.
30 seconds.
25.
भाई थोड़ा रिस्क लग रहा है. Remember, chat here. Rook takes e3 works for him. Rook cb3 is a monstrous move. 13 seconds, bhai.
He has to play
10
now. Oh, he plays rook
takes the
e3.
pawn.
I think that's the practical move. He couldn't find a clear win. He wanted to make sure he हार ना जाए and he maintains the win basically. Not the cleanest, but maybe the smartest.
भाई knight c5 पे pawn से c5 मर रहा भाई. I don't know why so many people are saying this.
भाई it's 1:30 है maybe वो it's understandable कि deep all नहीं दिख रहा है.
तो यूनिटी में बोल रहे लोग knight c5.
हाँ. साथ में
Now he
सोने से
has a lot of time, Sindarov, to think this
टाइम पे.
over.
Yeah, I think white, what can he do? Maybe queen. Do you try g4 check पे तो king f4 ही मार देंगे ना. So that's not even an option anymore. That's the advantage of just taking on e3.
Question is, what is Gukesh's threat here? Like, अगर मैं कुछ ना करूं यहाँ पे तो what does Gukesh? Does he just take the pawn on g2 as well? That's the answer. Then you have to go queen g4 check to defend this pawn.
Well, whatever the threat is has to be clear because, for example, if white plays queen, let's say queen h8, and आप same चीज कोशिश करने ही करो कि मैं रुक e3 eb3 खेलूंगा, queen e5 is checkmate. So थोड़ा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा.
थोड़ा सा हाँ. Actually, queen h8, king f4 मार के भी queen e5 is checkmate.
Yeah. रोनाल्डो पूछ रहा है साइल ब्रो व्हाट्सअप कैसे हो भाई इन अ मेसी स्टेट राइट नाउ इन दिस पोजीशन. यार क्या चल रहा है बोर्ड पे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. पीछे ऑडियंस में दो लोग मस्ती डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं कुछ, है ना. By the
2
way,
minutes.
to everyone who's watching, 2026 is going to be an amazing year. It's similar to 2024, same events if not more. World Championship, Olympiad, candidates, Norway Chess, Total World Chess Championship, Freestyle Chess Championship, bhai, World Rapid and Blitz Championship. It's just an insane year. So stay ready because बहुत सारे मौके आएंगे सेलिब्रेट करने के. बाद में Queen G4 check played.
Gives another check on h4. And now king e6 is critical, otherwise you repeat.
It's a lot of putting pressure on the clock basically. That's all he has.
44 seconds for Gukesh.
लेवी रेडी है 1 घंटे का वीडियो बनाने में. King e6, nice move. By the way, look at this crazy move. F5 check possible. Okay, he doesn't play it, but queen d8. Okay.
Gives a check again. I think another attempt to sort of gain some time. Yep, there it is. King a4 only move.
We predicted कि 10 मिनट गेम खत्म हो जाएगी. Sahaj bhai, that was not correct. Yeah, both players not making a single mistake. Like from that position, they've played the best chess they could. Like no mistakes since then.
For sure. I think even Sindarov has defended very well so far.
Come on, Cookie. What's the winning plan now? I think Queen के पास बहुत checks है. So one plan could be कि just to bring the knight back to d6 and say कि भाई knight is the best defender of the king. You have no checks anymore. So I just keep my
Yes,
king very, very
there's queen
safe.
g8 check.
True, true. Maybe then king d7, king c6. Yeah, I try to win the king that way.
Yeah. Then also you'll run the risk of losing the pawn on g6.
Oh, true. But I'm like, यहाँ पे mate ही करनी है भाई. I don't see myself winning with that g pawn. Or would you say that g pawn is very important?
I mean, अगर एंड गेम में गया किसी जहाँ पे क्वीन या
हाँ,
किंग नाइट रहेगा तो पॉन तो चाहिए रहेगा उधर.
हाँ, true, true. So either you need mate or you need that pawn.
20 seconds.
And you need time. 14 seconds. Bhai.
He takes on g2.
Oof.
Ooh, that's an
Bhai, that
inaccuracy.
was
Wait, still winning, but that's an inaccuracy.
that was a bold move actually, to be honest. Not easy to play that.
It's such a
Because d5
weird,
check
like,
aa raha hai.
such a weird, like pieces we have, like rook queen and versus two rooks and a knight.
Good observation. Chad, have you seen an endgame like this? Like, I don't remember, at least in recent times, कि ऐसे कोई queen versus, and two pawns versus rook,
साहिल
rook
साहिल
and
भाई मैं एक
knight.
सेकंड में आया. Just be right back.
हाँ, हाँ. It's very rare, very rare. Not we, it was only you. Hey, एक और घंटा loading. No, that's not possible actually. I think the max this can go on for is 15 minutes, even if everything goes, perfectly, which it will not go perfectly likely because both players struggling on the clock. Now Gukesh 40 seconds, Sindarov 2 minute 40 seconds. White still has no chances. Now White, I think, doesn't have winning chances. Gukesh ने ये pawn मार के क्या किया ना e3 g2 कि White के chances खत्म कर दिए. So White के winning chances तभी हैं if he blunders the rook, for example, Gukesh, which hopefully is not going to happen. So इससे उसने उसके chances वो कर दिए, but also it also means कि his win will take longer. So more chances he messes up somehow. So without the G pawn, for example, with the rooks far away, no mating net, like it might just be a draw in some cases because queen constantly check देती रहेगी ना. Check, 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 check. It's so hard to avoid those checks sometimes. Queen is a very powerful piece.
I think it's over. Baba. Why are people saying that it's a draw?
Draw का है लेकिन.
Draw नहीं है
कौन
भाई
बोल
अभी.
रहा है? कौन बोल रहा है?
I'm reading it in the chat. भाई draw नहीं है अभी. I think also on the contrary, like I think it's very hard to find the even if a draw existed in this position, it would be like a very like a study like draw for white.
Come on. Let's go, Kesh. Any qualification matches for total world championship? I think it's not invitational. There are certain rules on how you qualify, rating, world champion, whatever, ऐसे करके. So it's not random.
So wait,
Uh,
first time we are seeing both plays under a minute.
this is where the mistakes start coming in because दूसरे के time में भी सोच नहीं सकते अब.
Yes, exactly. Very nicely said.
बिल गेट्स भी आया है. What? अच्छा. अरे यार, अरे यार, चैट तुम लोग ना रात को 2 बजे भी क्या दिमाग लगाते हो यार. By the way, 22 seconds.
जकरबर्ग भी है वैसे तो.
या
अगर
फिर.
आप देखो अच्छे से तो
हाँ, हाँ,
जकरबर्ग भी
ट्रू,
दिख जाएगा आपको.
ट्रू, ट्रू. कह रहा मोदी जी भी आए हैं. भाई कमान 7 सेकेंड 6 5 ये सब 3 सेकेंड पे खेला. उफ. भाई क्या बंदा है यार, खतरों से खेलने वाला
Wow.
आदमी है.
3 seconds. And now Gukesh also having 31 seconds. So now we'll get a couple of moves coming in very fast. But Gukesh, I think it's nicer because he can waste a move and gain some time. Like वो king f6 खेल के या king d6 खेल के एक बार repeat कर सकता है before he finds the real plan.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he gets a minute extra, but King F6 is already a slight error, Saj, I think.
King F5 he
So
plays.
King F5.
Very good. By the way, Queen F7 is not a checkmate chat. This is Knight F6 incoming. Very important.
Queen F8 check. King E6 only move.
भाई आप देख
Knight.
रहे हो नाइट F6 is actually a blunder here. Queen C5 check is
eh,
would be a draw. क्या मतलब
eh,
चाले लगा रहा है एकदम सिंडरो.
Yeah, it looks logical. Yeah, Knight F6. Block the check and kind of make your king safer, but it's a blunder.
It's putting up
तो कहीं
such
ना कहीं
such
पे
a nice resistance here against
Saga, you
Gukesh.
have
मतलब
to
वो हार
agree.
नहीं मान रहा है वो, which is very
Knight
impressive.
F6 is a possible mistake. You have to agree it's possible to mess this
Yeah,
up.
for sure. 11 seconds. भाई 8 play.
Oh, नहीं, नहीं, नहीं. No.
कह दो कि ये झूठ है.
And do you know what's the move here? Oh, अबे यार. I think Sindarov knows this.
Oof, yes, of course. I think he knows
Oh,
this.
लग ही रहा था यार. This was a
That was a
possible.
very like neat trick by Sindarov there.
By the way, King E4, King
Slick.
F4, only two moves or you're lost. Only two moves possible.
भाई
King
क्योंकि
E6
क्वीन
is
C6
lost.
चेक पे G2 मर रहा है भाई, तो थोड़ा केयरफुल रहना
Exactly.
पड़ेगा.
And now Queen is. Oh,
अरे
man.
यार, he's
Oh,
losing the
knight is
knight by
hanging.
force.
Wait,
King
how
F5
did he
now
miss
Queen C5 check
this?
again. Very
How
important.
did he miss this? How did he miss this?
भाई कितना कुछ देखेगा. So move 73 यार, कितना मतलब perfect खेला वो, but Sindarov just I think showed insane resilience.
Oh, this is hard.
He just refused to lose, yeah.
Maybe King E4 is the last try, Saj. King E4.
भाई Queen E5 check.
King
You lose
D3.
F6.
अच्छा F6 मर ही रहा है. Oh,
फिर क्या जीतोगे आप.
अरे यार. Oh, Gukesh lies and Keats. He messed it up, yeah? Oh, this is harsh.
लेकिन he might play King F4, King G5 and then H4 check वगैरह allow कर दे वो.
But you shouldn't play the end game, right? Because, I mean,
You
your rooks are
can.
disconnected.
Technically the two rooks can win.
But would he after this slip up? I don't think so. 15 seconds on the clock.
Also in your mind, you haven't accepted that it's not winning yet. So you
By
could
the
do it
second.
just
Last
based out of
second.
instinct.
No, he's going for the draw. Ah.
Then he'll play King G5, na?
Oh, you think so, yeah?
He could play King G5, yeah.
I think he takes the draw. But also, you're correct. King G5, if he really wants to push, he could do it. But his rooks
H4
are a
checkmate, I
bit.
don't know.
His rooks are a bit disconnected. That's why I don't like it.
Yeah, but ये pawn मर जाएगा D4 का. ये pawn king के पास है, तो you have some chances, but okay, like almost like 0% chance you will win that.
So
But
we
you can
will see
play.
King Queen versus King two rooks.
ये को खेल
Oh,
रहा
he
हो King
plays
G5.
it. Wow.
Now he has to take that pawn basically. Also, Sindarov's gaining those extra minutes back now. He has 3 minutes on the clock.
Right. This was I mean, this was tough. This was always going to be tough, but yeah, it will hurt Gukesh a lot, actually. He's shaking his head now. Subtle shake. He can't believe it. दो
People
लोगों ने
saying I
साथ में
hate
लिखा I
chess.
hate
By
chess.
like imagine like having to go through this and then and tomorrow you have to do this exact same thing again.
And
That's the tough part.
do it for the next 12 days.
Yes. Each day you have to come up with the same energy. That's the tough part.
Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy.
Yeah.
Chess is brutal, बिल्कुल राकेश भाई. Exactly.
Arey, he's repeating, bhai.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Sindarov now knows he's got half a point in the bag. Not in the
Yeah,
bag, but
basically. Now I think Gukesh doesn't play. He doesn't take the pawn on h4. So he has decided to not go for it. And I think it's a good decision. Very
oh,
smart,
he's
very
not
mature
happy.
decision by Gukesh.
He's not happy. Yeah, we're going to see some emotions there once we shake hands, but he has to accept the draw now. White. And you know what the part is like? If he had played your move, Sahaj, earlier, he would have gotten the queen for rook and knight. So he was winning by force, actually.
Yeah, that's the sad part. By the way, the game is officially over. It is a draw. Sindarov pulls a rabbit out of the hat, just refuses to lose, and showed, I think, incredible resilience against the world champion.
Yeah.
तालियां बनती है
Good.
भाई. That's, I think,
Uh,
applauses for both players,
so
for Gukesh playing in such a convincing fashion, and Sindarov for not accepting defeat. Bhai. I think दोनों players did really well.
yeah, and on the board, maybe can we go to that moment जहाँ पे rook b2 check था? I feel like there was a win जब king पूरा dance
भाई
करके
इधर
आया
था
था.
वो. आई थिंक जो मेन विन था ना वो इधर था. किंग B3 के
हाँ
बाद ये
इधर
रुक
ही.
C3 नहीं खेलना था.
हाँ, rook b1 check, king
एंड
c4, rook c2 check, king d3, rook c3 check, king e2, then rook c2, नहीं rook c2 नहीं, rook b2
रुक
check,
B2 check, किंग F3 and रुक
king
F2.
f3 and rook f2, and basically you win. So this was the first win, I think. Um,
But yeah, this was, I mean, but okay, it's not that simple because white could play king A3 here. And यहाँ पे you have to come up with this knight C3, which is not easy, yeah? Rook A2 mate, and you're giving all of these checks to the king,
Not
and you have
easy,
to
not
calculate that
easy.
this is not
Yeah.
winning. This is not a
Yeah, still
draw, which
not
is not
easy.
easy. Like they're still calculating, they're still thinking about the game.
Oh,
But after
Sindarov.
move 78, like what? I mean, I'm looking at the like the notation here. Last 9 moves were good moves by Sindarov, yeah, back to back.
I mean, Sindarov must be relieved. I can't imagine the relief on his mind right now. कि भाई क्या बचा ली मैंने game, and Gukesh will not be happy. But I mean, it wasn't easy though. It wasn't like an easy conversion. जहाँ पे it's yeah. ठीक है, chat.
But yeah,
That basically means कि भाई day one has ended and we don't have 4 leaders. We have 3 and 3 results in total. Arjun did win. That's the good news. But Gukesh did miss out on an epic win. And these are the standings. Saj bhai, क्या लग रहा है day one के बारे में?
I think like the top players, I mean Vincent, Arjun, and Hans, of course, showing up. और दो गेम जो एकदम फटाफट फिनिश हुए थे with the two blunders, that was a bit surprising with Fedoseev and of course Anish. But overall, I think looks good. I think looks good for Arjun. Bit sad for Gukesh, but I think you
Yeah.
cannot really be sad after your opponent defends like that for such a long time. I really think you
Yeah.
cannot be sad because okay, if your opponent can do that, then okay, they deserve half a point. Yeah, come on.
True, true. Thank you, Rakesh. And also, like, I like how Arvind and Prag's name is so long कि उनका font छोटा करना पड़ गया उनको. But yeah, Prag के लिए that was a heartbreak. I think he just got outplayed in the opening, and Gukesh, it could have been a game for the books, like with that queen sack. But yeah, still a very impressive feat. At the end, Sindarov just didn't give up. Meanwhile,
So
Vedant, by the way, let's not forget, yeah, what a win by him with the black pieces.
yep, taking down Elin Roberts with the black pieces. So वहाँ पे भी very nice brilliance is there. So wishing the best for him. In the upcoming matches. Fosti का draw हुआ by the way. So Vedant doing really well.
Yeah, and Kalki pairings chat in the open section at least, it's Nodirbek versus Pragg. So Pragg, after losing today, gets black again. That too against Abdusattorov Nodirbek. So that's going to be a tough matchup. We also have Thai Dai Van against Arjun. So Arjun, after his win, could potentially say, ki, bhai, I'm going to take down the lowest seed of the Masters tomorrow with the black pieces, get a 2-0 lead. So that'll be a crazy match. Gukesh against Jorden van Foreest. Gukesh is the white pieces. Let's see if he can put the emotions behind him and come back striking tomorrow. And finally, Erdogmus against Aravindh. I don't know. For me, that's an exciting match to follow, Saj.
Why wo to match? I mean, I'm not even sure like who's gonna take that one. But yeah, Erdogmus is definitely not gonna make it easy for Erwin, but will be a fun match.
Chat, thank you for joining in. Almost 2 baj gaye hain. The support you've shown is amazing. We'll see you soon tomorrow with round number 2 of the Tata Steel 2026 Championship. And let's see if the Indians can run through again. Last time Pragg won. Let's see who does this time. Thank you, Saj bhai. Thank you, Samay bhai. And thank you, Chad. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Good night.